Hello everybody, it's Chris Schmidt from Lasso, and welcome to the most epic 4-hour tutorial I've ever made. This is the What's New video for 2024.4 of Cinema 4D, and it is huge. There is so much stuff to talk about. I'm going to go into pretty much everything in depth, and especially the particles. Particles have 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes worth of content by themselves, so this is absolutely crazy. I've got a couple of housekeeping details that are really important. First of all, we are going to be having, from the time that this video comes out, all the way through NAB, there's going to be a 25% off NAB sale for all the Rocket Lasso plugins and stuff that we have for sale on Gumroad. So check the links below to get the details on that. In addition to that, I'm going to be presenting for Maxon at the NAB booth. I'm going to be talking all about some particle stuff, some stuff I teased out in this video, so be sure to tune in for that as well. Something to mention is I tried to go for a 4K resolution in this video, and Premiere can't edit it on my computer, so I had to shrink it back down again. It was a giant pain. I've spent so much time trying to get this video put together. It's absolutely insane. Also, the live streams have not begun properly yet because I'm kind of in the process of trying to get a new machine. I was trying to wait until the new machine arrived, but that hasn't quite happened yet, so that's why that delay happened. And now, of course, NAB season and What's New video season, and that takes a very long time to put together. Now, there are a bunch of cool new features involved in Redshift, but I am not going to be talking about any of them. I don't even mention them. So make sure you go and check out EJ's video because he's going to be covering a bunch of the new stuff in his video. And lastly, the live streams will be back today. If you're watching this video when it's brand new, I'm going to have a live stream today. Make sure you tune in at 2 p.m. Central Time. And I'm going to have some special guests from Maxon if everything goes according to plan. Thank you so much for watching, and let's jump right in to Cinema 4D 2024.4. Moving directly into point 4, let's take a look at our first category, and that is miscellaneous, all the things that didn't quite fit into another category. Now, closing the scene file, you see I got a figure here with a Redshift material on it. Moving over to the asset browser, we can then click on the HDRI folder, and inside we got all the HDRs. I can grab any one of these and drag it directly into the viewport now, and it'll automatically create a Domelight and feed it directly inside. And even better, we can grab any other image and drag it in, and it will automatically find our Domelight and replace it. So it's a really quick way of getting these previews, instantly getting feedback on exactly what it's going to look like by testing out different HDRs directly in our scene. So a pretty handy little shortcut there. And sticking with the assets browser, let's open up a scene file. Here is a kitchen file that you can find inside your assets browser. And what I would like to do is add some additional models into the scene. So let's click on models, and we can go and track down any models from this category that we like. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a specific search. This is something that we've been able to do for a while. I'm going to say I would like to do other and say dependency, and then we can immediately type in the word Redshift. And what it's going to do is find every asset that has Redshift as a dependency, meaning everything here is a model prepared for Redshift. Here's the actual new feature, though, is I can grab any one of these items. So let's grab this bottle of wine, and I can drag it from the asset browser into my scene, give it a second, and we're going to get a little preview of the item, and instantly the place tool was activated. So if I could take this bottle of wine, put it on the corner of the counter, and it will fully load in, and there we go. We've got the bottle of wine. The place tool was automatic. I can rotate that to some other angle. We could scale it. If you haven't played with the place tool, it's very handy. Something that's really cool is you can hold down Control and drag the place tool, and that will make a duplicate of whatever item you have. And again, we can place it on any other object here. Let's put this on the table instead, and maybe scale it a little bit larger there. We can grab other items. So let's grab maybe one of these ferns here, and I'll drag it into the scene. And in this case, you see it's a lot larger, but I'm going to move into this fruit bowl and try and place it. You see it's picking up these angles, so I'll put it right there. Give it a second to load in. Now this one has different LODs. So if I click on it, I can say I want it to be the full model, and we'll get that final plant. So the placement tool automatically activating whenever you drag in any model into your scene, pretty handy. And always remember, if you have a specific search that you can do, you can set that as a favorite or some sort of default. Clicking this drop down, we can go and say save as smart search and say that this is my Redshift search. Save that, and now that's been saved. And at any point, I can click on this drop down, go to smart searches, and there's my Redshift one, and it'll automatically go and do that search for me. So super handy along those lines. Clear that out and close that down, and let's move on into another scene file. This time, let's open this one, and we've got some new mesh checking features. Here's an old model I made. I'll select these legs. I already prepared this for the demo. Go to polygon mode. You see lots of polygons. Now, this was created a while ago using a lot of nested bools. But now, if we go into mode, go to modeling, there's a mesh checking. We've had that for a while. We can activate it. And you see we got all these different meshes. And you can see I got a bunch of bad geometry here. Things like open boundary edges, bad polygons, non-planar polygons, lots of stuff going on. But now we have the ability to also activate and show triangles. So I could deactivate all these other ones. And now we're seeing only these highlighted triangles. If you click on these double arrows, it will actually select all of those for you. And then we've got n-gons, and it's going to show those n-gons. So lots of n-gons created here. I can select only those. So if you want to do some sort of function directly on your triangles or directly on your n-gons, you can now get their count and automatically select all of them. Now you notice they are off by default, and that's because they're not actually bad geometry. They're just extra details that you might want to get access to. So again, pretty handy. Next up, we've got an update to the smoothing tool, the smoothing edges tool. So we've got our old friend, the elephant here. I'll make a few selections here, hitting UM. I can draw out maybe a little path. Where do I want to do it? Let's do a little path along the ear right there. And I'll make a second selection here. Maybe have one travel down the ear like that. Now there's no shortcut for it, but I can right click and go to Smooth Edges right here. And immediately you'll notice a new Keep Spacing checkbox. So I'll turn that off so we can see the traditional one. If I click and drag, you can see we get nice smooth curves on those. What that's doing is it is actually like moving the distance of these points sort of in whatever way it's going to make it the most smooth. But now we can say keep the spacing, and you'll see we get a different look. If I hit undo and drag it, you'll see that the spacing from that edge to that edge between these 2 points is going to try and maintain that length. So it's going to create even more controllable curves. I got another example here though. Let's click on this plane. You see I've already got this piece of subdivided geometry, just a fancy plane, and a U-shaped selection. So right click and go back to that smooth edges, turn off keep spacing, and you'll see as I drag that these are really getting spread out. You can see it really blatantly there. So as we spread them out, we keep on going and going and going. Obviously it's making a nice smooth curve there, but these have really gotten stretched out. Now, alternatively, we can say keep the spacing, and then when I click and drag, it's going to maintain that spacing, and only the areas that could actually move are going to change. So just a nice additional setting to have there. Next up, I don't have a specific demo scene because I tend not to import or export from Cinema, but there have been updates to GLTF and the USD file formats for importing and exporting. Now the GLTF will support rigged animation and importing post-morph animation, also called blend shapes and other software. And when it comes to the USD, it has added support for the PRS animations. Next up is one that I'm excited about because it is the addition of a new field, and we haven't had that in a while. So let's open up a new scene file here, and keeping it simple, we'll move to our assets browser, go to all, and I'd like to grab some motion capture. Scrolling down, I want to grab one that's got a very blatant bit of animation. Let's see, maybe this run and jump. Yeah, that jump's got some nice animation that would be handy. So I'll just drag that into our scene file. I don't want that running forward animation, so I'll just yank out this animation and delete that motion track. Hitting play, you see now I've got this running character and he's just staying in one position. Now, if we go into our timeline, give ourselves a little bit more space with it, you see that we've got all these different tracks, lots of crazy animation going. We'll keep it simple. I just want to check out the position, and specifically the Y position of the hips. And you'll see if I were to select just the hips here, you see these hips have got this moment where they jump up into the air. And I think that's going to very clearly show this effect. So what do we actually want to do? Well, let's create a sphere. And with that sphere, let's set it really tiny. I'll say like 1, so a very small sphere. And then create a cloner holding down Alt so that the sphere is inside of it. I just want one clone, so I'll say 1 by 1 by 1. And I did that inside of a cloner just so I could control this with a field. So now to manipulate it, we need an effector. So creating a plane effector. What would I like this to do? Well, under parameters, I don't want to affect the position, but I would like to affect the scale in a uniform, absolute way. And what I would like to do is say that this sphere can get to be 100 times larger. Now, it automatically gets applied right now. It's a plane field that applies to everything. So now we limit when and where is the animation going to get applied. We do that through the Fields tab. And I would really love if more people start getting into fields because they really are so powerful. So this new one is in the middle category. These are our field layers. And you'll see we've got this track. If I select the track, it's going to be fed in and everything disappears because it's currently outputting 0. You'll see that the settings are really simple and straightforward. The main thing we need to do is import a animation track. So if we grab our position Y, I can drag that directly in and link it. And now you see it is returning a value. Now, the main thing that this is doing is it is outputting a min and a max based on whatever value this animation track is outputting, and then remapping it to some sort of output. So 0 to 1, that would be equivalent to 0 to 100%. So there's a really handy button, which is recalculate inputs. And as soon as I click on that, it has now found the smallest value and the largest value, and it's outputting it from 0 to 100%. And now you'll see when the character jumps, that's when the sphere gets the largest. So depending on how the hips are moving up and down on Y, we're getting a direct one-to-one correlation between those bits of animation. It's a little clearer if you click on your track and go to your F curves. So you can see this is the animation. And every time we hit one of these peaks, you can see the sphere is getting way bigger. Back into the plane, back into the fields. I'll turn off absolute value, although I don't think any of these values ever go negative. But typically, I don't think I'd want absolute value on. If it goes smaller, then I want things to get tinier. So yeah, that is directly animating from there. But there are 2 additional modes I'd like to talk about. Now, let's pop open an example scene file I've got here. And what I've got this time is a little rocket ship. So very simple little chibi thing. And there is an animation track here, or rather a line to spline. And it's set to this spline, which is being generated from this mesh, getting converted via my plugin Mesh the Spline, and then getting smoothed out. But ultimately, it's just this spline going back and forth. So inside of this track, I have keyframed it. And let's go to the F curves so you can see that what I did is said it's going to go from 0 to 100%, but I kind of had it go flat and then accelerate, and then go flat and then go faster, and then go flat and up. So there's sort of these little steps. So if I were to hit play, you'll see that this rocket is going to kind of sit there and then accelerate and then slow down and then accelerate. So it's going to give us some nice feedback here, really blatant. This time, let's grab this plane effector, and it's going to be controlling this cloner. That cloner has a simple cone inside of it, almost the exact same concept with the sphere we just did. This cone is going to get scaled bigger or smaller depending on this plane. If I activate it, you can see that the plane is saying, hey, scale that up to 15 times the size on Z. So you see it gets super long. So inside the field, let's drag in a brand new track. I'll move it to the bottom. We'll turn these on in a moment. And set that to normal. So what track this time? Well, the position of anything that was animated. So I'll drag that in. And this time, I don't want to do value. I want to do a velocity. The faster it goes, the more I want it to do something. So click on velocity, click recalculate inputs. I love that this button is here. And you see that this value doesn't get too high. It never goes too fast in any given moment. So it goes from 0 to 0.3. But when it goes up to 0.3, we're now outputting 1 or 100%. So now if I hit play, you see that the rocket, the flame, is very tiny. When I hit play, as it accelerates, suddenly the flame gets longer and then slows down. And then it's going to get longer as it goes really quick. So now based on the velocity, how quick your object is moving, you're going to be able to drive any parameter. Yes, I'm driving the scale here, but it could be any parameter. You could be driving the colors of something. So yeah, that zips around, but there are even more features inside of it. Nice and clean though. We've got an offset. Now this offset is in seconds, not frames, so keep that in mind. But let's say I want to take, I don't know, like a quarter of a second, maybe a little bit less. So I'll say 0.2 and offset that. And what that means is it's going to actually offset the animation that it's viewing and play it, in this case, a little bit ahead of time. So what that means is the rocket's going to take off and go really fast. What I'm going to say is, yeah, but before that happens, have the flame begin to grow. So if I hit play now, before the rocket really goes fast, you see the flame began to grow. And before it slows down, the rocket already starts, or the flame starts shrinking. So we get a nice consistent movement through the whole thing, and we get this perfect one-to-one correlation between the movement of the rocket and our end result of the scale of the flame. Again, very controllable, but of course you can always have fun and start layering things on top of that. This is all raw information that fields can use. So in this case, I added a delay effector, and you can find that in your modifier layers. And if I activate that, you see it's just a smooth, and it's going to make it so that that flame doesn't just pop out or disappear super quickly. It'll sort of fade in over the course of a little bit of time. So that will help. And then I made a random field, which is just an animated noise, and I multiply it, and that just gives that flame a little bit of jitter, animating like kind of up and down. So when it's big, you see a little bit of flame jittering on and off. So yeah, the ability to combine this on top of other fields, very, very powerful. Now there's actually one more mode inside of the track. So under type, we have value, velocity, and acceleration. So moving on into this example file, I actually racked my brain for a while trying to figure out a good way of demoing this. But there's a way that everybody experiences acceleration, and that's when driving in a car. So very similar setup. I've got this car, and around this track is just a big circle spline. And I've got a align to spline tag that's going to be driving the car forward. Now it does go from 0 to 100, but it's going to go up and then backwards and then forward and then backwards and then finally settle back at 100%. So what are we going to do? Well, I've taken the entire car and I put it inside of a fracture. That way it's being viewed as sort of a single clone from a cloner. So now I can drive it very easily with effectors. So here is a plane effector. And this time, if I activate it, you're going to see the entire car body is tilting forward. Why is that? Well, this time I am not driving the scale, I'm driving the rotation, just the rotation P 20 forward. So whatever this says, it's going to be tilting forward or backward. Now I'm exaggerating the rotation just so we can see it really clearly, but let's move into our fields and tell it when this should apply, because right now it's all the time. So inside of here, why don't we grab a brand new track, and this time we want, again, the position to drive it. So let's grab the position, grab our tilt again, so I can actually link that in properly. And this time, the type is going to be acceleration. If we click recalculate inputs, actually, here's something important to note. If I click recalculate inputs, you get from 0 to 2.93, but I'm going to turn off absolute value and click the recalculate inputs again. You see we get a different number. And I do want these numbers to be able to go negative and not always return the positive value, which is what absolute value would do for you. Now, something I found is even though we're accelerating faster than we ever decelerate, I want these numbers to be even. That way it's really clean for me to know that the car can be centered. So this is a little bit specific, but in this case, I'm going to say it goes from -3, because we're really close to 3, to +3. And then we're going to output from, in this case, you see we get 0 to 1, but to balance that out, I'll say -1 to 1. But we'd actually see a problem if we do that. So I'm just going to fix it immediately. If you go into your remapping, we're going to tell it that the minimum value can go negative. So we're going to say -100. Back to layer. Now we can go from 0 to 1. And you see now the car looks balanced out. So -3, +3, mapping from 0 to 1. And it's going from essentially -100 to +100 via this remapping. So let's rewind, hit play, and check out what we get from the car. It's going to begin accelerating. You see the whole car tilts backward. And then when it gets to the peak, it's kind of even out. And now it's decelerating. And keep in mind, you don't decelerate when the arc is going down. You're going backwards when the arc is going down. You accelerate when this curve starts going more and more steeply up. And you start decelerating when the curve starts being less and less steep over time. And you see, as we brake or back up, the car will tilt forward. And as we accelerate, the car will tilt backwards. So pretty powerful to be able to build this type of rig. But again, we can layer things on top of it. So right now that can be maybe a little bit harsh as the animation, it does ease in and ease out here. But let's add in another one of those lovely delays. And this time we got some smoothing. So I'll say 25% smoothing. And add a second one. And this one will make springy. And that now you can see that the car will actually have some spring to it. As it brakes, it kind of has a little bit of wobble. As it backs up, it's got some more wobble. You could pull back on the springiness. You could increase the smoothing. I like renaming them, like this one should probably be spring, just so I can tell them apart. But here you see I was able to layer these up. Keep in mind that when it comes to fields, these are just like Photoshop layers. We can combine them in so many different ways. We could have it be that there's some sort of earthquake, and every time that this accelerates or decelerates, it's multiplying the track on top of maybe a noise field. So lots of different combinations, but here's a very straightforward example of acceleration and deceleration on a car. And just because the wheel's not spinning is bugging me, we can activate, I put all the wheels inside of a different fracture, and now I can activate this plane spin effector, and that's the same thing. I'm now saying to rotate a whole bunch. I just guessed, I just eyeballed what looked good. I'm gonna say, hey, take the value of the position and map it 1 to 1 and rotate this much. And all that means is as the car, via the same animation, it's going to make the wheels spin at a certain speed, and I can just change this number to make them spin faster or slower, but they should perfectly correlate with how far the car has gone forward or backward. So again, fun use of this brand new field, and I'll always be happy when I see new fields added to Cinema. Next topic is going to be property transfer. Now I've got a single handy dandy file in order to check out all the different ways of using the property transfer. So what is the very first way? Well, we've got this skull. This is from the Quixel bridge, and I brought this over. So here's the skull. Now here's an exact copy of the skull, and I am going to apply the remesher to it, all default settings. So activate the remesh, and it should already be cached because I did it earlier. So you can see that, yeah, it's cached, and by default, even in older versions of Cinema, you can see it actually does a really nice job of transferring the materials over onto the other model. But you'll see that with this brand new mesh, these are all triangles, got nice quads over here, but you can see we get this really big jagged area right along the skull. That one's obvious, but they're actually all over the place. You see there's another one right here. There's another one along the top here. So it was only able to do so much in that transferring. And that does show up even in the render. Let's pop open Redshift. And hopefully my computer doesn't explode recording at the higher resolution and rendering at the same time. Give that a second, and yeah, you can see that those actually do show up here in the render, but we don't need to wait a long time for those to complete. All right, so what do we have now? Well, let's activate this next remesh. Now this one, I lowered our mesh density to push it even further to show this, but let's activate that remesh, and look at that. I don't see the seam anymore. And why don't we see the seam? That's because of this transfer attributes. So if I turn that off, you're going to see that none of the information is getting transferred over. But if I keep it activated, then now we're going to get lovely, lovely translations. I guess as recalculate, it's going to get lovely translations of all the different properties from one mesh to the other one. And again, now with this even super low density mesh, you see how it's translated the materials over. Open up Redshift again. Let that chug for a second. So you can now see on the new mesh that we don't have those, here we get those seams, but here we don't. So way cleaner translation from one model to the new one. And this is super duper low poly now, but this is applied in other ways as well. So let's turn that off. And in a lot of ways, what we just witnessed is sort of a parametric version of what used to be called VAMP. So let's show that off here. You can see I've got a skull right here, and I've got a completely different mesh remeshed there, but it doesn't have any information. You see right here is the remeshed one. There's no UV tags. There's no material. And on this one, I even have this vertex map I've made that's kind of showing all the different highlighted areas and then all the concave areas. So I want to transfer all that information to this completely unrelated mesh for all purposes. So let's open up our character manager, and then you'll see it's no longer called VAMP. It's now called property transfer. Let's activate that. And we've got a source, and that would be the original one. And we've got our new one. Drag that in as our target. We would like to transfer over, what do we got? We've got our vertex maps, our UVs, and our material tags. It's going to go to the nearest surface. The space is local. But actually, I don't want to do nearest surface. I want to do that really nice nearest polygon with data breaks, which was another new feature added in the previous 0.3 version of Cinema. And you see the space is local. So even though these are offset by each other, they're going to calculate relative to each other, not based on the global or world coordinates. So I click transfer maps, and you should see it's pretty dang quick. And now we've got a perfect transition from one to the other. Close that out. And now you can see I can grab this new vertex map, and it's been transitioned over. Grab this UV map. Well, you can just see the UVs are applied correctly here, and the material has been translated over as well. So VAMP renamed to be a little bit more sensical, but it is not limited to that either. We could actually do these translations pretty much automatically, parametrically as well. So deleting out, let's delete all of these. Now I want to put a UV tag on there. Let's just grab one off of, say, this cube, so we know it's completely wrong. Apply that onto that object. But now you'll see inside the UV tag, as I select it, there is now a new setting called Use Transfer. If I activate that, I can now transfer from a source tag. So I can say, hey, link to this other tag we're looking at. And you see we got those same settings from the property transfer from the dropdown, where it's based on the local. It's a transformation. We can change the evaluation method, but it's already with the data breaks. So that's looking great to me. And that should already be translating automatically. So if we were to grab that material and apply it from a UV tag that came from a cube, you'll see that the material is now perfect because it's translating those over in real time. So if UVs were somehow changing on this object, they'd be adapting on the other one. So it applies to UV tags, it applies to vertex maps, color weight maps. I mean, pretty much anything that you see underneath the property transfer here. So it's going to be the joint weights and morphs and vertex colors, all of our selections. So like a polygon selection, we could do a live polygon selection on one and transfer it to the other one to the closest approximation. All of that live, transferring the data from one to the other. So that, even though this is not the flashiest feature, I feel like we're going to end up using this a lot, and it's going to do a lot of problem solving for us in the future, especially in future live streams. Moving right along, let's talk about Partition, Ivy, and Capsules. Okay, now, if you'll indulge me for a moment, we're going to be spending a bunch of time talking about stuff inside the assets browser here. Let me pull up a bunch of the new things. To start out with, what is a capsule? Well, as defined, a capsule could be maybe a material, it could be a model, it could be an entire complicated rig built with scene nodes, and that's the stuff Rocket Lasso focuses on. Now, you'll notice that a bunch of these things have a Maxon 1 exclusive icon on there. To the best of my knowledge, there's a completely separate team at Maxon that's focused on developing all of these things that end up in the asset browser. Those things just couldn't exist if it wasn't for a Maxon 1 subscription. So it's a completely separate thing. Now, there's always a lot of comments on the videos, and Maxon is not monitoring my comments. If you have any thoughts about that stuff, you should always head on over to Help, go to your Maxon support, and you'll be able to go to this window, and you can scroll on down, and you can create a ticket, or you can share your ideas. But what I want to do is, in a fun, exciting way, talk about some of the new stuff that is in there. I have spent a bunch of time working on some of those tools, and I'm excited to share them with you. So let's move right on into talking about that stuff. Now, first of all, you're going to see there's a whole bunch of new plants. There's a whole bunch of new models for European plugs. But what I want to spend some time focused on is, let's search for the word Rocket Lasso. And you're going to see a whole bunch of different presets here. These are all different example scene files I've put together. And down here, you're going to see different tools that we've made. And you will see that, of course, some of them are Maxon 1 exclusives. Now, we're going to spend some time talking about the new Partition modifier and the new Ivy generator. So why don't we begin with the Partition modifier? Hopefully, it's pretty intuitive to use. I'm going to create a brand new plane. Let's drop this down to 1x1 segments. And let's immediately drag this tool and drop it directly on the plane. So immediately, you should see something happen. Always keep in mind, you can hit Shift-C and search for something like Partition, and it's going to pop up right there in the menu as well, and you can drag it directly onto your object. Now, we're going to go through these things very quickly because there's example scene files already here in your assets browser, and there's going to be entire videos on Cineversity going through like every single parameter. But the basic idea here is we are going to be taking a bunch of geometry and subdividing it in some interesting ways. Grabbing the partition modifier, the first main setting is going to be the cuts. And you can see I can drag that all the way down, and we can add one cut, and a second cut, and a third cut, and just make as many different cuts in here as we want. And you see you get these really cool subdivisions happening on the plane, or any geometry. We could drop this instead on a cube, and you're going to get those subdivisions on there. We could even drop it on something that's got a bunch of triangles. Maybe in this case, let's create a icosahedron, drop it on there. Let me hide those. And you see that's going to be subdividing all of those triangles as well. So hopefully pretty straightforward. You can drop on any geometry and get some cool different looks on there. Now we got additional settings on here, things like the random density. So if I pull that way down, actually the best way to do this is pull all these main settings down until you start getting very even distribution, and then you can kind of test each parameter individually. So we can change the number of cuts. We can crank this up. You can see that it's going to choose the next spot to cut kind of in sequence. And eventually we'll get what looks like a very even number of subdivisions. You can see there, pretty even all around. So then we can start saying, hey, randomize the density, meaning it doesn't necessarily have to cut the biggest piece. So as I drag this up further and further and further, you can see that we're going to end up with tiny pieces and bigger pieces. Same number of cuts, but they've been distributed differently. Completely unrelated, get rid of all that, back to being even, we've got randomized cuts. And what that will do is offset them in space. You can see even here you get this very coherent transition from one shape to another. So it's essentially sliding each cut from one spot to another. So very different distribution. Now combining those two, now we're squishing and moving them around via offsetting them. But then we can also change the density. So you get like really tiny sections and really large ones. So those two can visually do similar things, but they're actually technically very different. And lastly, I've got the skew setting where we can actually offset all of these and you get angled cuts on there. Now, there's a bunch of different ways of using this tool. There are so many additional things as well. We can go into random animation. I can drag this up, and it's kind of like the random cuts, but this one, if I hit play, is animated. All these will be sliding all over the place. This is just raw geometry, chopping it all up. It's pretty cool because it will maintain your UVs. So if I were to make a new material, actually, let me search for the word UV under materials. Actually, rather media. And there's an image down here I like using. There, this one. So I'll drag this over to make a new material, drop that on our object, and you'll see that, let me get rid of that shininess. So you can see that the UVs are being properly maintained, but we've got some other modes in here where you can go to your UV mapping and say, do this per polygon, and that's going to map it on every single one of those polygons. And, you know, like I said, lots more settings, lots of different things we could spend time talking about. You could put additional gaps in here, make lots of changes. But where things get really fun, I think, is the idea that you can start layering this up. Let's get rid of that gap. And by changing these settings, we can do things like say, hey, I want the cut orientation to be manual. Now you can see that it's kind of randomly choosing to put some of them on the horizontal and some of them on the width. But if I drag them all over here, they're all cutting horizontally. So that means I could decrease the number of cuts here. And right now there's all animated randomness. But we can say, hey, randomize these cuts a little bit, get a little bit of random offset. And then I'll duplicate my partition modifier a second time. And now I'll say, okay, now I want to cut them all on the width. And now you can see I'm starting to get these planks. I've got one set of controls that are controlling these angles. And the first one created all the ones traveling up on Z. So the ability to layer and layer and layer these on top of each other and get very cool customized looks for exactly what you want it to be. That's where the exciting part comes in. A lot like Branch, where the layering is where the power comes in. So that's pretty much as far as I'm going to go with it in this video. There's so much more to talk about, so many more settings and cool things that you can do with it, but there's going to be a dedicated Cineversity video all about that, and I'll probably talk more about that during live streams and Rocket Lasso Live. But really quickly, just so you know, you can always search for Rocket Lasso inside the asset browser. Go to all, and again, you get the example files. So even here, you can see here's like that floor I was just talking about, where I use two partitions. We can even step through here. Here's just a plane, and this first partition is going to subdivide it. The second partition is going to subdivide it the other direction. And then I'm using a node extrude thickness and that wide thickness, and then I can parametrically chamfer them. And then I used a fracture to explode all the pieces, apply this material, and the material is automatically getting some random colors applied. So I can say redshift render view, let that render for a second. And you'll see by using that fracture and a random color inside of a plane effector, I'm able to colorize each of the planks separately and even offset all their UVs. So even a very simple wooden material will be offset all over the place. So yeah, that should cover partition. There's other examples you should go and check out when you get a chance. But let's transition actually before we go into Ivy. There are a bunch of other things that have been added into the Maxon drop this time. And if we go under materials, you're going to see that a bunch of new types of wood were added in. There's some cork. So those might work well on top of the floor concept. Let's move on into a completely different tool. Let's move into our all category in the asset browser and search for the word Ivy. Pretty much everything you see here is relevant to the new Ivy tool, but I want to give a couple of details right out of the gate. First of all, the Ivy generator was primarily programmed by someone named Ola Kinnemeyer, who works at Maxon, during their innovation week. But once he had to move away from that project, Rocket Lasso was brought on to redesign the interface and add on a couple of additional features. So he definitely did a lion's share of the work, and I want to make sure he gets credit. So in order to play with this, I'm going to open up an example scene. This is actually the scene I was using when we were designing all of the interface so I could test it. In order to use it, all you have to do is double click on the Ivy generator, and it's going to create it in your scene. This is node-based capsules again. If I zoom on down, you'll see that we've got these sweeps generating the vine geometry and all these planes just to be an empty card for holding a leaf material. But you don't even have to have it be a leaf material. Let's make this look nicer by double clicking on this English Ivy up here. And when you do, in the scene file, it's going to load in automatically a redshift vine material for you to drop directly on the Ivy generator. And we've got all these different leaves, and they have a bunch of, you'll see over here, if I zoom up on them, you've actually got geometry on them. So any geometry that you drop in as a child of the Ivy generator, it's going to swap out those cards for that geometry. So now you see we've got these leaves traveling all along it, but keep in mind, you could drop in any leaves that you make in there. You could just make a material to drop in the cards. You could drop some berries in there. It's going to automatically select randomly from all these children and apply it. All right. So clicking the Ivy generator, hopefully the interface is relatively straightforward as you take a look at it. Our primary settings are here, things like our max Ivy length. So check this out. If we start shrinking this down, you can see that the leaves slowly grow in as it goes. Very fun. We've got the overall density. So this is how many additional branches get generated. So I can make more and more, and you can like really crank up the different densities. We've got branch length. We got length variation. We've got the step size. Typically, I wouldn't change that, but you can make the whole thing bigger or smaller that way. But in order to see anything cool, why don't we have this start growing on something? So to begin with, let's just make a sphere and scoot that sphere back in space. And I'll say, okay, Ivy generator, I want you to link your surface object to any piece of geometry. So in this case, we'll grab a sphere and drop it in there. And instantly, the Ivy is growing on the sphere. Now, this is not designed to be super coherent, but it actually is surprisingly coherent. If I grab the sphere and start dragging the sphere away, you can see that the ivy has got a very good coherence to it, which is pretty cool. So that is the basics of applying it here. We can change lots of settings. Going over here, we got things like climb force and the dangle force. So like right now, there's a climb force saying, hey, try and go upward when you can. If we set that to 0, you can see that the vines aren't trying to go any particular direction. You could even set climb force to negative, and now you see the vines are going to want to be going downward. But instead of having to tinker around with all these different settings, there's actually a bunch of presets you can go to. So we can click on, like this one's going to take a second to calculate because there's a ton. You can see like lots of length, lots of density. But look at all these leaves, and then you've even got a couple branches starting to dangle off the edge. So, of course, you still have complete control over those. You can set any of the presets and then change the settings after that. So this can get you 90% of the way there, and then you tweak it. Like here's climbing sparse. So a similar layout, but there'll be a lot less leaves. So you can see we get all these vines applied, but very few leaves. And other ones, things like, let's do dangling. So dangling, you see this one very strongly wants to just drop with gravity. So let's drag this up. And I'm just going to refresh a parameter here. And you can see that it is now dangling down. It's traveling along the surface and then instantly disconnecting from it and then dangling straight down. So you can imagine tons and tons and tons of different looks that you can put together using this tool. Now, let's unhide this geometry. And so I'm going to say, hey, instead of the ivy growing on the sphere, I'll move it down here into this corner right around there. And let's say that don't look at the sphere, instead look at the house. So now, it's still set to the dangle preset. So let's go back to the default. And now it's climbing up along the house. So we can do things like increase our max length, and it's going to be climbing up along the house. There are some really cool things like this string selection. This is going to allow you to say, hey, the ivy should only be looking at very specific parts of the geometry. So in this case, if I click on the house, you'll see that I have a selection with all the walls. So essentially everything except for the windows. So in the ivy generator, let's delete out the word all and then drag in this tag. You see wall has now been added in there. So with wall being in there, you see that the ivy will grow, but it will terminate if it ever strikes one of these window selections. So again, even more control over the way that this should be behaving. On top of that, there are a lot of additional settings. We got things like how much it's actually attracted and clinging to the surface. We've got a target. So we could say, hey, let's drop in here. I've got this target. You see, I've got a null hanging out over here in the corner of the building. So inside of ivy, I could be like, hey, this is a target for you. And you see that the ivy is attempting to grow in that direction. Clear that out. We've also got a spline guide. So here you see I've got this arc spline traveling up along the house. So I'll say, hey, I want you to travel along that arc. And now the ivy is doing its best to grow along that. And we've actually got separate settings for if you want the main ivy stem to travel along it. If you make it really strong, it's going to be kind of stuck. It's straight up stuck to the spline because the force is so strong. But then the individual branches are still attracted to the walls, and those will get stuck to there. We could say the branches should be also attracted to that spline that we're feeding in. So there are more and more settings everywhere. Like hopefully you see the power of this to be applied kind of anywhere you want to. More settings underneath the geometry where we can do things like turn off the leaves. And even under leaves, you see tons of different settings for controlling the density and how often they're being generated and like the angle of the leaves. The goal, of course, the settings being as artistically intuitive as possible. Moving under geometry, you see we've got things like, oh, here's all the leaf settings, how often they're being created, the angles when they're clinging to the wall, the angle when they are dangling down. We've got the ability to say, hey, turn off all the leaves. And now we've just got those vines, and then say, hey, I don't want to output the geometry of the vines. I want to output splines. And now these are splines that you could maybe clone onto, or I don't know, maybe you could be animating these and generating some sort of lightning strike. So a lot of raw power within this tool. And at any given time, keep in mind, you can always make a duplicate of it. And it's like, okay, well, that's one bit of ivy. And I'll drag this over and make sure it's near the wall. I'll click a parameter to trigger a refresh. And you can see now I've got completely separate ivy with its own parameters growing on a different part of the wall. So very exciting. There's a lot of fun to check out there. There's a bunch of also additional example scene files here. So we can open up a new file, double click here, and you'll see we've got an example kind of ivy growing up along this wall. Sort of a fence look. Over here, we've got a townhouse facade and just different complexities all over the place. Here's all those different presets we were checking out. So yeah, there is a lot of different things to check out when it comes to ivy. And again, there'll be a dedicated video for this in Cineversity soon. Let's close that out. And the last few capsules, we can find them again by searching for the Max on1 drop, or for you should be able to click the new capsules and see all the new stuff that was added in. So of course, we got all these new plants that were added. If If I right click on one of these plugs, you can see there's an entire new collection. Let's say reveal an asset browser, a new collection of European outlets and plugs inside of the electronics and technology section. And we already saw the new materials that were coming inside of it. And always great to have extra plants in there. But that should wrap up the Partition, Ivy, and Capsules. The next section is going to be all about simulations with the connectors and drag and lift. Beginning with the connectors, here's the most basic scene I can put together. Got a couple of collider objects and these 3 cubes. Selecting all 3, we'll say simulation tags, rigid body. If I were to hit play right now, exactly what we expect, they'll all fall down to the ground and collide independently. So now, let's go up to the simulate menu and then take a look at these connectors. These might look familiar because we've had these since 2010 with Cinema 4D 12.5 when it came to the bullet simulation system. But now these have been integrated with rigid bodies, but with some additional functionality. So we'll begin as simple as we can with a fixed connector. I'll just move this down. And what do I want to do? Well, I want to connect A to B to start out with. But you'll see we don't have the first object and the second object. This time we have an objects list. So let's drag in A and then drag in B, and the instant I do, you can see a connection's been made between them. Not making any other changes, if we hit play, you'll now see that A and B are physically connected to each other, effectively behaving as if they're one object. There would be a little bit of play in them, but you won't see that when there's only 2 objects. So that's really interesting, but things get even more interesting now if we rewind and now drag in object C. So now we're connecting A to B to C, and you can see that here via the create settings, that's via the index. So A to B to C. If I hit play now, we have 3 objects selected, but we only needed 1 connector to do it. So that's where some of the power of this comes in. Continuing to see additional functionality with this, I'm going to change the type of connector to be an angular connector. And inside there, we have a mode with hinge and cardan, but we want hinge. Hinge is like one of the most straightforward ones. It's kind of like if you connected a wheel to the body of a car, that's that type of spin. So with this hinge, what we want to do is offset it. We want to move it to some other location. So in this case, if I rotate my camera a little bit, I want to move them straight down, hold down shift. So I go down exactly 25 because that's how big the cubes are, 50 tall. And now they're not rotated correctly. So let's hit R and I'll spin them to be 90 degrees. So now they've been properly rotated. So now we've said where we want them to pivot and the direction they should pivot. So let's hit play again. And now you'll see that there's 3 different connections there on the bottom. I think it might look a little bit better if we move that to the top. So I'll hit E for move and move it to the very top of them. And let's also say that the connector, they shouldn't ignore each other. So let's turn that off. So now they directly collide, and that is where they pivot from. Hitting play, you can see that those are going to hinge from exactly those locations. So we're getting 2 hinges with only 1 object. So a lot already, you can probably see some of the power we'd be able to get from the system. But there's a couple of specific things that might trip you up, so I want to make sure to point those out. Let's rewind. The first thing is when there's only 2 objects, it behaves very differently than if there's 3 or more objects. So let's delete out C. And now you see that our hinge suddenly jumped to a new location. When there's only 2 connections, then you can manually move this hinge wherever you want. It can pivot from any specific spot. But as soon as you add in a 3rd object, it becomes relative to the relationship from the connector to those objects. And I'll reiterate this later, but it's kind of absolute in the world space right now. This connector, we don't want to move it to some weird location because you see, as soon as I move it, it's offsetting all those connections in a very absolute way. And it's the same with rotating them. It's absolute via the world. So keep that in mind. But this concept can get significantly more exciting if we do something like, let's delete out these other cubes. And now we've only got A. And this time, I'll even delete the connector. This time, let's feed A into a cloner. Set the cloner to linear. And let's have it offset on Z so that they are stretching out that way. And let's make multiple connections there. Now let's make that connector again. Now, currently I have this cloner selected. So when I create the, let's say, fixed connector right now, it's automatically, let me select it. It's automatically got the cloner fed in. Now, what's cool about feeding in a cloner is it's respecting it being a bunch of separate objects. So scrolling down here, you see it's set to index mode. So it's connecting A to B to C all the way down the line. Let me move my rigid body tag up to the cloner, because remember, you always have to have your simulation tags on the top of the hierarchy. And now if I hit play, you'll see all of those will fall and they're all connected. You see that little bit of flex I was talking about when you get those connections. The only way to combat that would be to crank up your steps for the most part. So you can see we got a whole bunch of connections there. If I grab my cloner, scoot it further back, I can say, hey, make even more clones, make more and more and more and more copies, scoot that back, hit play, and automatically it's updated and those have all gotten connected. That would have been incredibly tedious to do in the past. Now let's do one more step. Let's do that hinge again. So selecting my connector, I'll say, yes, I want that to be angular. And now we can move this around and it's the same setup. So relative to each of them, the halfway point between each object, we can pull this down 25, hit R for rotate, spin it around, exactly 90. And now I've said that they all pivot from the bottom, hit play. And now we've got hinges connecting each one of those. That's going to sneak through unless we set the floor, make sure that my floor is respecting both sides. So now when that falls, each of those can pivot properly from these angles and they all hinge properly. So yes, being able to do that type of thing via a hierarchy or via a cloner is going to add a lot of functionality. So let's jump into the next scene file. Here I've got very straightforward setup. I've got a whole bunch of cubes. These are all 100 by 100. You see a little figure there for scale. So if you want to follow along, you can just make a cloner with a bunch of these cubes there. But I want to get a little bit fancier for myself here, and I'm going to use Rocket Lasso's upcoming tool, which is the Voxel Mesher. I've mentioned this once before, but I want to show it off again a little bit. We're adding some really cool functionality in there, so it hasn't quite shipped yet. But what I'd like to do now is create a text object, and let's make sure that that's going to pivot from the center point. And then I'll feed that into a volume builder. And I want the voxel size to be 100. So very large voxels. Now, normally you'd feed that into a volume mesher and create a mesh out of it. But this time I'm going to feed it into our new plugin called Voxel Mesher. So when I drop in Voxel Mesher, you see it's going to turn it into a bunch of cubes instead. Now, right now it's a hollow shell of cubes, which is pretty handy. It's nice and fast where we can do things like grab the original text and spin it around. You always get the updated voxels from that. But we've got a nice mode in here now that you can say convert to cloner. And when I do that, it's actually outputting from our Voxel Mesher a whole bunch of just points in space. So now this cloner got created. It's cloning a cube of equal size to the voxel, and it's just making a bunch of copies on there. So it's going to run nice and quick. I will change the cloner to be in instance mode because by default, we set ours to multi-instance. So it's super fast. But then you see I've got, again, a cloner, but now I've got it in a fancy shape. So why don't we add a simulation rigid body on there and make sure that the ground has a collider as well. So I'll say collider. I'll say the ground is going to be a box. I think it automatically finds that, but let's just make sure that we are setting the shapes. So both of these are colliding as boxes. So of course, right now, these are individual boxes. They're rigid body. If I hit play, the whole thing's just going to fall to the ground and collapse. It's got no relationship to each other. Everything just falls apart. So now let's make, while we've got it selected to save ourselves a little bit of time, simulate connector fixed. So let's just move that down so it's hanging out nearby and you see the voxels in there automatically and it's interconnecting all of them, but default mode is indexed. And I'm gonna say, no, I don't want index. I want it to be based on the distance of the objects. Now, important to note, it's not calculating the distance from the center of the object. It's actually from polygon face to polygon face. So these are technically touching each other. So we could connect these via like a distance of 0. But now these are each getting connected to their neighbors. Important to note that you can do things like limit the number of connections. I could say, hey, each of these can only connect to one nearby object or only 2 nearby objects. But I want to have unlimited connections within this range of 10. Not changing anything else. I should be able to hit play now. And this entire thing will fall just like we saw before, but all of these cubes have been connected to each other. So it's going to be held together as one piece. Still got that flex in there, but I'm going to leave it as it is. Now I'd like to take a look at our braking force and braking torque. Let's rewind all the way and activate braking force. Currently, the braking force is 0, so it'll just brake instantly. Now, these numbers, just like the old connector, are very large. You need big numbers to make this work. So let's just step through. And here's my typical process is I don't know what number we need. So I'm going to say 111. Let me also collapse those because we don't need those quite yet. So if I were to hit play right now and see them all fall, Yes, they're just falling, but with this force of 111, everything's just falling and collapsing. In fact, let's say don't ignore the collisions, so now they won't pass through each other anymore. So obviously that number's not big enough, so let's try about 1,000. Hit play, and they're all falling, and immediately you see those fly right past her, continuing to break. So that's not enough. So let's do at this point like 11,000, so a really big number. Try it again, and let's see what happens. And this time, okay, our number is enough that kind of stuck together, and you see these breaking apart. So this one we needed 11,000 until we kind of got to the range that this would operate the way we'd expect it to. So just keep in mind the need to do very large numbers depending on the mass and scale of your objects. So that is breaking force. There's also breaking torque. So let's activate breaking torque. Same thing. I think these numbers don't need to be quite as large. If I do 111, this is like if there's a twisting force on an object that I can break, and you see that held together pretty well. That one snapped right there from twisting. So around 111 ends up being a pretty good number for that one. Now we can activate both of those. So if either condition is met, it's going to break. So very fun that we can automatically get these breaking apart depending on how much force is applied to them. We could do things like, why don't we create a sphere, and I'll make it bigger and scoot it on up into the air, not too far, and say that that will also be a rigid body. I'll tell it to calculate definitely as a sphere. If I can say the mass, I'm not sure what number to go to, so I'll say 22, and now it's 22 times heavier than it looks for the simulation. So now if I hit play, let's see what happens. That's going to fall, collapse, and then as the sphere starts striking it, it was able to break those top ones. Still not nearly heavy enough, so I'm going to make it even heavier now. And let's see what happens with the additional weight. Start it over. The sphere will fall, and this time crash through, and you see it just starts snapping these objects because that's so much heavier, and they're able to break with that extra force coming into the scene. So that's pretty fun. Now there's even more power on top of that. Oh, I don't need the sphere anymore. I'll delete that. There's even more power because we have the ability to add a lot of different weights throughout the system. So here you can see I can twirl down, ignore collisions, and we can actually say what objects should ignore their collision via a MoGraph selection. Then we've got breaking force and breaking torque, and these also would accept MoGraph selection. So we can say some things should break, some things shouldn't break. But then, to me, the more interesting one is under force and torque. This actually wants a MoGraph weight map. So we can weight different objects different amounts. So we can say, the areas that are weaker or stronger. So let's do that. The interesting thing is you don't put the weight map on the cloner. You actually put the weight map on the connector object. So right-clicking on there, I will say I want a MoGraph weight map. Here we are able to paint in weights if we want, but I would like to use the fields. So I'll say fields, drop in a straightforward random field. And yeah, that's actually working really well. I just want to increase the contrast. So I will make a curve and select the points of the curve. Can I give it this S curve? And I'll even say that they're more likely to be really strong than weak, and grab the weak ones and pull them over. So we got some dark ones and a lot of light ones. So dropping that in the connector, I'll say I want to both weaken the force and the torque areas they can break. So remember, anything that is yellow is pretty much 100%. It's really strong. But anything that is red via the selection is really weak. So it's, if that's 10%, it's only 10% of the braking force is going to be required. So with those new kind of randomized brakes, if I hit play, let's see what sort of fracture we get this time. And this time, yeah, you see it broke not symmetrically. These are kind of breaking on these angles a little bit more, a little bit easier to break. Now, at any given point, we could also keyframe or manipulate those however we like. So I could say, hey, let's remap that to be stronger. So let's say that way more of them are going to break. If I hit play, we should see these start collapsing even further where there's barely anything holding them together now. So you could even keyframe that or modify it as the animation happens so you can get additional effects on top of it. So that is another way that you can use this connector and do really powerful things. An interesting thing you can do is make this connector editable. And you see the connector is kind of like a cloner, but for connectors. And now that I've made it editable, you can see all the individual connections that were made, and you see their different weights have been translated directly into the value that's inside of the force. So keep that in mind. Hitting undo, we can go back to here. But yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up this demo. Always remember the differences between the connecting index, connecting distance, limiting the connections. It can automatically create connections, or you can manually do it. So every different connector is going to have its own behaviors, but since this is the old connector system, just sort of evolved, keep in mind that, all the old training will pretty much work on this new stuff, except all this cool new advanced connections. Let's move into another scene file for one last example of these connectors. Although it just kind of popped in my head, I should mention that all this connector stuff works with bullet simulation as well. So in this scene, I will delete out all of these connectors and I'll say, make a bullet collider body. And on this cloner, it will no longer be a rigid body. It will now be a bullet rigid body. So the same connector is still there and it's still got the cloner. So I'll just click create just to make sure it's refreshed. But this is now bullet simulation. And using the new advanced connector, if I hit play, you'll see all of those connections are still being maintained. So yeah, this works with bullet as well. Okay, into that new scene file. I've got very basic setup. We've got a cylinder here. Here's a figure for scale and all the default simulation settings. So this time, let's make a tentacle setup here, like a really kind of organically controllable tentacle. So my thought is, let's throw this cylinder into a cloner, set that to linear, linearly cloning up into the air. But this time I'll make a second cylinder and let's shrink one of them down. I think this one, I want to shrink that way down, maybe even like 10. And now I can say, cloner, I want you to blend, not iterate, between those objects. So if I were to make a couple more copies, that we're going to be getting a blending of all those cylinder shapes. So let's turn these into a simulation object. So I'll say rigid body. And before I forget, I'm going to say that I want my collision shape to be a triangle mesh. That's going to work a little bit better here. And you could say both, but I think this is fine. So if I were to play right now, we've got a bunch of individual objects. If I play, gravity's going to take over. They're all going to fall. So I don't actually want gravity to take over. So Control D, go into your simulation settings. And under scene, say gravity equals 0. So gravity's not taking over. Let's connect these. I'm going to do that via simulate, connector, and let's do a spherical type connection. I'll drag it down here so it's nearby. And by default, it's making a ball and socket, but I would like it to be a ragdoll setup. So you can see that we can limit the rotation this way, but the angle's not quite what I want it to be. So let's hit R for rotate and spin this to be vertical. And I'm gonna hit E for move and just scoot them down. So they're pivoting more near the bottom cylinder rather than the upper cylinder. Excellent. So those should all be interconnected now. Pretty straightforward. So let's hit play and see if we see a difference. Well, there's no gravity or anything, so it doesn't look like anything's happening. So how about we create a simulate forces turbulence? Let's give it some scale and some power of 25 each. Hitting play. Now they move around and you see, yes, indeed, they are connected. But of course, the whole thing's drifting around and moving away. So let's make that a little bit more controllable. So here's another cool thing you can do. Let's grab the bigger cylinder. So that's this one. I'll make a duplicate of it and move it down just below. If I want to keep it visual, I guess I can make it a little bit bigger too. Now, let's copy our rigid body tag onto there. So we've got another rigid body object. But this time, I'm going to say the rigid body on this connector, it's going to have a lot of follow position and it's going to have a lot of follow rotation. Now, currently, the connectors don't work with a collider object. They only work directly with the rigid bodies. But by putting a really strong follow position and follow rotation, essentially this object doesn't want to move anymore. Moving into our connector, all I have to do is drag in this cylinder. And let's make sure that cylinder is the very first object there because it's currently set to index. So it's going from cylinder to first object, second object, third object. So each one gets interconnected. So now this bottom one doesn't want to move. If I hit play, now you can see those are all interconnected and they can't move very far. So now let's start art directing this a little bit. I want these connectors to be a bit tighter. So I'll drop my cone down to, let's say, 25. And let's just restart our simulation. And you see those can only bend a little bit now. So let's make a bunch more of those. And I don't think the spacing needs to be quite as much. So under the cloner, let's only separate them by 40 and make a bunch more copies. Let's make a longer tentacle here. Now what's cool is if I go back to our connector, it's automatically updated, and that is thanks to our auto create. So now we've got a longer tentacle. All I did was change one parameter. Automatically, they all got connected, and now look at that. Now, right now, our turbulence is a little bit small, so let's crank the scale up to 100, and that should make them a little bit more uniform. Yeah, look at that. So now we've kind of got this tentacle automatically alive, and look at how simple our hierarchy is to control that, like very, very simple. We can control this, though, now with any of our simulation forces. I can grab my turbulence, make this way larger, and you'll see just the pattern of that noise feels bigger. So that's something I usually do, is make a very large turbulence, and then I'll make a second turbulence and make that second one kind of small. So you kind of get tiny turbulence for variation, but also a bigger one to make those big overall movements. But keep in mind that this will combine with any direction or force. We can grab a wind force, and you can see it's blowing backwards on Z. So if I were to add a bunch of power onto that, you see the wind is generally going to be saying, okay, blow it kind of backwards, so we can control it via that type of control. So there's a lot of potential here. So many different forces we can use. And instead of manually making it, let me pop open this kind of finalized file where I've got that same tentacle set up. I just used another plane effector to colorize it. And this time I made a sphere, I made it a collider, and then I fed it a spherical field, and that spherical field goes into a field force. And the field force is saying anything in this range should get attracted towards the center. So with all of that in mind, if I turn off that display box, if I hit play now, we've got the random tentacle, but it's attracted to the sphere. Anywhere I move the sphere, that tentacle is going to want to follow. You see automatically it's chasing it around, and it's a collision too. So if I bop it around, it's going to get moved around. So that is really fun. And let's push this a little bit further. We could always make a duplicate of it. Now, this is actually really important. If you're building a hierarchy, this is what I would usually do, is what's everything involved in the tentacle? Well, I would make a null, and let's say that this cylinder, the connector, and that cloner are all the objects that are used to make that. So I drop them all into this null, and I would maybe take the null and move it to a new location. Even now you see it's pivoted from the wrong spot, but maybe I would make a duplicate, and I'll make a second tentacle over here. But there's going to be a problem. If I go into my connector, and especially if I hit this create to refresh it, you're going to see that suddenly my connections are offset. They're in the wrong location. And that is, at least for right now, the connector is a relative position to the world. So it's if you offset it, in this case, let me pull it out. You can see that I've actually moved it almost 900 units from the world 0, not the relative 0. So maybe that'll change in the future, but for now you want to leave your connect outside of the hierarchy and leave it at position 0, or only change the position relative to 0 as you want it to relate to your object. But now that I've done that, I was able to copy and paste it. I made sure that the connect was in the proper spot, and if I hit play, I do now still have 2 independent tentacles that will move around and do whatever behaviors I want to do with very simple, clean hierarchies. Now, one last thing I want to do, just because we're doing these cool rigs, is what if we actually want to turn this into some sort of geometry? Well, that's pretty straightforward too. Unfortunately, the tracer will not see this cloner directly, but if I make a matrix object, and I'll say, okay, matrix, I want you to clone onto an object. The object will be the cloner that makes up that tentacle. And I don't want to clone onto the surface. I want to clone onto the axis of each object. That matrix is now cloning at the center point of each one of those. Now I can feed that matrix into a tracer. It automatically happens if it's selected. So you see this tracer is now viewing that matrix. Instead of tracing the paths, I would like to connect all objects. And now you see this little line traveling through the entire thing. If I hit play, that line will actually move with our animated tentacle. So now I can take that and feed it into a sweep and put a end side inside of that. T for scale, shrink it down until it's kind of matching the bottom there. Give it a bunch more sides, and using the sweep, I'll just shrink the tip until it looks pretty accurate. Now hitting play, you will see that our sweep will go anywhere that our animated tentacle is going to go. And then even better, I think I might need to modify my hierarchy. If I yank this all out of the null, if I grab my cylinder and I hit play, as this is animating, I am free to move this around and change where the tentacle goes from the base as well. So very fun to be able to build relatively simple hierarchies and have a lot of artistic control exactly what we're getting out of them. So that's going to wrap up the connectors. Let's move on to the drag and lift. Into this simple scene file, I've got a plane set up as a newspaper, and you can see it is real world scale compared to this figure. So all we need to do is right click, add a simulation cloth tag, and the new settings that we care about are under forces. And now we have drag and lift. So let's just get some A/B testing going, I think. So let's make a duplicate of our newspaper, and we'll slide this one over. So this one we're not going to modify, and this one we will. So right out of the box, what are we going to see? Well, let's add maximum lift and maximum drag. And you see the sliders only go up to 10%. So I'm going to zoom way out here, hit play, and not really seeing too much of a difference between the two. You can see that this one has begun to kind of parachute a little bit. It's kind of bending in the center. So it's doing something, but not a lot. So here's the important variable, very important to keep in mind. Inside of your surface, there is a setting called mass. And the mass is just setting this absolutely to the mass of one, the entire object. Doesn't matter how huge it is or how tiny it is, it's setting it to a particular weight. And that weight is distributed over the entire surface. This is unlike when you're doing rigid bodies. So if we had a cube and we add on a rigid body, you'll see that our setting is density. And density is based on the volume. But that's not the case when it comes to these flat surfaces or cloth in general. It's all just about how this mass of one is distributed amongst all the different particles that make up the simulation. So this mass it doesn't know how heavy it is. It's all just kind of a relative value. So it's like, well, is this a sheet of metal or is it a blanket or is it a sheet of tissue paper? Like it could kind of be anything. So we're going to go pretty extreme here so we can see the effects really nicely. But what I have found is, and we'll do this on both of them, I'm going to change the mass to not 1%, but 1,000th of the original amount. So that's 2 zeros and then a 1. So 0.001. So now, just having made that change, those are very light. So one of them still has 0, and the other has the full 10% on them. So just by changing the weight, let me hit play, and now you see a dramatic difference. So essentially that weight is a giant multiplier on these. So keep that in mind. That makes a huge, huge difference. Now, what is the difference between drag and lift? Well, drag is going to essentially counteract gravity. It's going to be like, well, I'm traveling downward. I want to slow down from that direction. So it puts a counterforce heading the opposite direction. So let's add in, I'm going to go and put 100% drag. So a huge, huge difference. And you'll see with drag only, the whole thing is slowing down, kind of parachuting out a little bit as it drifts down. Increase my frames here. Just kind of drifts downward. It does a little bit of a curl. Doesn't change too much. And now it kind of started aiming downward, and it looks like it's accelerating now now it starts going really fast. So as it is kind of behaving like a parachute when it can catch this counterforce. When these polygons are perpendicular to the direction it's traveling, it's giving a counterforce. But when that finally rotated to such an angle, it was cutting through the wind, essentially, in that alignment. So keep in mind that's what the drag is doing. Let's get rid of that and do the other. Let's do 100% lift. And hit play, and you're going to get a very different effect. You see it's going to parachute a little bit, but you see it very quickly rotated. You'll actually see this a little bit better. I'm going to grab both of them and hit R for rotate and tilt them forward 10%, like that. So now if I hit play with lift, you're going to see that drifted. Do you see how that drifted forward very quickly? So while it's kind of this flat sheet, it drifts forward. And that's because this will travel essentially perpendicular to the orientation of the force. So this wants to pull downward, but this is a flat sheet. So it's like, oh, I'm going to drift in the direction of my polygons. And I think they get triangulated for those purposes. So it's going to drift off in that direction. Now, very quickly, it starts twisting. But if we were to apply, let's say, no bendiness, then it's even less likely to bend. And now it's going to travel forward for much longer because it's it's parallel to the polygons. It's perpendicular to the force. So with those two things in mind, we can start art directing these a little bit, grabbing the one that's actually being affected. Let's say that they're both back to being bendy. And you know what? I think we want to make them decently bendy. So we'll crank that up to 100%. And I like pushing these values pretty far. I think a little bit of drag, just maybe like 10% to stop it from falling straight down. But let's add in a lot of lift. Right now you see we've got 100%. If I hit play, it's going to look pretty good. Where it starts drifting and twisting, but there's still going to be a lot. Let me zoom way out. Very tiny now, but you're going to see there's going to be still a lot of downward motion. These are drifting and they start aligning. Hitting play now, you'll see the original one falling really quickly. This one's got the drag and the lift. And you see we get some really nice twists through the air, which I love that type of thing. Now, if you remember the way the lift would work inside of Bullet, you would get tons and tons of those twists kind of wafting all around. We can totally achieve that in cloth using the lift as well. We just have to use higher values. So in this case, let's grab the lift and say 500%. And I think we zoom up a little bit this time. And now when I hit play, you see that this one is going to be a lot more likely to kind of waft and drift around. So we're starting to use some fairly large values, but they're still very art directable and we can achieve the look that we're going for. Now I'm going to delete the original newspaper and we've just got the aerodynamic one. I'll throw that into a cloner. And let's make a bunch of copies. Only separate them a little bit. And let's make this, I don't know, 7 by 7. So we got a bunch of them now. Always remember to move your tag up to the cloner level. And honestly, I think that's all we need to do. Let's throw in a random effector just to get some random rotation going, just a little bit so they're not all identical. And then we can hit play. We've got a whole pile of them. It's still running reasonably well. Like I said, my machine's, I need the new machine. But you can see all these drifting down, doing their own thing. And with this bunch of lift going, you can see that we get lots of drifting around. Now, you can dramatically art direct these by, again, cranking up the power of the lift or putting more drag on there. But also things like how bendy it's going to be, how stretchy it is, are going to have major impacts on it. If we drop this bendiness down to 0, again, these will all sort of turn into these flat planes that are drifting in one particular direction, and they can only bend a tiny little bit. So huge differences in behavior just by changing bendiness. So always remember its combinations, and remember how important changing the mass is here. Changing the mass and changing the bendiness, I think, are going to be the biggest variables as far as art directing this for them drifting around, not falling straight down to the ground. Making this way bendier, I think, is what's going to give it those twisting effects. So let's type in 100 on the bendiness, and immediately I think we'll see these. Well, we'll start it over again. You can see these twist around. And again, I love that lifty, twisty parts of it. And also, it's not a bad idea to throw in something like a simulate force turbulence. A pretty good number here at real world scale, something like 25 and a scale of 25, or even like a scale of 50. So now there's just a little bit of extra wind in there that's going to make different corners peel up, catch the air, flip back up, spin around. And you can see, yeah, look at these drifting around, doing lots of different nice movements. So yeah, having the aerodynamics now implemented directly into cloth is very exciting that we've got that feature ported over. Now, this was all very low poly. We can actually push the effect, though, on something that's very high poly. If you saw my NAB presentation from a year ago, when they added in all of the really exciting pins on the cloth, I made this origami bird. So taking this origami bird, and again, this is really tiny. Let's make the figure. You see, tiny little piece of paper. Right-click on the origami bird. All these different polygons already folded up. Let's say, hey, your cloth. Let's say you're very bendy. Let's say the paper is not too thick, so like 0.2. Drop the mass again, way down, 0, 0, 1, and then move into our forces. And honestly, I just want those same settings again. Let's say 500 and 10%. So with that, hit play, and you see the bird is handling it just fine. All this paper really on top of themselves, all kind of twisted up, already folded. You see the whole thing's just wrinkling, falling down as a pile. It would start unwrapping itself a little bit. Adding a lot of bendiness in here is kind of letting it curl into this ball. Now, if I lower the bendiness, it's going to probably try and return a little bit to that bird shape because that was its natural starting point. But you can see that we get a little bit more of this sheet of paper, all just kind of crumpled up. So yeah, the lift and the drag working perfectly well on a higher poly object. But also keep in mind that this is relevant on rigid bodies as well. If we make a cube, I'm going to make it sort of a flat block here. Let's add a simulation rigid body, and let's add in that rotation again. So 10% rotated, make a duplicate, and one of them I will add, and this is default value, so let's add on some lift and some drag on one of them, but not the other. Hit play, and you can see this actually has a much more of a dramatic effect, because when it comes to rigid bodies, they don't work from mass. You see that they work from density. So it's actually calculating the volume. So I think that the numbers are actually a little bit more natural when it comes to density. So hitting play, you can see that this one is actually slowing down, and it's going to begin drifting forward because based on its angle. And we could start exaggerating those. Obviously, go to forces and say, okay, let's do 100 lift and 0 drag. And now you can see this one start to fall. It's going to start traveling parallel to the polygon. So it starts drifting forward in this case. So the aerodynamics are also applicable to rigid bodies. Keep in mind that pretty much everything you know about the aerodynamics from the bullet system carries over. So we're not going to spend a ton of time on those. So anyway, I think, oh wait, actually there is one last detail I want to mention when it comes to the simulation system here. And that is the caching has changed. Before, all the caching took place internal to the file. Let's actually go over here, save this, and I will open up that same file inside of 24.3. So I'll open up this one. So there's the same one. Now, in the older version of Cinema, if you go to cache, you see we have a very simple cache scene here. We just calculate the cache, calculate the scene. It's all right here. That's all internal. But if we go to the brand new version and I click on this tab and I go to cache, you see it's very different. We can save internally, but we can also save externally. We have the ability, once it's been cached, of remapping the animation just like Alembic. We can change the playback speed and control it directly via this offset. We can do some time remapping. So all that's really exciting. Actually, it'd be great to do a demo of that during my live stream. So hopefully we can tinker around with that a little bit, but I don't have a specific demo set up. So yeah, caching completely different in the new version. But that should wrap this up, and we're finally ready for all new particles, a brand new particle system here inside of Cinema 4D. Now, if you happen to be one of those people who jumped right to the particle section, I just wanted to quickly shout out that right now, from the point that this video has come out all the way through NAB, Rocket Lasso has a 25% sale on all of our tools. You can grab a link in the description, use code NAB2024 to get 25% off any of our stuff. And also, if you're watching this the day of launch, I'm going to be doing a live stream talking about the new features, so be sure to tune in for that. Now, there is a lot to cover when it comes to particles. We could probably do another 3 hours just talking about it, and I have no idea how long it's actually going to be. But we've got a bunch of different objects to talk about, and they combine in infinite new ways. So my goal is not to go crazy on any one specific rig. It's more to give a nice, hopefully semi-brief overview of what every one of these does on a slightly technical level. So you understand fundamentally how the particles are behaving, and therefore you can kind of make anything you want. In the future, we'll be able to go and make all sorts of kind of crazy rigs during live streams, future videos, maybe during presentations of mine. So keep an eye out for lots of cool content in the future. But for now, we are just going to step through them individually. The first thing that we should do is make ourselves a custom layout, because we're going to be clicking on a lot of these buttons really often. So here's what I suggest you do, and I do suggest you do this as well. I'm going to go to my simulate and tear off every one of these menus and kind of drag them in order so I remember what I want them to be. So we'll grab our conditions and we'll grab our modifiers. And I suggest that you also grab the forces and tear that off. And personally, I'm going to grab a couple MoGraph objects. So I put that down here last. Now, to place these, I'm going to right click, say, customize palettes. And now we're able to move all of those buttons to some new location. You can put these anywhere that you want. But for me personally, I want to nicely arrange them just down along my viewport. Now, the longest of these menus is these conditions. So I'm going to save myself some time and steal that entire menu, drag it over and put it right next to my viewport. And now it's been docked. From here, you can go into your different collections and drag each one in one at a time. Try and keep it the same order, just so if you ever do drop into these menus, you'll have an intuition for the proper order. Now, I do suggest grabbing little separator groups. So we can grab group separator and put a little gap in between the different sections just so they are distinguished, and drag every single one of these in very nicely. I'm going to put another group separator. Keep in mind, you just drag those over, and place the emitters above, grab all these modifiers, and I would put those below. And finally, I would also take maybe the matrix object, and I'm going to take the tracer object. And I'd, again, put a separator between there. But I'm not going to make you watch me set all those up. But when you are ready, you can close down all these empty menus that you didn't use. They'll all be lined up. You go to Window, Customize, Layouts. Actually, we don't have to go to Layouts. You can go to Save Layout As. And I saved mine as Particles. There's no Particles layout, so I made my own. I'll hit Cancel because I already made mine. And here's what mine looks like. So pretty much all those laid out exactly as I described. So whenever we're working on particles, I'm going to have this open because we'll be clicking these buttons really often. Okay, right before we click to create our first emitter, I just spent like 3 hours in between this clip and the previous clip you were watching, trying to do tech support on the computer where my recording software is capturing things at kind of a stuttering frame rate where it's very smooth in my viewport, but it's slow in the capturing software. I've tried a bunch of different settings. I've tried different recording softwares, and I'm getting kind of the same result. It seems to be a little bit better, but just know that what I'm seeing my viewport is better than what is being captured. So apologies for that. Again, waiting for that new computer. Keeping things simple, let's create a basic emitter. Hitting play, you're going to see it's creating particles, exactly the type of thing you are used to seeing inside of the Simulate Legacy Particles emitter. You see it's even got a very similar icon. But there's one thing that is very different from the old one and the new one. And you see that when the new one got created, it made a particle group. So what's happening now is an emitter has all the properties to initialize a particle, but the actual particle lives inside of the group. So if we want to do things like trace the particle or clone onto the particle or run simulation stuff and put conditions and modifiers, all of that happens to the particle group, not the emitter. Multiple emitters can feed into a single particle group. So this is one of the core functions of the new particle system. Now, my goal is to step through all the properties that are relevant, and there's quite a few of them, so let's just start going through. Keeping things simple, we've got the basic emitter shape. It's a rectangle by default. We've also got a circle, just like the old one, but now we also have a cube. And the cube one you'll see is actually emitting particles from all 6 sides, essentially from the midpoint to each corner, kind of the pyramid shape going out in each normal. And then we also have a sphere in which the particles will fly out in every single direction. Next up is our size, which is a vector. So if we want to squish it down in the vertical axis, I could drop that down to 10, and you see we kind of get this pancake shape, and even particles are going to be emitting from this flatter kind of origin. Let's reset that back to default and even set that to circle as we continue. The next setting is enable. We can turn off the particles from emitting, and we can reactivate them, starting them or stopping them at any time. And then we've got a start frame, pretty straightforward. We say, hey, don't start until frame 30, so nothing. And then they start at frame 30. Back to default. The next setting is very important and something I'm using constantly, and these are different emission modes. For right now, you see that we've got a constant emission. So I could say, hey, I want to emit 10,000 particles over 1 second. So let's start that over again. You see we get 10,000 particles per second. Alternatively, we can say, well, give me 100 particles per frame. So now that's like 30 times as many particles as per second, because of course 30 frames per second. And then the last setting specifically for the constant emission mode would be range. If we activate that, then we have a duration. So essentially a start time and an end time that we can trigger these. So that's a single pulse without us needing to do any keyframes anywhere. Moving on, the next mode is called shot. So if we activate shot, it's going to, in this case, at the start frame of 0, do a single shot of exactly, let's say, 10,000 particles. Hit play, those particles come out in a single burst and travel forward. And I find myself using this mode very often, where you just want to have a constant number of particles and then do some effects on top of it. And our last mode is pulse. And this is kind of a new concept here in cinema, and I really like this one. So we're saying emit 100 particles over the duration of 15 frames, and then put a space of 15 frames in between. So let's tweak that a little bit. Let's say I want a duration of 5 frames and then a gap of 25. So every 30 frames, we've got this loop going on. So hitting play on that, you can see we get a burst of particles, and then a gap, and then a burst of particles, and a gap. And we can modify this however we want. So I can say, well, give me a duration of 25 frames and then a gap of 5. So we kind of get the opposite. We get a bunch of particles and then a little gap in between. Let's crank up our particle count to about 1,000. And you see we get a lot more particles now in that big group. And then we have this distribution. So over that duration, we can map how many of those particles are coming at the beginning or near the end. I'll even increase that curve a little bit. So saying very few particles at the beginning of the burst and a lot more near the end. So now start that over again. You see very few particles, and then up the density goes way up. So our ability to remap and have very direct control over this pulse of particles is really, really powerful. So let's go back to our default of constant, and we'll say over the second, we don't need a range. So now we're going to talk about continuous. I'd like to set up a little demo showing the problem if we didn't have continuous. Now, if you've used the older particle systems, then you might be familiar with this in the fact that if you had a very fast-moving object, maybe like a rocket that was emitting smoke out of the back, if the rocket moved really fast, then you get these little individual puffs of smoke behind each instead of it being continuous. So let's build a quick little demo. I would like a helix, and let's align our emitter via and align the spline to said spline. I want it to be linear, so Control-D, go to animation. I'll set mine to linear, so it's just going to be a straight, constant line of animation, no ease in and ease out. Now, I'll keyframe the position at 0 at the time of 0, and then increase my timeline to 200, go to the very end, move my position to 100, and then keyframe again. So that should now be moving along the entire thing. Now what I'd like to do is say, make the emitter way tinier. So let's just say 11 by 11 by 11 and turn off continuous. And then finally, I'll go to properties and speed, and I'll say a speed of 0. We'll talk about those properties more in the future. Rewinding, let's hit play. And this is without continuous. And now when I hit play, you're going to see, let me increase the particle count so we can see it even more clearly. So if I hit play, you're going to see that we get these little individual puffs of the emitter being created. If I say that that should align to the spline, we might see it even more clearly. As this travels along the line, you see we get little individual ones. So if that was like a smoke trail we're leaving, there's all these big gaps. But this particle system built right into the essence, built right to the core, we can turn on continuous. And now when I hit play, you see it traveling around super smoothly, and it's actually creating those particles in between each frame. And it's even on by default, so you don't even have to think about that. But I want to explain exactly why it's important. And there are some scenarios that you might want it to be strictly happening exactly on the frame. Next setting is just the seed. We don't need to worry about that. We can just change it, and you'll get a different distribution of particles. So let's reset. Actually, I'll just delete everything to continue. So back to a basic emitter, and I'll set that to circle. So back to default, hit play. You see we got a bunch of particles emitting again. So now we can move to the properties tab where things can start getting exciting. Our first setting is actually the group. So we can feed this to any group. We can make additional groups. These groups will have different properties, which we will be getting into. But for now, that's how it gets added. And it has a button to automatically create a new particle group if you didn't already have one. Next up is lifetime. This is how long the particles are going to live. By default, oftentimes in these types of particle scenarios, 0 means forever. So this just means that they will live forever. There is no limit on them. So you see them continuing forever, but now let's say a lifetime of 30 frames per second. So now if I hit play, then you'll see as soon as we hit 30, the particles will begin dying. But you might notice that a lot of these parameters here in the properties tab have a twirl down. And the twirl down is going to expose additional properties, additional settings that we can add that you probably don't need as often. So these are exciting. So now we can do things like add lifetime variation. So I'm going to say, well, give me a lifetime variation of 20. Keep in mind, a lot of these variations are both positive and negative. So this is now going to be anywhere from 30 minus 20 or 30 plus 20. So hitting play, we should see a lot of variation in the age of these particles as they move across. You see them dying at different times now. I'll reset that back to default, and let's put our lifetime back up to 100, or 0, so infinity. Next up is our speed setting, so we can set that to anything we like. We can have the particles be emitted very slow, or back to default, or as high as we want to go. And of course, we have a speed variation, so I can put 50. So now this is 100 minus 50 and 100 plus 50. You see a whole bunch of variation in the speed. Twirling that back up, we've got the direction. Now, right now, essentially, they're emitting from a disk shape. So we have a very direct normal. So that is the direction from the normal. But we got a bunch of different settings. It can be based on the axis of the object. If we twirl this down, we can see additional settings where we can be going out from a different axis. So if we were to go back to, say, the spherical shape, we can have all of those still emitting in one direction, but from the shape of a sphere. So, that's pretty great that we can modify those. We've also got the ability to do this radially, so they'll fly out in all directions. Let me switch that back to a circle. So these are flying out actually as a flat disk in this case, but if it's a circle, they'd be flying out from all directions. And let's change this to random. So these will be actually emitting in every total random direction, anywhere from this origin, but then traveling out in any random orientation. Next up, we've got a target. So here you get a target object that we can tell the particles to be directed at. So keep it simple, make a null, and I'll set the null to be up in this corner. So now the emitter, tell it to target that, hit play, and now all the particles are going to be aiming straight at that at their creation point. So I can grab this and move it down, and it's going to be constantly kind of retargeting that. But any existing particle that got created, they're still heading to where the target was when they were born. So on top of that, we've also got custom, and custom would just be us setting, like typing in a number. So we can type in 1, and that means up. So hit play, and you see those all move up. So that's kind of relative to the object. And that can be local or global space. And then let's go back to something like normal. So they're going to be coming straight out from the disk shape. Next up, we've got spread. So we could say, hey, give this a spread of 90 degrees. And in this case, you're going to see, especially if we grab our emission and shrink it down pretty small, you see that 45 up and 45 down to make a total of 90 degrees. So those are all flying in this kind of cone shape now. And then we've got the next setting, which is our spread fall off, which I don't have a great intuition for. Let's go to all 4 views. If we run that, you see right now it's totally random, like a nice even distribution of those particles. But if I change our spread fall off to be a little bit higher, you're going to start seeing that we get a higher density near the center. And if we keep on going further and further, we're going to get fewer and fewer particles flying further out and a lot more near the center. And if we go to 100%, then they're all back in the center as if we have no spread. So zero those back out again. Next up, we have separate from our direction is add emitter velocity. So that would mean that, actually, we can just go and activate it. I'm going to drag this up. So that means that whatever our emitter is doing, it's going to add that velocity onto the particles. So if I were to move forward, those are going extra fast. If I were to move backward, it's kind of subtracting from them. So it's now relative to the direction and movement of my actual emitter, the actual physical object. Excellent. So that's add emitter velocity. It actually has the option to be the linear and angular. So if you were to manually spin that as well, you could control those individually. Next up is alignment. So alignment is what is the direction of the particle. So at the time of it being born, what is the direction of the particle going to be? So in this case, it's going to be the velocity direction. Essentially, it's aiming forward based on the way it was emitted, like it was fired from a gun and the bullet's pointing in the correct orientation. But that's only at the moment it was born. We can twirl this down. You see we get some additional spread, so it can kind of be randomized from there. And we also have an up vector, which typically you just want to be, this X, Y, Z. So Y positive, so the up vector is up. So pretty straightforward. Honestly, most of the time, I don't even mess with the alignment. A lot of particle systems, you won't even need that. Also, you have your angular velocity, and this is how much is it spinning. So here you can give it a straight up speed, or you can give it some speed variation. And then we can choose a direction via our spin vector. Again, this is not something we need to do very often, but we will come back to that later when we actually visibly be seeing it, because right now you won't see it on a regular particle. And then we've got color, and color is pretty fun. Let's go and change our setup here. And actually it'd be kind of fun to make let's just go back to a regular little circle and get our range back. And you know what? Let's crank up our particle count. But they don't need to live for that long, so we'll give it a lifetime of about 100 frames. Cool. So by twirling down color, you see by default, it's a constant color. If I hit play, we're going to get a bunch of particles flying out. So, that's fine. But what's fun is, and then you see there's an alpha applied as well. But what's really fun is we have random and noise. So if I set that to random, it's now going to be a gradient, and we have a random gradient of noise it can sample from. So you can see we're getting some of these lighter particles and some of these darker particles. But we can set that gradient to anything we like. So why don't we just go nuts, click on this load preset button, and I can grab the full color range and get this rainbow. Now, as I generate the particles, you can see I can get any color from them. So, that's pretty fun right out of the gate. And then pushing that even further, we can switch this to be noise-based. So that will create this noise tab here, which if it's collapsed, you can increase that. And now we can use noise control. So keep it really simple. Let's set that to like a Perlin noise. And I think it's going to look kind of small from the start, so I'm going to increase that to 2000 and hit play. And now you can see that we are constantly, I guess maybe a little bit smaller just so you can see it clearly. Hitting play, we're going to see that we get a little bit of a rainbow going, but it's going to be consistent. You can see we've kind of got this red stripe here, a green stripe there, and this yellow right there. And it's going to be constantly showing that. Also, if you've played around a lot with noises, you know that your typical noise kind of is a very gray. It barely can get to white. It can barely get to black. So you can increase the contrast, but what I like doing in this type of scenario would be doubling or tripling my gradient. So if you right click on the empty space in your gradient, you can say double, and then I will actually double it again. And now if I hit play, there's going to be a lot more colors getting mapped on there. Again, it's not changing. So if we view this from the front, it's almost like this extruded candy where the colors are super consistent, which is, pretty cool by itself. But now if I take the scale of this and make it much larger, you're going to see that we're going to get almost a solid bit of color, just a little bit of a gradient. But if we now add some animation speed on top of that, then now from the origin point, that noise is animating, and you see we kind of get this transitioning rainbow color passing through the whole thing. We could set that speed way down, like 0.5, do different noise types, and you see we get these really cool patterns over time from the particles. And, this could be flying out in any direction. If we set our emission back to, let's say, a sphere, those will be flying out in all directions, taking on the colors when they were born, and you'll kind of get these little bursts in this radial fashion. So a lot of fun just to be had in the basic emitter, not even getting fancy with any conditions yet. So love that. And that is just playing around with color. There'll be a lot more to say about color in the future, but let's go back to constant for now. And our final setting in our basic emitter is going to be the radius. So something I want to show, actually, let me simplify a bit, put this back to a circle emitter and hit, actually, I'm going to drop the count down so we can distinguish these a little bit. So if I hit play right now, you can see that we're getting all these particles and there's a certain kind of just like there's a dot right there where you're going to see that there's a lot of different settings being changed there. But let's jump to a particle group, because if we change our radius, you're actually not going to see it happen right here in the viewport. We have to go to our particle group. And in the particle group, you're going to see that there is a size, and that is how it's being represented in the viewport. Now, this isn't super important. I don't think people need to really think about this, but there is a completely separate simulation engine that is now running with Cinema. So it's kind of completely separate, running separately from Cinema and the viewport and all that. So essentially, that's taking all the math and then taking the result of the math and sending it back to Cinema 4D and putting it in the viewport. So there's kind of like this interpretation going back and forth. So in this particular case, it's like, well, what size do you want these to be? So I'll say, okay, I want them to be 2. So now you see all of them are 2, but that's not the size of the particle. That's just what's being displayed in the viewport. So if you actually want to see the particle size, you have to activate draw radius. So if you activate this, we're going to kind of get this little spline drawn around each one, and that is actually representing the radius. So now if we go back to our emitter, if we hit play, you can see we got the radius getting output. And if we say properties or radius, I can say, well, okay, I want it to be a radius of 5. And now you see they're much larger. We can go into our variation and do a variation of 5. And now they can be anywhere from 0 up to 10. So the radius needs to be represented by turning on the draw radius. But keep in mind that that is going to be significantly slower. Like in this case, there's not that many particles, so it's not running any slower as far as I can tell. But that will slow you down. And most of the time, seeing the radius isn't terribly important. So let's turn that off. And I guess while we're here, let's transition a little bit into talking about this particle group. And we've got different ways of displaying our points. Right now, by default, it's a bunch of dots set on our size. Hitting play, you can see we get the little dots. But we can switch those over to be arrows, and you see instantly all of them change. And even the fact that you see them all change, you saw as I've been making the changes to the emitter that if I change the lifetime or the speed or the color, only new particles take that on because they don't have that property yet. But as we change this draw mode, all of them change instantly. And that's telling you that these are not an inherent property of the particles themselves. It's just the way they're being represented in the viewport. So these arrows can be useful as far as telling what direction it's flying. And then we get these tick marks, and it just gives you these little X's that are always facing the camera. It just is a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit nicer to see. And you can increase your size on those as well. We can do lines, which is one I'm fond of. They're not too obtuse, but you can kind of get the orientation of them. And then we've got handles. And in this case, they're a little bit smaller, but if you zoom up, you can actually get the axis of each one of them. So if you're dealing with the spinning and the rotation of them, that type of thing can be really important. And again, changing the size here could be valuable. Right now, there's a lot of particles. It looks like a mess, but we have our X, Y, and the Z being represented. So all of those are very nice and very powerful. Going back to dots, let's talk about the override mode display. And if I click on this, then right now there's no override, but I could say I want a constant override. And now, regardless of what the color of the particle is, it's going to show them all as red. So this could be a good way of isolating particles, kind of problem solving. But keep in mind that if I had rainbow particles coming out, right now they wouldn't be showing as rainbow because I'm overriding them, but they still would render as like rainbowy particles. And then we also have the direction. And so it could automatically be adopting the color kind of like via normals, the color of the direction of the particles are traveling. So that can also be useful for troubleshooting or getting additional information. But typically I would leave that on none. And if you want to change your particle color, don't change it in the particle group, change it in your actual emitter color dropdown. That's where you want to change it because that's what's sort of real. That's what will render. All right, excellent. So that is some of the basics of the particle group and the basic particle emitter, but there is a bunch more. There's also the mesh emitter. So let's delete everything in the scene and start with a mesh emitter. I think we'll make a torus shape. Let's make the donut hole a little bit bigger on that one. And then you see I have it selected. When I create a mesh emitter, you'll see that in the main tab, it automatically fed the selected geometry into the emitter, so it's ready to go, just kind of like a cloner does when it comes to things like effectors. So mesh emitter, there's only a couple settings that are different on the mesh emitter, so it's going to be actually pretty quick to talk through these now. So if I hit play, you can see that we're emitting particles from the entire surface. Our modes are from the points or the surface or the volume of the entire object. To show this off a little bit better, let's crank up our particle count. I'll go to properties and say I want a relatively short lifetime of 20 frames. And now if I hit play, you can see that we got a bunch of particles flying out, but they only live for a little while. Let's slow them down as well. We'll say 10. So you can see these all drifting out from the surface. Now we can change this to be emitting only from the points of the object. And now you can see we get these little streams of particles coming from every single point from the torus instead of the surface. And we can do from the volume. And now the entire interior volume is getting filled with particles. If we were to hide that, you can see that the volume is what is actually emitting the particles. So all of those are very, very useful. And next up, we've got the scatter. And actually the volume, you can see it's sampling via a voxel size. So you can increase or decrease your resolution of the voxel. Most of the time, it probably wouldn't need to be too high. Or I didn't even notice it, but this could also be coming from a grid on the inside. So if we activated that, I think the internals, actually this would be kind of cool. I want to see what this does. If I do a shot of particles, I'm not sure if the grid respects the count or not, but I want to do a shot and I want them to travel only for 30 frames. If we hide the torus, there is now a grid inside of there that's creating some particles. Yeah, it is based on the count. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Moving back to our emission. Actually, I'd like these to have their speed again. Back to our emission tab. That is volume. And then we got our surface. And both with points and surface, you can see that we have this restriction setting. And that restriction setting, we can feed in a polygon selection or a point selection. What's cool is a point selection will work on surface, which is essentially polygons, and a polygon selection will work in points, which is just points. So in points mode, a polygon selection will view all the points of the selection. And I think in surface mode, if 3 points make up a triangle, it'll count it as a selection. So why don't we just do a limited selection just for a second? So let's make it parametric. I'll right-click on the torus, add a other tag, and that will be a polygon selection tag. I want this to be limited to a particular area, so I'll make a spherical field. You see right there is the tolerance, which I think is probably pretty important. And I'll scoot this off to one side. So that should be selecting certain polygons. So now inside of the emitter, I'll say restrict to this polygon selection. And let's go back. Yeah, it's emitting from the surface. So if I hit play, and let's make way more particles, hit play, you now see that's emitting only from the section where the polygons were actually selected. And actually it's a shot, so let me say constant. So now it's constantly emitting particles from those selected polygons. And you can do the same with points. Moving on, all the rest of these settings are identical. They are the same settings we had before. We could be doing a shot of particles. We could be doing a pulse of particles, sending stuff off from this emitter. So that's pretty exciting. But then we got one other really important section, and that is we now have property maps. So we got this new section where we can feed in vertex maps and color vertex maps. And I gotta say, I love these little icons being here, displaying exactly what type of tag we can feed in. So that gives really good feedback. Yeah, we could add in a custom map and modify what the lifetime is. So why don't we do that? We don't need the selection tag anymore. Instead, we'll right click and add a other vertex map. In the vertex map, let's just use the same spherical field. Drop that in, and then you see we get this little fall off going on. So now I'll say in our mesh emitter, I want this vertex map to drive the lifetime. So keep in mind, when it's yellow, it's 100%. When it's red, it's 0%. So it's the lifetime times 0. So I think all the particles around here are going to live for a very short amount of time, where the ones in the very center will get the full lifetime, I think, of 22 frames. So let's hit play and see what we get. And let's see. Oh, it's a little bit subtle, but if we rotate around, you can see, yeah, these are disappearing really quickly, and these are living for a while. It'll be more extreme if we give our lifetime a little bit more time to be displayed. Start it over again, and we get the particles drifting away, and you can see the fall off. Actually, the fall off is really important, so let's crank up the fall off. So you see we get the full range there, hopefully. Hit play, and you know what? Let's make the particles be twice as big. So yeah, now you can see the fall off from them and how long that they're getting to live. So we can drag those maps into any of these properties. So that can be controlling the speed of the particles. We can control the direction map, and you see that wants a color vertex map. So it's probably based on like normal colors. We can control the alignment. So the initial direction also based on a color map, and the angular velocity. And then we've got the color map. That one's actually pretty fun. Why don't we make one of those? Right clicking, I'll say I would like another, this time vertex color map. And in here, I'll feed in a random field. And the random field is cool when it comes to colors because it generates all colors. So it is a noise. If we increase the scale, eventually we'll get some coherence going on. So there we go. Nice, smooth coherence. And let's even animate it. So I'll do 0.5 animation. So vertex color map inside of our mesh emitter driving the color. Hitting play, we now see that the particles coming from there are taking on the color of the surface as it was at the moment it was born. But that's an animated map, which is going to be constantly updating. So we're going to get different color particles as it goes. Why don't we make that actually animate even faster so we can, oh, I did 0.5. So let's make it 100%. And now we actually see those colors change. And as they change, our particles will change with them as they're born. So man, like already just from the emitters, you can see how much power we have controlling different things here. So very exciting. So that is everything that we can do differently with the mesh emitter. Although there is one last thing I should mention. Delete that out. You don't need those. The last thing that is important is that this does only allow you to feed in a single object, but you don't have to have a single object because you can always use a connect object. So if I make a connect object and drop in the torus, let's make a copy of the torus and change its orientation, scoot it over. And now in the mesh emitter, tell it to look at the connect. And now if I apply, all those properties are going to be applied to both of those meshes. So very, very handy. Always love when the connect object is being used. And honestly, even when I'm only making a single mesh, I oftentimes will still put it in the connect object and feed it through, because now I don't ever have to go into the emitter to update the object. I could say, you know what? I don't want that torus. I want a cube, and I can drop that inside, scale it over, move it to any location. And now when I refresh, it's going to be automatically updated without me having to go into this property and replace it. So yeah, connect objects, very powerful. Okay, we're actually going to skip the reproduce for now, because that one's really important. That's how we can add like child particles. But for now, let's jump to the spline emitter. And this one is very much like the mesh emitter, where we can create a spline of some sort. Why don't we make some text? And let's feed it in manually right there. So currently you see it's traveling along. Why don't we change the text to say 2024.4, put that in the middle, and I'll make a bold font. So excellent. Now the spline emitter, let's crank it up just so we can see them really clearly. I'm going to go to properties, which we're getting pretty familiar with. Tell it to only live for 22 and be traveling a lot slower. Constant color, hitting play. You now see we got a bunch of particles emitting from the spline. If we go back to our emission, you see we have a couple of different settings. We can say, don't travel from the entire surface of the spline, only be on the points of the spline. And now you can see kind of these straight edges. There's almost no particles except on the corners where there's actually a point. But these curved shapes, there's a bunch of points that make it up. So more emission. You can restrict this via a vertex map of all things, and there's a restriction threshold. There's no restriction when it comes to along. And right now, actually, it's random, but we could do it via an interval. So we could say, well, let's see, I want an interval of 10 units. And now you can see that we get spaces in between. So already so many different effects that we can do just on top of the spline. And lastly, no matter what settings you have, we have this thickness. So we could say, hey, don't emit directly on the spline. Kind of act like that's a spline that got swept. It's like a pipe shape, so we can offset by 5. And actually, if we said, this actually would demonstrate it clearly. Let's say it has a speed of 0. So just go for a couple of frames, and you can see that we've kind of got this hollow pipe shape around it, which is pretty neat. And then, of course, that has some variation, so it can be really close to the line and further from the line. And after that, everything is the same as we just described in the mesh emitter. Under properties, all the same settings, and under property maps, all of the same maps, because you can use parametric vertex maps and color vertex maps on these splines. So why don't we do a quick color one on there? So I'll say right click on the spline, create a other vertex color map, and let's feed in that random again. So that's going to be randomly creating color. And the size is probably pretty small, so let's jump it up to about 1,000 and tell that color map to be fed in right there. Hit play, and now we can see that we're getting colors on the spline, and we could animate that color field. We could have some sort of fall off if we feed in a different shape. So inside that color vertex map, instead of random, let's put in a spherical field. Move this up, and we can choose any color that we like. So let's go to our color remap. Right now, it's just a solid color. You say gradient. And in the gradient, let's load a preset, and let's grab one of these funky new ones. So we got this pink color. So now as they emit, you can see we get that color fall off from it. Change our particle group to show up a little bit better. And yeah, complete control over the colors of the particles. Or if you wanted to, of course, control over the lifetime, velocity, alignment, angular velocity, and the radius. So much power. And all we've done is looked at the 3 basic emitter types. There's so much to talk about when it comes to particles. So let's talk about making these particles renderable. How do we interact with them inside of the scene? We'll start completely from scratch. We'll start with another basic emitter. This time, I'd like it to be based on a circle so we can make a shock wave. Let's do a shot of 10,000 particles. And from the 10,000 particles, I would like to, let's do a velocity based on a radial. And now if I hit play, we should get a burst of particles at the time of 0 going out in all directions. Excellent. So how do we start making these real in some way? Well, like I said, the points live inside of the particle group. They've now got a bunch of attributes. They've got a radius. They've got a color. Now, by default, interestingly, if you start rendering in Redshift, those particles are going to render, I think, out of the gate. Hopefully my recording can handle this. Let it prepare, send. And now you see that even with nothing on there, those particles will render. So keep that in mind. I will say that tripped me up a couple times where I didn't want those to render in this way. But if you actually want to get more control over the way those look, what you should do is right-click and add a render tag and add a Redshift render tag. And you see that we have a particles tab you can access. And inside of there, you can do things like point instances and sphere instances and custom objects. So you can change this to work however you want. And once you've done that, then you can do things like add on materials onto it. So I'm not too interested in the rendering right now, though. So let's get rid of that. But keep in mind, if you want that to be controllable, the particles live in the group and put a Redshift tag directly on that group. So deleting that. Actually, you know what? While we're there, let's do one little thing, which is why don't we make sure that you know how to apply the colors to them? So if we go inside of our material, a new Redshift material, double click and just search for user. And inside of your user color data, you can get a preset. And one of them is particles. You say particle color or particle color with alpha. So now if I drop that on there, we've got the Redshift particle ready to render. And let's go back to our basic emitter. Tell it to be random, and let's do the full rainbow, because why not? Tell those to, actually, and why don't we add some variation on the radius so we can see that as well. So let's say a radius of 2 with a variance of 2, so anywhere from 0 to 4. So now, as those emit, we get this giant burst of particles, different radiuses. Apply the material, and let's make sure our particles are set to actually render something. So let's just say, we'll do sphere instances. That should work. So now open up Redshift and give that a moment to initialize. And now you see that those have all been essentially generated spheres. They have the color, they have the radius. So that's one way of making them real and controlling the color via the particles. Next up, let's turn these into lines. And here's what I like is these particles, there's not like all these crazy tools to essentially rebuild the wheel. We don't have to rethink the wheel. We already have a tracer object. So with this particle group selected, I will create a tracer object. I'll say, hey, limit from end, and let's just do like 22 frames. Now, when I hit play, we got bursts of particles, and I've got tracers tracing behind all of them, living for exactly 22 frames. That's how we get lines from it. To the best of my knowledge, there's no way of applying the color of the particle onto the individual lines, but cross my fingers for that feature in the future. So that is tracing them. Let's change this emitter back to something basic. In fact, why don't we just start from scratch? I will say a basic emitter, and I like changing it to circle because rectangle is just something we've had for so long. And this time, why don't we spin the entire thing downward and we start playing around a little bit. So in this case, I would like to, we're going to emit the particles. Let's have them only live for, I don't know, let's say 65 frames, and they don't need any speed because we'll let gravity do their thing. So if we hit play, you'll see particles are being generated, not going anywhere. Well, I want those to become objects of some sort. So how would we do that? Like we need geometry. Well, you use a cloner. Couldn't be more straightforward. We've got the particle group. So let's create a cloner, and we'll tell the cloner to be looking for an object. The object will be the particle group. Always remember, it's the group that's actually real. And what do we want? Well, let's create a tiny cube. Actually, let's grab our platonic shapes and make them a radius. Actually, I'm going to make them a radius of 1 because a radius 1 means they'll take on the radius of the object. So I'll just drop this in and I'll grab a couple of the different shapes. So hexa, and we can make a dodeca. So just a couple different shapes in there. So the cloner is cloning onto the particles. I'm going to say take on the particles scale, and let's go back to our emitter and say, okay, let's have their scale be 100. Actually, maybe not that big. We'll say 50 with a variation of 25. So now I hit play, and you'll see that we're going to get a whole bunch of different shapes, and they're taking on the exact size that the particle told them to be. But let's make it more interesting. Let's go into the emitter and say that they have a random color based on whatever we want. So let's grab this brighter gradient this time, hit play, and you'll see that the clones are automatically taking on the color. They're a little bit big right now, so I'm going to drop this way down. Let's say 10 variation of 5. And now let's push it even a little bit further. Yeah, now look at all those cool shapes being made. So we do something like right now they're all being created at the same rotation. So we'll go back into properties, and we don't need a velocity, but I do want some alignment. So let's say that it is random. So now as each shape is created, it's going to be at a random angle. Now let's right click on our cloner and add a simulation rigid body. So those are now going to be creating rigid bodies, not even applying any gravity or anything to the scene. It's all just the default settings, hit play, and now those are going to be created and start falling to the ground. Now, there's something really important I want to mention. So let's create a floor, drop it below, scale that up a bit, right click, simulation, collider, and I'll say collide with both sides. So here's what I want to talk about. Inside of the basic emitter, we can say that there's a limited lifetime, in this case, 65 frames. If you've ever tried to play around with particle stuff in the past with a cloner, there's a huge problem, because as a particle would die on the old emitter, as a particle would die, all the indexes would change. So the cloner, the first clone is trying to clone on the first particle, but if that first particle died, everything jitters all over the place. When it comes to the new particles, they always remember their absolute index. So that means if particle 1 dies, then okay, the first object dies, but all the other ones don't get shuffled around. So what that means is I can hit play, we get all these objects falling and colliding on the ground, and as the individual ones age out, they should disappear. Yeah, you see a bunch of them starting to disappear, but the shapes aren't all popping around. They're consistent, they're coherent. So we have complete control over these. So that's going to go a really long way for us being able to create like really cool, powerful animations that in the past we just couldn't. Essentially, think of how often you've had a bunch of particles flying off the screen and they're eating up a lot of calculation time, but you couldn't let them get deleted because the cloner would start popping the indexes around. So now automatically works. So now you've seen how we can render the particles directly, we can trace them, we can clone directly onto them. Honestly, there's probably even more ways to render them that I'm not currently thinking of. But that is a way of making your particles actually real in the scene and being able to tinker around with them. Let's reset that. Continuing to try and keep things simple. Same scene, just delete everything out from here. Let's just talk about how the different forces work. And they pretty much work exactly as you would expect them to. We can make any emitter. So we'll make a basic emitter. Let's make it a sphere this time. And again, I like doing this burst of 10,000 particles. At some point, I should maybe make a preset here where I can say, hey, default preset to do these different shapes that I really like. We'll do a shot of 10,000 particles. And hey, why not? Let's make some crazy random colors. Ooh, we'll do flame 6 this time. So we do a burst of particles and they're all kind of flying around. Let's get rid of them flying around. So properties, lifetime, yes, but velocity, 0. So particles get created. Now we've got a whole bunch of different forces, all the forces we're used to. Now, some of these I almost never use. We got things like the attractor. I tend not to like the attractor. The attractor has like a built-in fall off. If it gets closer to the center, it gets stronger. If it gets further away, it gets weaker. So I always use a sphere and a field force, but we'll get there. The ones I use most often are going to be turbulence, wind, gravity, and probably friction. But all of these work, even the destructor, I think, and even the attractor. So let's start out with the turbulence. Make a turbulence. By default, the default settings, very weak and no scale. So if we hit play on that, these are going to get created and all of them are going to start drifting around. And because we have a scale of 0, it's kind of infinitely random. So they just kind of randomly drift. But if we change the scale to be something larger, a little bit more coherent, like 50, you can see that this will drift around sort of like a cloud. And look at all the different particle colors, like really cool out of the gate. And of course, you can change the strength and the scale to make these different, the animation speed. And we don't need to go through all of them because they all behave exactly as they traditionally have. We can make a wind. Let's set that to 55. And now it can blow all the particles in a particular direction. And then we've got friction, which right now it's not going to, we'll say friction until we actually have a circumstance to see it. But if you want gravity to affect particles, then we just make a gravity. And now those particles will start at 0, but gravity will take over and they'll all start to plummet straight down. So yeah, forces working exactly as you expect. you can get fancy with field force. And I feel like most people don't play with field force enough, probably because they don't play with fields enough. And it's so powerful. You can do so many different things. And I'm sure we'll have a couple examples using this, but we can do a very basic one. Let's just make a field force. Keep in mind, you got 3 different modes. Add to the velocity, which is the way things like turbulence work. Set an absolute velocity to just be like, okay, that's the speed and direction you're going, just go. And then change direction, which means don't change the speed, but hey, you got new orientation. And using field forces, you can drop in any field and they all have crazy different properties and will create brand new behaviors for you. So you can do something simple like just create a solid, and a solid is essentially a vector direction that just says, hey, everything in range, which is infinity, go up. And right now it's a strength of 5. So if I hit play, you see everything is very, very weakly going to go up. I tend to find the strength here needs to be a little bit stronger for them to really travel. But yeah, all those can travel up. Or we can delete that and make something a little fancier like a random field. And this random field, as we make this larger, you're going to start seeing a little bit of coherence there. So now we hit play, and it's going to be akin to the turbulence, but there's a little bit more visual control over this. You'll see more of this later. So you see these drifting around. And you get all the controls of noise, like the speed and the scale and the way they rotate around. We'll be getting fancier with that in a little bit. So yeah, forces, just apply to particles, and it's great. And right now, this is going to become very important for the next section. You see my field force is just hanging out in the rest of the hierarchy, just doing its thing. So now it's time to get into the meat of what makes this particle system really exciting. And that is the idea of conditions. Conditions mean that we are going to limit an effect via some trigger. Some condition needs to be met. So it's kind of like this if-then situation in kind of programming terms, or just saying like, hey, if this condition is met, I want something to happen. So in this case, even a particle group is a condition. It's a condition saying like, I'm in this particle. And we're going to be using that concept a lot. So right now we've got this cool burst of purple particles, but let's make a different emitter. So just to be different, why don't we make a spline emitter? And the spline emitter will view, I always want to do a text spline because that makes it super unique. So let's make a text spline. We'll say 0.4, go to middle, and I'll just offset that in space over here. Okay, cool. So spline emitter, please look at the spline object. And again, let's just do a shot of particles, 10,000 of them. And the color will be random. And the gradient this time will be, let's do that one. Okay, cool. So hitting play, we now have 2, let's get the speed out of there. So 0 speed. So now we have 2 different particle systems, and you see these 2 particle systems are feeding into 2 different groups. We got group 1 and we got group 2. So we should probably name these. So I'll just copy spline emitter and rename that there, and basic emitter, basic emitter. So I just know which one is which. It doesn't actually change any functionality. So let's say I want turbulence to affect both of them. I can create a new turbulence, and again, let's give it a decent scale, make it a little bit stronger. If I hit play right now, it's just both of those are going to be affected at the same time in the exact same way. But check this out. I love the way this works. Instead of some sort of complex exclude list or something like that, all I have to do is say, I want the turbulence to only apply to that burst of purple particles. All I have to do is drop this as a child of the basic group. This will be spline group. So now with turbulence as a child, it's now in a condition of, is it in that group? So now when I hit play, you see the text isn't affected at all, but this one was. And then let's say I want a different turbulence applied to that one. So I'll duplicate this turbulence into the spline group. This time say, okay, it's a really tiny one that's really weak, so very random. This one's coherent, that one will be random. So now when I hit play, that one gets a little randomness, and this gets the big flowy one. It's that simple. You just drop it as a child of a particular group, and it's applied only there. Oh man, I super apologize that the frame rate's so all over the place. In my viewport, it's looking really nice, and in my recording, it's kind of choppy, so apologies. So that is applying the condition to these different setups. But you can start going so much further than that. Right now, that's just the group. We could do things like, well, let's create a friction, and I leave the friction outside of the groups, and we can crank that up even higher. So it's constantly draining energy out. So it's draining energy out from both of them. So they don't ever get too crazy. You see, it's not flying out of control. This friction is applying to both of them. I could say, you know what? I want that crazy friction only to apply to the number 4. So I drop it after the turbulence. And now that one gets all crazy, and this one is free to drift. But I can make a duplicate of it. And this time say, hey, you're really strong on the friction, so it can go only super slowly. So you can see how easy it is to start stacking those. Now, something important to note is the order of operations does matter, especially as we get a little bit more complex here, that the different effects, they will change if you rearrange their order. Now, something like turbulence and friction, not terribly different, but as we continue, keep that in mind. There's something called multi-group. So if I were to select spline group and basic group and create a multi-group, it's actually going to feed those in automatically, all the ones you have selected. So now we've got a group that can feed properties to both things at the same time. So if we had 4 different groups, I don't need to make like 2 different turbulences for 2 different objects. I can say, no, combine those 2 and apply the turbulence to both at the same time. So we can just keep on stacking up these group concepts and have very direct control over different objects. And all of it happens right here in the object manager. And I think that's one of my favorite things about the new particle system, that we don't have all these in-excludes or link lists where we have to go into the object and see what's connected. You just see it right here in the viewport. I dig that. Now, let's get things going a little bit more exciting by introducing some additional conditions. Like I said, the group itself is a condition, but now let's make a new condition right here. So making a condition, what is this condition going to be? Well, let's make that turbulence. I really like the way that that is applying overall. So I'll just drag this down. It's applying everywhere, make it a little more powerful, and again, give it some scale. Hit play, you see both of those being affected completely right from the beginning. Well, let's make this condition. Ooh, look at the condition. Inside, we've got different properties. These are the different properties of the particles. These are properties of a group. And we can say something like, oh, we've got the age of the particle. So if the age of the particle is the condition, what do we want to have happen? So the condition is the age. So we can say right now, if the age equals 0, so only at frame 0. If I can say if the age is greater than or equal to, so once these particles have become 30 frames old or older, do what? Well, it's a condition. So I'm going to say when your condition is met, execute on the turbulence. The condition was met, so I hit play, 30 frames of nothing, and then suddenly they activate. The condition was met. So we can now create conditions based off of any of these properties, and not only off of any of these properties, but any of those properties as combined with this comparison. So equals, greater than, less than or equals, not equals, like inside a particular range. So like an upper and a lower, or outside of said range. So just those are going to open up so many crazy possibilities. So I want to keep on keeping things nice and simple. You see that this range, we could say inside of a range. So we can say if the age is that the lower range will be 30, and I'll say the upper range will be 60. So now I can only have this turbulence applied for those 30 frames. On top of that, let's create a nice heavy friction, and we'll crank that way up to 1,000. So friction is constantly trying to be applied, but the turbulence is only applied a little bit at a time. So we have play from the beginning, and you see nothing moves, and then suddenly we're going to get 30 frames of them drifting around, and then it turns back off again, and the friction is going to kick in constantly and drain out the power. So those all move to a new position. Maybe the friction's a little high in this particular instance. So we can see those drift around and then freeze up again thanks to the friction with a very simple condition. Now, that condition, because it's outside of any particular group, it's just applying everywhere. But we can apply it to a specific group. So let's say we want the purple blob again to be affected. So I'll drop that condition inside of the basic group. So now, if it's in the basic group and the condition of the age is met because it's inside the range of frame 30 to frame 60, execute on anything that's a child of that condition. So now when I hit play, only that one is going to execute, and you see it starts drifting around. Now, an important thing to note, do you see how the colors were changing there a little bit? That threw me off in the beginning. Essentially, the color, what it's going to do is gray out when you have a condition selected. It grays out everything that is not part of that group. So it's kind of like the opposite of what you think. So if the color changes, those are particles that have nothing happening to them. So essentially, when these particles turn bright, that means their condition is true. They're getting their original color, they're not faded out. That means it's getting applied. All those conditions were met, and now they're not met anymore. So keep that in mind. That might be a little inverse of what you're thinking. Maybe that'll change in the future, I'm not sure. But 2 conditions met, and now hopefully you start seeing a little bit of the power here. Inside of the conditions, there are a bunch of them. We can have conditions on the alignment, on the velocity, on the color, on the distance it's traveled total, if it's in a particular group or not. what the total lifetime of the object is, the position, radius. Like, look at all these: age, percentage, and velocity speed. I use both of those really often. So just, yeah, the mind starts getting boggled by the sheer amount of possibilities as you start thinking about these conditions. But we don't just have one condition, we have more. So let's pull that out and delete that one. You'll see we also have a field condition. A field condition is usually just a space. It's like using any of the fields, and that's essentially what it means, obviously, is if it's within the condition of the field. So in this case, I could say, okay, if it falls within the spherical field. So, for me, I'm going to get this inner offset so it's pretty much full power all the way through, and I'll scoot this over here so it's actually catching a little bit of our blob and a little bit of the 4. So if it's inside of that range, then the condition is met and the turbulence should execute. So hitting play, you'll see that only the particles in that range are getting it applied. Crazy. And that is a field condition on top of the other conditions. So we could say, well, once it's a certain age and in the spherical field, do something. And the last major condition, I know we're kind of glossing over like the billion possibilities in each of these, but the last condition is going to be our time condition. And this one's really important. So the time condition means you can just say, hey, once the scene time has done something, so if the scene is greater than or less than or equals, execute on something. But this condition, what I've started doing is thinking of it a lot like the plane effector, where if you remember in the early MoGraph days, there was no plane effector, but oftentimes you wanted something to apply to everything. So if you want a condition to be met at a particular time that you can then turn off, using a time condition can work really well. So you also have the option to get all the pulse settings. So you can have a start frame, a duration. So you can get a looping condition that happens again and again and again. And of course, these conditions can get applied on top of each other. So only if all conditions are met. Now, I don't want to get too crazy. Right there, it's just shown a lot of the possibilities. And as we continue, it's going to turn a lot more into not, clicking on every single setting. Like for the most part, you just have to understand that when you make a condition, we don't have time, and it's impractical to explain what all these individual things are. But, distance traversed, that seems pretty intuitive. Once a particle has traveled a particular distance, it can do something. So you just keep that in mind. And when you're trying to create cool, crazy, complex things, you're going to be able to reapply that and, make any vision that you can have pop in your head. So it would be impractical to go through all these conditions, like the field condition and the time condition and all these different properties, and spend a half hour talking about the specifics of distance traversed. There's going to be unique properties with that and unique ways of thinking about it, and thinking about how far the individual particles have traveled to trigger some new condition. But a lot of these are just building blocks that you tinker around, have the tools in your head, and now you'd be able to make any rig that you can think of. So we've got these forces here, but now we've got these new modifiers. All these modifiers will change some property of the particles. So essentially, we should just start stepping through here. So the very first one is the color mapper. It is probably one of the most basic of them. So let's just create this. And I'm going to leave it outside of all the groups. And what this is essentially a range mapper for color. What you're going to do is say, well, take some property of the particles and then map it onto some colors. Right now, it's on a property, which just means it's a gradient. We can map something onto this gradient of colors. And right now, I've got this outside of all of the groups, so it's going to apply everywhere. In this case, let's say when the age is from 0 to, let's say 90, it's going to map onto 0 to 90 over its age. And you see it's applying to everything because it's outside of every group. Hitting play, you see that our colors were overridden entirely because we've got a condition applying everywhere. If we let these start aging, you see it's now transitioning through all of those colors until we reach 90, and it'll just stay at the final color. And it's like, oh my goodness, like the power of these gets so crazy. Now you could do things like repeat. So if we activate repeat, I do believe that when it reaches the end of the blue, it's going to jump back to red and then repeat the entire thing again. So that will go on forever. It can actually be applying only to the alpha. Immediately, it's like, okay, that's really cool. But then we can do things like, well, I want this to be based on the distance traveled. So in this case, let's make another turbulence so that these actually have a little bit of travel, and we'll apply it only to the basic group. So in this case, again, give it some scale and not too much strength. Actually, we'll leave it at 5. So I hit play, and those will start traveling around. But actually, let's go to the color mapper. You can see that's a distance traveled now from 0 to 90, which I actually, coincidentally, I think is going to be a good value. Hitting play, you see as these travel, they change to new colors. The ones that move faster, their color changed faster. Actually, let's turn off repeats because I don't want them looping this time. So we'll let these keep on traveling, and they're going to transition to blue, and they'll stay blue forever, just based on how far they traveled. So look at all these different properties that we could apply this to, and you can remap the colors. Now, you can also map the age to not the particular gradient of this property, but you can do it to a field. So now we could say the color is going to be mapped onto, say, a spherical field. So we make a spherical field, drag it over, and this is just going to apply the color of the field itself directly. So we go to the color map, set it to be a gradient. Even, yeah, right here, it's a black to white gradient. So now if I hit play, you see that the gradient is getting applied straight up through the fields. And lastly, we have noise. So we apply color just via a noise in the world as it travels around. So in this case, we've got that gradient again. If we have play, we've got a kind of world noise. Probably I would take that and let's make a different color. Let's go back to the big old rainbow gradient. So now as they start traveling around the noise, you can see that they're going to change as they pass through the cloud of noise. They don't inherently have one color forever. It will move around with that noise. Let's make them bigger again. So grab the group and increase the particle size so we can see them a little more clearly. So yeah, those will now change color as they pass through. If you look at any one particle, which might be a little bit tough, but you can see the color changing. So yeah, very cool. So color mapper, very powerful, the way of controlling color on objects. Deleting that, next up we have the data mapper or data mapper. I use both terms. So what does that do? Well, it enables us to map any bit of data to any other bit of data, all the information about the particles. So again, let's create one and drag it down. And what do we want that to do now? Well, we can map the age. So why don't we do that? We'll take the age from 0 to 90, and then we can control some other property. You see, we get some different properties here. We could potentially change the color if we wanted to, but in this case, you have to control it via a vector. So if I set, well, actually we have to do R and G and B individually, but we could change the internal value of the distance traveled. We can make the lifetime increase. We could change the position. We can change our velocity speed. That one might be good, actually. Let's change our velocity speed. So when the age is 0, we'll say the velocity is only 1, but then as the age gets up to 90, we'll increase the speed up to 55. So now let's rewind and hit play, and you'll see these drifting around very slowly, but then suddenly they get really fast. And that's because we've remapped the age. But you'll see by default, there's actually the spline. So it's going to ramp in and then ramp back out again. So in this case, it took the age, sped up, and then slowed down. But we could change the spline to anything we like. We do linear, and now it's going to just ramp up to be fast, and then the last value will just stay there forever. So those will just keep on drifting around at exactly the speed of 55 forever. So, man, think of how much stuff you're going to be able to do with just the data mapper. Like how much we can change any of these properties are going to immediately remap onto any of those. Like, it's crazy. But then you can also do things with a field. So now we can map onto the velocity speed. So we can like change the age based on if it drifted into a particular field. If it went into a particular cloud of random noise, you can change the velocity of that. You can change the color based on if it drifted in. We can change the radius depending on if it's drifted in or out of a field. And that's just using a data mapper, not even using any sort of condition. Keep in mind, you could drop the data mapper into a condition, so it would only be executing when the condition was met. And of course, you can also map it directly in the noise. So you have a big old cloud of noise mapping onto any of those same values. So yeah, we will be building a couple rigs as we get to the end of this video. So we'll definitely be using some data mapper. Next up is kind of tied for one of my favorite things inside of particles, and that is the very clean and simple math node. Let me show you how powerful this can be. Let's start from scratch, actually. So let's delete everything, and I will create a basic emitter. And this is actually a setup I highly recommend people do, like as you're playing around testing your particles. Treat things two-dimensionally when you can. So you can see I've made a 1000 by 1000 grid. It's not unusual for me to make something like a figure and even just scoot it off the side just to keep myself reminded of what the scale of this is going to be. So we've got our particle group, and I'll change our size up to 2. Let's change our emitter color because we don't just want to be seeing green all the time. We'll make a nice orangey color. And if I emit the particles, you see that we're going to be getting a constant flow of particles. But what I'd like to do is, let's just do a burst of them, as we often do, a shot of 10,000 particles, and give it a speed of 0. Cool. So now we get a burst of particles, and they'll just sit there forever. So I want to get some turbulence going in here. So we'll say, okay, turbulence, I can say limit to that particle group. Let's give it a decent amount of power and a pretty big scale, actually, because it's pretty large this time. But I want them to slow down a little bit. I don't want them going crazy all the time and going faster and faster and faster. So we'll make a friction, and I'll drop the friction in there and say friction's pretty high. If I hit play, we'll get kind of this big cloud of orange particles, and they're just drifting around doing their thing. But something you'll notice is they're drifting in 3 dimensions. So even though we started out, let me show you, we start out very flat, the turbulence is making them drift all over the place. But what if I wanted this to be 2D? I want them to just stay in one spot always. I don't want them to be going forward and backward on our Z here. Well, that is where our handy dandy math node comes in. So let's make a math node and drop this after the friction probably. So you can see we have an operation. The operation, I just love how simple this is. We have an operation, and we can add, subtract, multiply, divide, a whole bunch of them. But to me, the most important one is assign. We can just assign a value. So I'm going to say I want to assign a value. Oops, not divide. I want to assign a value. I want to assign a constant value of 0. What value do I want to set to 0? I want, you can see we're already on the position. I want the Z to constantly be set to 0. So turbulence is trying to push it in all directions. Friction slows it down. But math is after the fact going to say, yeah, but no matter how far you drifted on Z, you're back to 0. So now let's try this again. If I hit play, you'll see we're getting these drifting around in all orientations, but this time, not all orientations. It is flat on Z. So I was able to, no matter what I put in here, no matter what forces, what wind, this math is going to say it has to stay 2-dimensional. So look at this very different looking effect that we can get right away. Imagine you take that, we can throw a tracer. Let's grab particle group, make the tracer on there, limit it from the end. Let's do 22 frames. Now, 2-dimensionally, we can get these lines drifting around, making this cool pattern. Let's spin around again. Nice and flat. Like, oh, so cool. So that is just math overriding everything. So what can we override? Well, we can override the position. We can override the radius. We can change the velocity. We can change the velocity speed. We can change the age. We can say that all these particles are set to a new age based on some condition. Let's rewind that and let's apply math in some other way. Now, right now, friction and turbulence are kind of taking things over a little bit. I'm going to delete that friction and let's add on, actually, let's give them a little bit of speed right now. I'm going to say I want, when the particles are born, I want them to begin traveling upward. So I want a velocity speed of, let's just say 11, and I want the direction to be custom up on, scroll this down, we say the vector of y. So it's saying travel upward on that vector. So if I hit play, you see that, the turbulence is still going. I'll turn that off. So you can see all these are being created and they're traveling upwards very, very slowly. So now let's make a new math node, drop that inside, and I'm going to say I want to add to your velocity speed. Actually, let's not even add. This could be a little bit crazy, but I'm going to say multiply, and this is going to be crazy. Let's say that the current speed multiplying by 1 would equal the same amount. It's like take your current value and equal your current value. But let's say your speed is going to be 1.1. So it's getting 10% faster every single frame. So let's hit play. And now you see the particles start out slow, and now they're going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and they're going to keep on accelerating forever, going crazy fast. But we could almost build our own custom friction as well. Now, this time, we don't have to multiply it to go faster. Let's bring in the turbulence, so they're going to be wiggling around again. What I'm going to do is tell them to keep on going slower and slower. So turbulence is trying to speed them up. But I'm going to tell the math to not multiply to make them faster. I'm going to say multiply by 0.9 to make them go slower every single frame. So now rewind and hit play, and now turbulence is constantly trying to add speed to it, but the multiply is trying to slow them down. So I've now used math to make my own custom friction on here. I could say actually lose half of your speed every single frame, and the turbulence is constantly adding in new speed, but you see I've now made it slower. We could set we could assign an absolute speed. So now whatever number I type in here is the speed they have to go. Every particle, regardless if the turbulence was strong or weak, I've said this is the speed you have to go. So the math modifier, incredibly powerful. Honestly, it's my go-to. Making simple conditions and then a math modifier is so much of the power in the system. And assign, add, and multiply are the ones I'm most often using. So very exciting. And you can change any of these via a constant or via a field or via another property. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Moving on, we've got some more straightforward things, some more straightforward conditions. So let's simplify some of this. Oh, and by the way, really good idea to rename these. So I've been naming this like math.z, just to know that's slowing it down. And this math, this would be math dot maybe friction, just so I know what those are supposed to be doing. Now let's delete those out. Let's change up our emitter. I'll make it random this time and do another crazy color. Let's grab sky 3 this time. So we'll get a bunch of particles getting emitted, hit play. Okay, they're looking nice. Let's delete out that tracer. So maybe we get a slightly better frame rate for the recording, because again, it's pretty good on my monitor. So those are drifting around. So we've got a condition or a modifier called kill. Seems pretty straightforward. Let's make some sort of condition. So we'll just say, okay, time condition. The time condition will apply only to this particle group. And we'll say when the time, let's just say equals, when it equals 55, there's a 100% chance, and we haven't talked about that yet, we have a chance that we can apply things. So we'll say when it's exactly frame 55, there's a 100% chance to kill everything that's met the condition. So let's hit play. We get our particles drifting around, and right around here is frame 55, and then boop, all the particles die instantly. Let's change that time condition though. Let's say the time is greater than or equals. So let's say starting at the time of 30, there is now a 10% chance that the particle dies. But every single refresh, every single frame, the condition is going to be met again and again and again and again. And every time there's a 10% chance of any given particle to just die, to be killed by this modifier. So now let's say play, and then we get all these particles drifting around doing their thing, and now they slowly die off. Their lifetimes were still 100, but this kill modifier with a condition was able to have complete control over those. So yeah, kill condition is great. And keep in mind, like lots of ways of combining this, if we made a field condition, you make a field condition and put a spherical field in there, make it nice and big, and I'm going to get rid of that fall off. So that is now a condition. When that condition is met, and I'll say, yeah, the tolerance is fine. So if I drop the kill condition in there as well, so now when that condition is met, it will kill them. Now, the kill modifier has only one property, and it has its own chance of killing things. But now, actually, I think everything might die inside of it. Yeah, everything instantly died inside of that circle. I wanted the opposite. So in my field condition, we could invert, or I'll just go to my spherical field and say remapping, invert. So now hit play, and now only stuff inside is valid, but as soon as they drift out, they're going to get killed. But we can grab the kill and drop our chance down to 10%. And now, as they escape, you'll see some of them get to live for a little while, but eventually they'll get caught up because they're rolling the dice again and again and again and again, and some that will eventually die. Some might live for a really long time, but yeah, that's so cool. So yeah, simple conditions and simple modifiers. That's where a lot of the power comes in. Now, moving on. Let's look at our switch group. Switch group is pretty straightforward, and we haven't really done too much of this, but what I'd like to do is do the exact same condition, so this field condition, and I want it to switch to a new group. Now, we don't have another group yet, so let's just make one. So I'll say, okay, here's a new particle group, and we'll just call this group.switched. And just so we can see it, I'm going to, actually, no, let's not do that. We'll do it with a condition, because I love doing those with conditions. So when this condition is met. So when that condition is met, I will say I want to switch the group. So I drop this inside. Now it already knows what group it's in. So now I'm going to say switch it to this group. Now, when it switches groups, like that's cool, it's going to switch the group, but not really much changes. One thing you will see that is this group only has a size of 1, where this one has 2. So you actually do see the change. But I'm going to say draw the size 2. And now we can't even tell. We can't tell what is happening, except the condition of the turbulence is only the ones that are inside the circle. The ones outside the circle aren't meeting that condition because they are a separate group. So as soon as those escape outside of the field condition, the turbulence is no longer applied. Now they're still drifting, but we can now inside of this new group do something like make a simple friction. So they'll very quickly lose all of their energy. So they get flung out from the middle, switch groups, and then slow down. Look how simple that was to put together. Now, in addition to that, there are all these other modifiers. So we could do something like a color mapper. Let's make a brand new color mapper. Currently, it's applying to everything, but I'll say, hey, this only applies in this condition. So in this condition, what will happen? Well, I'll just say pretty much I want it to always happen. So we have a direct field that we could apply, but I'm thinking, let's just say if the age is from 0 to 0, essentially it just means always, I'll just say, hey, turn them red. We'll say an absolute color. So anything outside of that group instantly gets everything applied. And as soon as those exit, you see they get their color swapped as well. So instantly switching between them. Keep in mind, this is 3-dimensional. So they are going in forward, in front of and in back of it. So it might be a good time to reintroduce that math. And I do this all the time. You're going to see me do it all the time to make this 2-dimensional. So we'll put this math in. Actually, it will always be happening after the turbulence. And I want to assign the position of Z a value of 0. So now this has become 2-dimensional. So now these will drift only exactly as you see them, and the red dots will only be outside the circle. Oh, so cool. So that's working excellently, exactly what I want. And now it just starts turning into what do we want to make? Like, it's incredible the things we can do. We've now switched groups, and every group can have its own conditions. We could now say, yeah, there's friction there, but let's add in some gravity. So we'll grab one of our gravity forces, drop that in as well. The friction will get applied, but I think this will start falling a little bit. So all those red ones begin falling out of the scene. And as soon as the blue exit, they turn red and they immediately start drifting downward. Now we could add more conditions in. This is where things start getting super crazy, is we've now got this switched group. But what if we make another field condition? I'm going to duplicate this very first one and let's just scoot it down. So now we've got a second condition right there. And this time I'm going to say, what do I want? Well, I want to switch the group back to the original group again. So it's going to swap back. Now, even though it's going to swap back, that means turbulence will reactivate, but the color, these colors were uniquely created at that moment. But in our color mapper, we now say, well, that condition was met. So I want to set them to a field color, and I'll grab a random field, and that's already got some colors. So I'll say remap the gradient, and yeah, let's turn them black and white. So in this case, when this field is hit, this field, it's going to remap the colors again, and it's going to switch the group back to the original one. Now, keep in mind, you definitely want to make sure that your color or these properties get applied before you switch the group. Like I said, order of operation matters. If the switch group comes before it, it will have switched to the other group, and therefore the color mapper can't apply because it's not even part of the group anymore. So definitely, yeah, you can trip over that if you're not careful. So let's let these start falling. And as they pass through here, it looks like I modified I swapped the wrong color mapper. But yeah, these will turn black and white. And as they fall in this one, they're going to get swapped to the red group or modified to turn red. So look at how much power, how crazy this is. And we've barely scratched the surface. This is just the raw potential. It's crazy. So I think it's time to start a new scene because we're getting a little bit crazy on that one. So let's move on to the next. We'll begin by deleting everything because, everything else is default settings. And let's see, what shape should we make this time? This time, let's make a spline emitter. So we'll start out with let's make a cogwheel spline. And that's selected. So when I create my spline emitter, you will see that the emitter automatically got fed the cogwheel. If we hit play, we are emitting particles from it. Excellent. So just to be more visible, let's crank up the size a bit. And this time we want to do the look. So here's my thought. We've got some particles emitting. Let's get more of them. So this time let's do a constant. So it'll be constantly making 1,000 particles. They can be moving relatively fine. Yeah, they'll be moving kind of quickly. And I mean, I like to distinguish them. So we'll apply some random color. This time we'll just make our own random color. So let's make them kind of a crazy, yeah, that'll work. So kind of this purple to green, and hit play. And now we're randomly creating those colors, drifting around, doing their thing. So now, how about we display these as actual objects? We'll clone onto them. So grabbing that particle group, I'll say we got a cloner. Actually, selecting it didn't do anything. I'll set that to object and then drag in our particle group. And I will say that, yeah, we can take on the scale of the particle if we want to, but honestly, I don't even care about that. So what I do want to do is clone onto them. And I want to clone, not a cone, let's do a pyramid. And I think Z is always forward, so we'll say Z plus, and we'll make the pyramid way smaller. So let's do 11 XYZ. So we'll do 11 by 11 by 20. So we kind of got this pointy pyramid. That is so not true. Let's go 22 on that one and set 11. So there we go. That is now facing forward. We get this longer pyramid to kind of give us an orientation. Drop that inside of our cloner, and now you see they're cloned all over and automatically took on the color. Very nice. We can also set our cloner to multi-instance, and most of the time with particles, you can do that. If you're running like simulations and stuff, you can't, but otherwise, that's just going to make it run way quicker. So let's allow those to zip around, and you see they are in the correct orientation based on what they're doing. But these particles, as they are currently set up, are just going to fly forward forever. So let's add a turbulence in there. And notice when I add this turbulence in, and it's applying everywhere. So we'll give it not too much strength, and we'll give it 11. And why is it doing that? I must have been clicking tilde. And give it some pretty big scale, so like 200. And if I hit play, we should start seeing those forces get applied. It's going to be drifting around, doing their own thing. That's fine. Now, they're going to go faster and faster and faster, so I always like throwing in a friction as well, just to slow them down again, so things don't get too crazy. Is 10 enough? Yeah, they don't seem to be getting too crazy now. Okay, so we get these drifting around, but this is not affecting their direction. Their position is drifting around, but not their direction. And this is where look comes in. It's actually really straightforward. We can activate look and drop it. Order of operations, it should be the last thing happening. You can now see that they are looking in the direction that they're traveling. So instantly, via this, we're getting kind of some cool flocking looking thing going on. But just getting that orientation goes a really long way. Now, keep in mind, we got an up direction, so they're aligned upward. Their forward orientation is based on the velocity direction. I feel like 90% of the time, that's probably what you're going to want to reach for. Now, you can add some variation on their velocity direction. We can change their alignment. But for the most part, I don't think you need to change those very often. One thing I actually haven't, I literally haven't done it. I've assumed I understood what it does, but we've got this look rate. So what I'd like to do is make these be zipping around really quick, like really changing their orientation. So I think I'm going to increase our strength and decrease the scale. So now, in theory, yeah, you see that these are going to be turning and twitching really quickly because, you know, the noise is very random. Now they're instantly applying to this orientation. But if we grab, and apologies for the frame rate. It's driving me crazy. Like, I hope everybody's cool with that. We can keep, well, I can't think of a way of making it go smoother. So let's keep going. Anyway, these are drifting around, doing their thing. Under look, we've got our look rate. I'm going to say 25%. So to me, that means it's going to take every frame, it's going to rotate 25% of the way towards the orientation. So that means they'll turn slowly. So it's going to start drifting, and then it rotates. Yeah, as these spin around, it's working exactly as expected it to. The look is slowly going to rotate to their current orientation. So as these zip around quickly, there's going to be a lot of lag to their rotation. So that's really cool. So I'll go back up to 100%. Like I said, most of the time you probably want it to be 100%. And we get these drifting around. So that is the look modifier. But that's going to be becoming important when it comes to the next two, which is spin and turn. Now, honestly, I haven't used these too much. So why don't I'm going to give this file a save. And instead of using this look, let's start playing around with the spin. Now, honestly, we haven't even played with the spin when it comes to the emitter. So we could go to the original spline emitter. We can twirl a bunch of this up. And we've got our alignment. So the initial direction that they're going to be looking when they're created. So if we hit play, you see they're just automatically on their velocity direction with a regular up vector. But we could change this to just be tangential or based on a target. We say based on a particular axis. So if I say Z+, when I play, they're all going to be aiming exactly the same orientation. Now, look would force them to rotate into the proper spot. But now these are all uniform. So now we get the option of adding some angular velocity. So let's add on, I'm not sure how much, I'll say 45, and let's hit play and see what we get. So now, okay, yeah, now they are seemingly just spinning around randomly, and it's based on their initial velocity direction. So we could set that to be random on their initial orientation, and now they shall just randomly spin. Now, it's not spinning too quick, so this must be a slower value. So we can crank that up to 90, go a little bit quicker, and we can see them start to drift and rotate around. So anyway, that is basic angular velocity. We can actually just see it now. I'll get rid of that. And the angular velocity, yeah, that should be 0. The axis, I mean, typically I would want that to be based on their velocity direction. So we could go back to that and let these start drifting. And let's limit them. I hope maybe it'll speed up the recording. If I say only make these, I'm going to emit only for, right now it's constant. I'll set it to a range. So it's only emitting for the first 15 frames. So hit go, and now we get a couple emissions, and that's going to keep it a little bit lighter. Okay, so they're drifting around. Now, pretty straightforward. Let's slow down that turbulence. It's pretty strong right now. And let's add in some spin. So after everything else has happened, I'm going to say give it some spin. Add speed is an option. Set speed and set speed plus a vector. So we'll just add in some speed on the spin. So I'll say 90, and you see all these are going to spin. Now we said add speed, so it's constantly adding more and more and more. We could set the speed, so now these are all forced to rotate at exactly 90. And we can add some speed variation if we wanted to. Speed these up to maybe 360 now. But anyway, you can see this will add spin on top of it. And we could go really fancy and set like a particular vector direction. So based on the alignment, spin 360 based on a particular direction. We could do a global one. And all these will give different properties. All of them are just required for whatever particular thing you're trying to build. Okay, so that is spin. Next up is turn. And now turn is an interesting one because it can throw you off if you're not using it very precisely. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's start completely from scratch, except I'm going to keep my cloner. So I will make a basic emitter, and this couldn't be more simple. I'm going to do a shot of 1. So we're going to emit exactly 1 particle, hit play, and boom, 1 particle. Clone onto that, and now we get a single clone. So now let's say I want to also look in the proper direction. It's going to be looking in the velocity direction. So always forward. So we hit play, and that's going to be traveling forward. So now we get a really cool option called turn. Now, if we put turn on all the time, it's going to look weird. So we need a condition. The condition for me will be a time condition. The time condition says when the scene time equals, let's say 30 frames. Now we want to add a turn. So I drop the turn inside of the time condition. And let's say that based on its current alignment, I want on Z plus it to do a turn of, I'm going to say 180, but I think it's always half the number. I'm not sure. I haven't done this in a bit. So if I play, it travels forward, and at frame 30, suddenly we're going to get a turn. Actually, it's a pretty subtle turn. I'm going to change that to X plus. Let's see what that does. Hit play. And now at frame 30, it suddenly turns 90 degrees on X. Now, I think, yeah, its orientation wasn't perfectly straight there, but you see we got that sharp turn suddenly happen. Now, we could change this time condition to something like a pulse. So now it's going to start at frame 0, and then for a duration of exactly 1 frame, let's say every 30 frames, it's going to do that again. In fact, let's speed it up to 15 frames, and it has a 100% chance of succeeding. So now if we hit play, every 15 frames, it's suddenly going to turn another 90 degrees. So like, that's really fun. It's very important though, that you combine the turn with the look. If it's not constantly looking forward, then the turn is not going to have a new orientation to be based off of. I've multiple times I've made rigs where I didn't turn on, or I forgot to make a look, and it just wasn't working. I was like, why isn't the turn working? I kept thinking there's a wrong condition, but turned out it's because I didn't have this look activated. So keep that in mind, a very important detail. But yeah, now you get these turning every once in a while. We don't have the time to make it right now, but here is a final version of me exploring the turn concept. And here you can see that I'm making multiple particles, and I'm selecting exactly half of them. And I got 2 different groups that alternates between. But if I hit play, you can see that I'm going to get a series of particles traveling out. And every set amount of time, it's suddenly going to randomly turn one way or the other. And I kind of get this cool networking effect. And that is using the look and the turn. So yeah, without both of those, yeah, here's the look getting applied to everything, and then it turns. So yeah, cool networking effect you can apply on top of that. All right, so that was look, spin, and turn. Next up, we have blend, flock, and prey. Blend's going to be quick, but flock and prey, those are the most fun. Okay, wow, this video is going to be so long. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying all the new particle stuff, and you're getting as excited about it as I am. So let's open up a new file and start from scratch. So blend, in order to do this one, actually, I think we only need 1 particle stream. I don't really have a plan for this one, but let's make an emitter. And I think we will, again, do a lot of randomized color. This one actually could be pretty interesting. Let's make the full colors, but I'm going to yank out some of these cooler colors. So we'll keep the purple. We'll get rid of all those blues and right-click to distribute the knots. Okay, cool. So a bunch of different colors, and I'm going to do a bunch of different radiuses. So, or is that radii? I'll do a radius of 5 with a variation of 5. So if I hit play, you're going to see we're going to get a bunch of particles all flying out. Oh, and I want to see the radius, so we'll activate the draw radius. And let's increase the size. Okay, so we got a large radius amount of variation and a bunch of different colors. So now let's make this blend. So applying everywhere, or we say apply only to that group. And now it's got a radius and a percentage of blending. So currently it's trying to blend the color. So if I hit play, I'm not sure any of the radiuses are that close, but let's see, those kind of seem clustered, but let's increase the radius significantly. So I'll say 55. So if I hit play now you see as time goes on, the colors are all blending into each other. Let's make the strength a little bit weaker. So you can see we're starting out with these rainbow colors, and as time goes on, they're looking at all their neighbors and they're blending the colors together. And it looks like the final colors are sort of this orangey yellow as those continue to get blended. Now we can only blend one property at a time. So let's make a duplicate of that blend. And this time we'll do blend.radius. And let's swap that to radius. So we got all these different radii here, hit play, and slowly over time, we're hopefully going to see those start blending into each other until all of them have exactly the same radius nearby each other. That slow fall off. So there are a lot of applications of this. Keep in mind, right now we're saying do this all the time, but we could have a really high number happening only where there's a particular condition. In fact, why don't we do that? Let's have the radii get uniform only when a particular condition is met, and we'll keep that simple. Actually, why don't we just have we'll have a pulse happen. So we'll do a time condition. So we'll say every pulse for a duration of 1 frame, and we'll put, I don't know, we'll say 50 frames in between, hit play, and you see we got a bunch of variation, and then hopefully you get a blip, and we got 100% blending. Yep, suddenly all those radiuses became identical, and suddenly all of those become pretty much identical. Now we could change those. We could say that the duration is 5, and now the blend radius will take a little bit of time. We'll say like 25%. Maybe it needs to be higher, but now suddenly every pulse will suddenly get them becoming more uniform, hopefully somewhat rapidly. And it's a little bit subtle. Let's crank that back up to 55. Yeah, you kind of see it now where they're here, and then zoop, they all kind of get more uniform. So the ability to put additional conditions on here, I think, would go a really long way. You can do a lot of fun, wacky things with this. Even that we're applying a blend everywhere, but you keep on putting on more and more conditions where we could put a different condition. Let's say we have let's do a field condition, and this field condition will be random. So we'll just add a random field on there. And we even give this a random number, and that random one could have some animation. And what is it going to be doing? Well, let's say it is going to be using math to, that's a field condition. So we'll say math, and it will be multiplying the radius by, it's happening all the time. So let's say 1.1. Maybe it gets out of control. I don't know. We're making this up as we go, but let's hit play. And now hopefully we see the math. Yeah, some of these are getting way bigger really quickly. And then when the other conditions are met, it's going to try and average them. And you suddenly see the averaging happen, and they all popped into way closer in the same size. The math is adding like way too much. So let's say add 1. So they'll be constantly growing, but they shouldn't be getting exponentially bigger. So even that's pretty quick. So they're all getting bigger, bigger, bigger. And then suddenly they all get averaged out. Bigger, 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 averaged out. So yeah, again, think of all the crazy stuff we can do combining these. So the blend opens up a lot of pretty cool opportunities. But now we're getting into my favorite two, which is flock and predator and prey. So let's start again from scratch as always. And we need a big flat 2-dimensional thing going on. So let's make another basic emitter, set it to circle this time. And we need it to be pretty big. So let's say 500. I want a shot of, let's say 1,000. Yeah, 1,000, that's 1,000 enough. Let's hit play. No, 1,000 not enough. 10,000, always 10,000. So what do we want? We want a speed of 0, and we want some random colors as always. So let's make let's make it noise based. That could be fun. So load full colors. Let's pick some colors a little bit more strictly. That'll work. Distribute knots, right click, double, and distribute again. And yeah, let's just see what the emission looks like this time. Hit play. Okay, some emission there. I'll make that a little bit bigger. 999. A little coherence on it. Yeah, that'll work. a lot of blue, but that'll work. And we want to see it a little bit better, so we'll double the size of those dots. Okay, now this is two-dimensional with no depth on the Z, so hopefully that means that I don't need to flatten it out with a math to crush the Z's into 0. So my thought is let's make a flock, and it's applied to everything right now. And there's a bunch of different settings. Now we're just going to step through it very slowly and carefully so we can see exactly what it's doing. I would like the cohesion strength to be 0. So mostly we're just taking a look at the separator strength. By default, it is 2.5. I'm going to set up to 5. And let's get some friction in here to slow everything down. So friction, and we'll crank that up to like 100. So it slows it down a bit. Hitting refresh, we'll hit play. And now let's see what we get. Oh, look right away. The flocking behavior is saying to separate everything up to a radius of 5 with a power of 1. And look at this gorgeous, nice, even separation that we're getting right away. Like, that's so good. We never had the ability to do that in Cinema before, like with any of the built-in tools. So immediately, that's a really cool looking mosaic. I am digging it. And that is just using separation strength. Like, oh man, just think of what you could make with that. And luckily, yeah, I was right. It was two-dimensional to start out with, and it couldn't push it on Z because there was no Z. So it stayed two-dimensional. All righty. Now, let's push that a little bit further. Let's add in some cohesion. So this time, let's say no separation strength, and let's add in cohesion of 1 and just see what happens. So all of these are hanging out. Hit play, and it's very slow. So let's maybe increase our cohesion radius bigger. And look, now you can see we get these clusters, and they're all coalescing into these little groups. They kind of turn into worms, and then eventually a little group. And if they're further than 22 away, then they end up in their own little isolated pockets. So you can see these now want to cluster on top of each other. So very different behavior. Of course, things get interesting when you use cohesion and separation at the same time. Typically, I think you want stronger separation. So we'll say separation of 2, but a smaller radius. So big blobs want to come together, but they don't want to be on top of each other. What's cool is we can just hit play and continue from here, adding in the stronger separation strength. So now all of them want to push apart to be at least 5 apart from each other. So we hit play, and now you suddenly see these, oh, that's so cool. Imagine that as an animation. So suddenly you get all these little individual explosions, and they all spread out. Now, the radius of 5 is probably enough that it's going to fill up this whole circle again. So let's change that radius down to something pretty small, like 2. So now with a radius of 2, we'll see them recoalesce a little bit. So they don't want to be completely on top of each other, but you end up with all these gaps in between. And look at those shapes that are emerging automatically. Like, oh, that's so cool. And so, yeah, I really like Flock. There's a lot of possibilities. This entire thing is still completely two-dimensional. Of course, it could become three-dimensional just by adding in a little bit of variation. In fact, even right now, let's see what happens. I'm going to just continuing from this animation. Let's make this one longer. Let's add in turbulence, and I'm going to add in very little strength, just like 1. And that suddenly means it's going to give it some Z depth. And all these very flat blobs are probably going to look a lot smaller because my assumption is imagine these like little drops of water on a Petri dish, but then suddenly they're floating in 0G and they'll turn more into like little spheres or little blobs. So let's hit play. And now as soon as we introduce that Z depth, like, yeah, look, they're getting smaller, but now you see they've become three-dimensional little blobs all hanging out and squished into each other. Like there's so much power here. And imagine just, we haven't even done any conditions for this. We haven't done a bunch of layering. We've just changed a couple of these values. So you could just keyframe some of these things or trigger them at different times. You could be triggering a stronger flock of cohesion and maybe a weaker separation at a different time. So in this case, maybe we want to separate these back out again. So let's say that my separation radius is going to become a lot larger again, but I'll weaken it. So they want to spread out, but not too powerfully. So I hit play and suddenly they all start pushing out and we get bigger blobs because it's a bigger radius. We could get rid of our cohesion strength entirely. And if we let that play, the turbulence and everything will let those start drifting apart slowly because they're not cohering at all. You see, I mean, think about the medical animation applications of this, of like germs spreading and whatnot. Like, oh, there's so much going on there. So absolutely love this effect. Like I said, those two are my favorite. We haven't gotten the second one yet. Now, there are other settings here. We've got the overall strength. We could change the maximum speed. So you could say maybe there's really strong cohesion, like really strong, but that would make them move quickly. But you could say, no, the maximum speed would be really low. So they'd have to move slowly, even though it's a really powerful stickiness. That's cohesion. We got the radius. We've also got velocity alignment. This one doesn't feel important until you get rid of it. And then you realize how important it is, where it's making everything within a particular radius take on the speed of its neighbors. And it makes it so that blobs aren't all jittery. So yeah, velocity alignment, very important. We could also think of that as its own standalone tool. We were just using blend, but in this case, we could say, hey, get rid of cohesion, get rid of separation, and now tell all the particles within a certain distance of each other to take on each other's speed. So velocity alignment, very powerful. We've got a concept called excluded groups. We're going to be seeing more of this when it comes to the predator-prey, but I guess I should show it off right now. Let's go and make this rig a little bit different. What I'm going to do is make two different groups. Let's change the colors a little bit so it's a little bit more coherent. So under our properties, let's go, and I probably got to load this from scratch because that's too many knots to mess around with. So we'll grab this one and we'll make a bunch of cool colors right there. So we'll double the knots and distribute. So yeah, some cool colors on that one. And now let's duplicate that emitter, copy and paste, and let's remake this one to be warm colors. So let's just yank some of these off. Actually, we'll just load in the fiery preset. That'll work. And yank that away and distribute the knots. Okay, cool. So we got two different ones. Now this second emitter, I guess, yeah, actually we can make there be just as many on both of them. So there's gonna be a lot of particles. I guess we should grab both of them and cut them in half. So we'll say 5,000 instead of 10,000. So 10,000 total. And this would be a good chance to put a different random seed so they don't spawn exactly on top of each other. Now, I don't want the turbulence, so let's keep it 2D. And we still have the friction. So everything should be behaving exactly like we saw before, but we have more colors now. So you can see we've got two different groups of them, two different types of colors, and that's working nicely. So what I want to do is grab both of these groups, and we should probably name them accordingly. I think this upper one is the warm colors. This one is the cool colors. Now, let's grab both those groups and make a new multi-group and drop this down. I'm going to say that the flocking and the friction should happen in the multi-group. So it is applying to everything. But now that they're in a multi-group, we have the ability to go into the flock and say exclude certain groups from having the effect. They're going to be in the calculation, but the final effect of the calculation isn't going to get applied to them. So what happens in that case? And honestly, I'm not even sure. So let's say that the cool group is not going to be affected. It's going to affect the warm group, but it itself will not get affected. So now we hit play, and now we see that, yeah, look, all the warm ones kind of scoot around trying to escape, but the blue ones, they're not moving at all because they are excluded from that calculation. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Look at that. And it is still staying two-dimensional because there is no Z depth. So yeah, including or excluding them, that can go a long way. We can add some additional separation radius. So let's say they have to push apart further from each other and add in some cohesion, add maybe an even larger radius. Keep in mind, the larger the radius, the longer the calculation will have to be, because every particle is having to check a bigger circle around itself to see how many it should grab. Oh, look, this is really cool. All those blue ones aren't moving, so these red ones are essentially flowing through the empty gaps to try and escape because of all that force. So only these little channels are allowing to escape. That is not what I was expecting, and that's really cool. Wow, look at that. So yeah, you really start seeing some of the possibilities here. Like, this is crazy. Look at it slowly blobbing out. Like, I think given enough time, almost all of these warm colored ones would escape from here, unless, you know, some of them will probably be like trapped inside somewhere. But that's so cool. Oh my goodness. Now, I wonder what happened if we add in some of that dimension by giving it the Z-axis. So we turn on this turbulence and suddenly everything's going to drift around. And these red ones are going to have the ability to, I guess it wasn't too crazy because they all just kind of drifted from each other. Now they're going to blob into themselves. But the blue ones are just going to drift thanks to turbulence. Those aren't trying to independently blob. So, yo, look at those cool rings that were made. Anyway, so much fun. So much we're going to be able to do with the flocking effect by itself. In fact, maybe I should save that for the demo part because this video is going to be incredibly long. I'm sorry. Like, there's just these particles. It's so powerful. Right now, we're just trying to step through some of the options. I'm not even talking about every single setting inside of them, and this is still going to be an insanely long video. And we're not even doing particular, like, demos of things we can make. We're just showing how to use each of these tools. So anyway, it's going to be crazy. Okay, up next is Predator Prey. And actually, we need a very similar setup here. So I think we should continue working from this file, deleting out turbulence, deleting out flock, because we don't need those. Actually, Well, we'll probably bring back some flock, but let's wait a little bit. So here's the thought. I want a lot fewer of these warm particles. In fact, just to make it super clear what is what, let's make them only orange and red so we can't confuse them. And the cool particles, that's probably fine. We'll just make them fully cool colors. Okay. I want a lot fewer of these red ones. So let's make there only be like 500 of them. So when we hit play, it's going to be static, and suddenly we'll get a bunch of particles. You see, we get some red ones, we got a bunch of blue. Actually, even that is still probably too many red, so drop that to 100. Cool. Hit play. There we go. Now, predator prey. What does that do? Now, I think, yeah, we'll reuse a multi-group again. It's helpful. It doesn't have to. How do we say this? I'm going to turn off the multi-group so we aren't worried about it, but I think we will want it in the end. So let's create predator prey. And now it's applying to everything again. So we have a predator group. Which group is the predator group? I'm going to say that the warm ones are the predator group. And the cool group is going to be the prey group. So you'll see very similar settings to what we had inside of the flock, where we have a pursuit strength and how far are they looking. And then we have a flee strength and how far are they looking for that. Now, without changing any settings, just with this default, and you see nothing in the scene is happening except for predator prey. If I hit play, let's see what we get. You see these red ones immediately start moving towards the blue ones. And the blue ones, once they notice the red ones getting close to them, are starting to move away really quickly. And the red ones will automatically find a new target and start traveling in its direction. So the red ones chase the blue ones around. So pretty cool right there. Now let's create that friction or activate the friction. It can be applied everywhere. So it just slows everything down so everything's not drifting forever. So you see these red ones starting to pursue and the blue ones trying to flee. So here's what I'm thinking. We can start changing the behaviors. We can say that the pursuing ones are going to move quickly and have a relatively small radius. And we'll say that the fleeing ones will have a larger radius, but they're fleeing a little bit more slowly. Let's just see what that behavior is. So now you see the blue ones more aggressively are running away, but the red ones can be really quick and are kind of sticking on one of the particles. If it catches the particle, it just keeps on chasing it forever. So maybe we could make let's make the fleeing ones even quicker. So I'm going to say, okay, the ones can flee really quick. So when it spots something coming at it, they run away. So now the red ones are having trouble seeing anything else. And eventually they don't see anything within the radius and they just stop. So that's pretty interesting. Now, what I'm thinking is let's combine this with some flocking behavior. Creating a flock. This time I'm going to say I want the flock to only apply to the cool group. And I'm going to say they don't cohere at all, but they will separate from each other. And actually, yeah, we'll see what this radius does right now. What this means, and I'll even continue from here, the blue ones are all clustered up, but they want to spread out. They're on top of each other, so you see them start spreading out. I will increase that radius. So now you see them want to spread out, but you see they're trying to avoid the red ones because they're scared of them. So now you see we get this lovely spreading out, but avoiding the red one. So even there, a different behavior. We now have particles avoiding certain spots based on their radius. That's funny. If any of these red ones saw a blue, it would suddenly start moving. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually one does get too close. Let's change the behavior a little bit. We can go back into predator prey. Let's increase that pursuit. Let's actually make the numbers even. So the fleeing ones will always be quicker. The pursuing ones, actually, we'll say the pursuing ones can see even further. So we hit play again, and suddenly they're all going to activate because they can see everything. But all these other ones are running away. They're really trying to escape. And look at this organic animation that we're starting to get. It's kind of flowing around. It's almost got like a liquid vibe because our flocking behavior is constantly spreading them back out again. So there's almost a liquid effect going on. And all of these red ones are chasing the blue ones around. So these two things combined are creating such interesting behaviors. It's absolutely insane. Now, we could be doing additional forces here. All the blue ones are drifting further out, but we could say, hey, I want everything to start drifting in. Just a little bit of power where everything wants to hang out near the middle. So I'm going to make a field force. And like I said, I don't like using the attractor. It has weird fall off. So I'll make a spherical field, make it really big. So I'll just crank that number way up. So we'll say like 5,000. So we're definitely inside the radius. I don't want any fall off, so we'll crank up that inner radius. And what's cool about this is you see it's actually creating a direction right there. It's pulling everything. It's either pushing it out or in. I can never remember which one. I'll visually hide that. And field force should only apply to the flock. So after they flock, actually flocking will come after the field force. So let's just see with a strength of 5, that's pretty weak. We'll say 15 and just see if they start to move in or out. It looks like they're moving out. So I got to grab my spherical field and say go to direction and invert the direction. So now they pull inward, and yeah, now they're pulling in. Let's go to the field force and turn off the display because that's just unnecessary calculations. Now, if I hit play, all of those slowly are going to want to pull inward, so nothing will drift out too far. And of course, our predators are always going to want to move back in. So you see all these starting to pull in, but the pulling in force isn't super strong. Maybe it is too strong. Maybe it'll start compressing, but the flocking behavior is trying to push them back out from each other. So you see everything drifting in, and then we might have like this endless animation of these chasing around the blue ones, and it'll just never end. So pretty fun, like along these lines. Like, I don't know. I could just stare at this forever. This would be a dangerous thing to do. Honestly, trying to learn the particle system has been very dangerous because there's just so much fun and weird exploration of behaviors you can get. And all of this with essentially without any conditions. Like, it's crazy. Okay, so having done that, like there's so many more things we could do. We could make a flocking behavior that only affects, actually we can even do this. Let's duplicate a flocking behavior into the warm group. And what am I going to do? Well, this time I don't care about cohesion. What I care is that they want to separate from each other. The predators don't want to hang out near each other, like these two very close to each other. So I'm going to say, okay, they have a very strong separation desire, and I'll make a relatively large radius. And this isn't too dangerous because there's very few of them, so the calculations won't take too long. So let's just stare at this spot right here and see if they suddenly separate from each other. Zoop, look at them, instantly change direction because it didn't want to hang out near another predator. So now we'll get some natural separation there. We've added more behavior in. So we can let this keep running. They'll keep on chasing things around. Now, in theory, we could do a lot of things where we could maybe increase the speed of the predators and we could slow down the prey. I mean, think of this. We could, all of these eventually could be clones. Like you could be cloning, let's say, like these are wolves and sheep. You could be cloning a bunch of sheep onto these particles. They'd be taking on the direction. They could have some built-in animation. Oh, that reminds me, I got to talk about having animation be driven by the particles. But you have sheep with a natural animation, and as they move around, they'd be getting chased by like maybe these wolf models, and those could be animated. And maybe the sheep models, as the particles get older, maybe the particles slow down. So as they get older, they get slower. And maybe as the wolf particles get older, maybe they speed up because they're getting desperate to eat. Maybe it's not their age so much, but you think of it like their hunger. Like they're getting hungrier as they get weaker. And it means they go faster and faster trying to catch them. So desperate wolves might chase around slower, older sheep. And then you could imagine that we could have actually, we haven't even talked about reproduce. There's so much to talk about. This video is going to be so long. I should have broken down this section into chapters as well, but oh well, too late for that. Okay, so yeah, you see all these traveling around, doing their thing, really cool. But there are still more behaviors that we haven't talked about inside of predator-prey. If we scroll down, you'll see that we have another setting that's really cool, and it is contact. And this is saying what happens, in this case, if one of the red dots catches one of the blue dots. What will happen? And we got a bunch of different things. We've got a contact radius, and I think the contact radius, I think, is the pursue, which that said prey strength or predator strength instead of pursuit strength. But it's going to be a percentage of the radius of the pursuit radius, I'm pretty sure. Now, what should happen? Well, we could kill the prey. We could kill the predator. We could kill both of them. We could convert the prey into a predator. We could convert the prey and predator into something else. We can convert just a predator. We can convert the predator and kill the prey. So we got all these different behaviors. But here's what I'm thinking. If we get within a certain radius, let's just convert the group to be a predator. So all I have to do is grab my warm group and drop it into the convert to. And this 10% might be way too small, but I'm going to set it so that the pursuers are going to be a little bit quicker. Actually, yeah, let's say 3.1. So just a little bit quicker than the prey. Let's just see what happens. Maybe I don't even have these settings correct. So now we have play, and suddenly the predators are going to be chasing around a little bit more. And we've got that convert group. So let's see if we can spot some place where they start going, and maybe they can eventually catch one. Actually, we didn't do a contact behavior. Right now, a contact behavior is none, but there is group convert. So I don't know if that actually does it. So let's just see what happens. Let's let them keep going. I don't really see a behavior, although maybe that's like a separate thing. Convert group to blah, blah, blah. Let's just clear that out and say, let's just convert. Let's convert prey. Oh, we probably do need both of these. I'm going to say convert the prey, and the converted prey will convert to warm. So I'm sorry. My mistake. So now if I play, now as they get closer, let's see, we need them to actually catch, so I might need to speed them up a little bit more. But I love the flow of these things. So I don't really see many conversions. So let's speed up our pursuers. So now suddenly they're running around a little bit quicker. Come on, let's see. Nope, hasn't caught yet. The prey are really good at running around right now. Oh, but look how powerfully they're chasing them around right now. Oh, I just realized, oh man, there's so many things to keep in mind here, but it's working. Do you see how we get all these little gaps here? It's like, well, why are they all these little gaps? Because they're being converted to the group. But being converted to a group doesn't mean you convert to those colors. You keep the color you were born with. So we need to start this over again, and we need to add an additional condition. So I'm thinking that we add in a condition here. There's two things we can do. Right now, it's just straight up convert it to a group. But we could do additional things. What's the simplest thing? I want to keep it simple for you. So I'm thinking we just use a color mapper, and we'll just put that in the warm group. So essentially, I'm going to be constantly, every single frame, overriding all the color of all the particles in the warm group, and we'll just drop that down. And I'm just saying, hey, always convert it to red, always. So having done that, when we hit play, you see all those are now just bright red. But now, as these are pursuing, if they swap to that group, it's going to be constantly switching the converted prey into predators. So now let's see if we start getting more red ones. So as this plays, you can see them running around. And I feel like, yeah, I'm looking at any one particular spot, but I feel like they're starting to get to be a lot more red dots as they go. And eventually there'll be so many red dots that the blues won't be able to escape from anything. Right now, the only thing saving them is that all the reds want to stay away from each other because of that really heavy flocking behavior. So yeah, I just saw one that one just got converted right there. So yeah, they're definitely starting to catch the prey. And we got this really cool behavior, like kind of very cellular looking, like, man, that is looking so cool. So yeah, they're going to keep on going. They're going to keep on converting. I mean, let's just turn off, or maybe this flocking behavior will make the radius really small. So they'll try and avoid each other, but only like a radius of 5. So now they can start clustering up more. So yeah, now you see they can cluster. Now you can see they're really starting to spread out. And oh my goodness, look at them start to spread so quickly. So the blues at this point are pretty doomed. Or like nom, 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 all these red ones chasing them down. All of this power just from the predator prey. Like, look at all of these emergent behaviors that we can get. Like, it's absolutely crazy. And we could have additional groups in here. We could have like a neutral party. We could have the red ones trying to get near maybe particles that represent plants, where it's like, oh, the sheep are trying to eat the grass. The grass keeps on growing. The sheep are going to the grass, but the wolves would keep on chasing them around. But you see, we just have a couple final blue ones trying to escape. They have entire flocks chasing after them, entire packs of wolves trying to catch. But the wolves are faster, so eventually they will catch them. There is no escape. Watch them go. Oop, a couple are joining in. Whoop, whoop. Oh, I can't believe how long that one is living. There we go. Oh, we finally got caught. So much fun to play around with predator prey. I've probably spent too much time on this one already, but you can tell that this one's probably my favorite one. The natural behavior we get from flocking is amazing, but predator prey is behaviors. Before we get to these final 4 modifiers, why don't we take a look at the reproduce, because I think we might want to use that a little bit here. So we haven't used any mesh emitters in a while, so I'll create one of those. I want a sphere shape, and I'll drop this inside of the emission. So it should appear on the surface. I would like a shot of exactly 100 particles with a speed of 0. Excellent. So if we play, we get a couple of particles appearing on the surface. We'll hide the sphere because we don't need to see it, and let's make the particles larger so we can see them. Now we can make a reproduce emitter. Now, by default, under reproduction, you're going to see that it is essentially scattering 1 point. So I think every frame is going to create 1 new particle from some particle in the scene. And the reason we have this distribute on by default is this could get really exponential really fast. So let's hit play and you'll see that, okay, we emit a particle, we emit another particle. There's a couple little ones right there, and they'll keep on emitting. But if we watch as it keeps going, even the new particles it made, its own particles, it might spawn particles from there. So if we had something like per particle, we might start getting a cascading effect where there'd be a ton of particles really quick, really dangerous actually. So we need to limit that somehow. So one way of limiting that is I don't want to emit particles from every particle in the scene because right now there's no limiting condition on it. So let's move these to the bottom and I'll drop the reproduce emitter into the particle group of the mesh emitter. So that means it cannot make new particles from itself. It can only make them from these particles. So now these red particles can only emit from the green particles. So that's excellent. That gives us a lot of control. Moving inside the reproduce, we'll see a lot of familiar settings, but it's also the most different emitter. So the very first thing we have is enable if it's on. We have the total count of particles. Right now we've got a decent amount, so I don't want to change that. And then we've got our scatter. Eventually we're going to change this to per particle, but not quite yet. But the first setting I want to play with is kill source. What that means is if one of these green particles creates one of the reproduced particles, it will kill the original particle. So let's turn that on and see what we get. Now when I hit play, you're going to see that every time we get a new emission, one of the old particles goes away until we have just these new ones. So that can be a handy way to stop this from getting out of control. So I think we might actually utilize that idea, but let's modify it a little bit. Instead of distributing this particle, why don't we say per particle? So like every particle is going to emit all the time. And right now, every particle is going to emit a single particle. So if we rewind and hit play, you're going to see that every single green particle instantly died and all of these particles got born. So it pretty much looks like that perfect sphere, and then they all start traveling off the side. Well, let's go a little bit fancier here. I don't want this to happen all the time, so we can use a condition of some sort. And this goes to where I was talking about the time condition can act like a plane effector. If I create a time condition, I can drop it inside this particle group and drop our reproduce inside of that. What is the time condition I want? I want it to be always. This comparison will say greater than or equals to, and that just means this is always executing. But now I can go to this chance and say, I want only a 1% chance that that executes at all. So now my reproduce is per particle going to create a single particle, but there's only a 1% chance on any given refresh. So you can see that it's, again, slowly applying. But what we can do now is modify these particles, where I can say, well, I want to create 11 particles every time this happens. So you see, we get that little cluster, but they're all flying off in one direction. That's not very interesting. Let's move under properties. And here, our velocity is based on a current axis. So you can see right now, it's just on Z+, and that's why they're traveling off that way. But what I would like to do is say, it's not based on the axis. I want them to be random. So now they have a random direction from when they're spawned. So if I hit play, we'll suddenly get a little burst of particles flying off. So from here, we can just start controlling things very directly, where maybe the lifetime is very short. So let's say they only last for 11 frames, and I'll put some variation of 5 on there. So we got a little bit of range. So if I hit play, we're going to get a little burst, the particle dies, and then these are going to survive for a little while. And eventually all those are going to pop and fade away, and we're able to reproduce particles from other ones and not have it go crazy and cascade everywhere. Now, keep in mind, there's only a 1% chance that any of these pop. So any given particle, it might live for a really long time because every time it's rolling a die and it has to roll a 1, essentially, for that one to pop. So it could last for a really long time. Potentially, we could keyframe our time conditions chance up higher and higher and higher in case we really wanted to make sure that we got them all in a specific time. But I think that works pretty well. Now, we can just start making this fancier from here. We could do something like have all these particles emit. Maybe we'll give it some speed variation. So little bit of speed variation, and then we'll have them go, they're emitting pretty quick. So then we can create a friction. It has its own group right here already. So we'll drop friction under there, make the friction pretty high. So they're going to burst quickly, and then those will slow down. So yeah, nice little bursts there. But let's push this further because there's a lot of properties that we can take from the original emitter and put into this reproduce emitter. So one of those would be the color. Now, right now, if we were to go into reproduce under properties, scroll down to color, you can see that right now they're just spawning as red. We could change that to any color. Right now you see it's pretty faded out, but I can grab color inheritance and crank that up all the way. And now instead of being this red color, they will 100% be green. They took on the color of the emitter. But let's go and make these original particles be lots of different colors. So we'll grab mesh emitter, under color, change this to random, and grab ourselves another fun gradient. I'll yank off the blues and purples this time and distribute. So now that's going to spawn a bunch of different colors, and you see they're going to explode by their individual colors. So that's pretty fun right away. We can inherit the color. Now we can also do things like inherit the radius as well. So let's do something like, let's say the mesh emitter can emit, let's collapse that up. We got the radius, and I'll say the radius will be anywhere from 3 with a variation of, no, let's just say of 3. So they can get pretty big. Let's hit play. Actually, we have to go into their particle group and show the radius. So we can hit play, and you see, okay, a bunch of different radiuses. That totally works. So I want to inherit that radius as well. So let's go into reproduce, scroll down under properties to radius, and again, we can inherit those. But I don't think I want it to take on all of that. So let's just say, like, we can go above 100%. I wonder if they could be like double the size of the original one. I haven't tinkered with that. But let's drop the radius to 50%. And we'll say that the default radius is 1. So it's going to try and be 1, but it's going to take on half of the property that it spawns from. So bigger ones will emit bigger particles. So let's hit play. And now, let's also make sure that those particles are showing their radius. And you can see this bigger one is spawning bigger particles. This tiny one spawned tiny little particles. So we are inheriting both the color and some of the radius. So reproduce, really powerful as far as taking on the properties. If these particles had a certain amount of lifetime, we could inherit the life. But right now they live forever. And then we've got the velocity. We could be taking on the speed or taking on the direction of the particles. Right now they're static, so that wouldn't do anything. We can take on the rotation. We could also take on the spin from them. So we can essentially take on any property from the parent and put it into this reproduced particle. Having done all that, we can start making things a little bit fancier using some of the things that we've learned. So let's say these little particles, they are going to live for a certain amount of time. We already see they live for around 11. Let's say we want the radius of our reproduced particles to shrink every single frame. We can do that via a math. So let's grab a math, drop it inside the particle group, which is the reproduced ones. And let's say we want to multiply the radius, their current radius, by 0.75. So that should make them shrink every single frame. And honestly, I think that's all we have to do. But I think I want them to be a little bit bigger when they're born. So let's go and say that they're going to inherit 100% of the original radius. So now when you hit play, these are going to burst. And yeah, you can now see those start shrinking. They start out big. And then as we go frame by frame, they get tinier and they're going to shrink to essentially nothing. And they all keep on popping away. Now we can get very fancy when it comes to reproducing particles, and we are going to do more of that, but I think we'll save some of the additional things for when we're doing some of the fun rigs, some of the more project-based ones, like making some fireworks. But anyway, with reproduce under our belt, let's jump into a new scene file, and I'm going to create a simple pillar. So we'll start out real simple, make a cube, make it a little bit smaller, and what we're going to be aiming to use this time is the collide. So here's my plan. Let's make a basic emitter and scoot this back in space, make it very small. And yes, constantly emit, but I'm going to drop it down to something like 10. So you can see we'll just get a little burst of particles every once in a while, happening forever. Right-clicking on that, I'm going to add an animation vibrate tag, and let's get some rotation going on here. I don't want too much amplitude, but I think we want a decent amount on X, Y, Z. So yeah, we got a lot of vertical rotation, but let's slow this way down like 0.5. So you can see I've kind of got a bunch of bullets flying out from this thing, constantly shooting. Let's give ourselves a bunch more frames. And what we'd like to do is start colliding these particles against the wall. So pretty simple. Let's right click on the cube, say simulation collider, and let's hit play. But you'll see the particles are going to fly right through the object. It's not colliding. That's because we need this collide modifier. So we activate that, drop it inside our particle group, and by default, we could exclude things, but it's going to see everything. And right now, it's set to bounce 100% off the surface. So let's see what happens. Let's also make the particles a little bit bigger for easier visibility. So now you can see the particles are bouncing right off the surface. Excellent. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted to happen. Perfect particles flying, bouncing right off there. Boing, 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 boing. Excellent. So now let's go inside the collide and take a look at the settings. So we've got some options here. We can collide with the object. We can kill the particle. So now when the particle collides, it just dies by colliding, which could be useful. And then we've got repel. So now we just have this bounce force. And I think, is there a radius of some sort? Let's see. Let's hit play. I'm not even sure what repel does. I haven't played with it. Yeah. Maybe that, yeah, repel based on something. Intersection's not very powerful, but if we give it a radius by changing that to radius, I think we'll start seeing that is going to, yeah, you can see it's curving away. So definitely repel works better with radius. So that's kind of neat. So yeah, those are our three modes: collide, kill, and repel. So now let's go back to our contact. So when do we want to make contact? I want to make contact when they intersect, or we can set that based on a radius from the surface. So you can see right there, they're bouncing straight off of it. Or you can do both, where it's trying to check if they're intersecting or if they've gotten within a radius and then they just bounce straight off of it. So yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Then we've got our bounce, like maybe we don't want them bouncing. Maybe they just strike the surface and they're not going to have too much energy coming off of there. We've got dynamic friction. This isn't going to, you're not going to see that very well here. Maybe if this was sliding along the ground, but we're bouncing off a pillar. So we'll deal with that later. And then we've also got some variation that will go along well with the bounce, where they'll get a bunch of variation in the way that they are ricocheting off of that surface. So yeah, very straightforward settings here, but there is a cool little rig I want to show you. So this one's a little bit more project-based, but let's see how it goes. You can see that there is something called the target group here. Essentially, this collide can act as a condition, but the only condition it can do is switching particles to another group. So why don't we make an empty group? I'm going to make a particle group, and we'll just call this one collided. So when the particles collide, they will swap to this collided group. When they're in this collided group, I want to make sure that I know that they did. So let's swap their color. So we can grab a color mapper and say, hey, change your color based on the age of whatever, and drop this out so they'll turn red. So let's see if they turn red when they strike the surface. Fire, 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 and boop, 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 they turn red. Let's make them a little bit bigger again so we can see them. Excellent. So those now swap to a different group when that happens. So now that they're in a different group, we can give those all sorts of new behaviors, like let's remove all the speed. So I'm going to say when that strikes, I want to use math after the color's been changed. What I'd like to do is assign the velocity speed to 0. So they should just stop dead when they hit the surface, as soon as they swap the group. So those are going to bounce, change color, and they just stick perfectly. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted to happen. Now, I think what I'd like to do is let's make a reproduce. So, and that's why I wanted to cover those reproduce before we did this. I'm going to say, let's make a reproduce. We got a brand new group here, move it down. I might even grab the word reproduce and put it into put particle group reproduce, just so I'm not mixing those up. So when do I want this to execute? Well, I'm going to drop it inside of this collided, and this is going to now apply to all of those always. So I'm going to say, yeah, but per particle, I want you to do a big old burst of particles. So we'll say like 22 particles, and then kill the source. So every single frame, every single one of these collided particles is going to explode into a whole bunch of particles. That seems like it would be dangerous, but it's not going to be, because every one of these is just getting turned into this type of particle for a second. The instant it gets turned, it's going to change color, stop dead, and then reproduce, and that will kill the particle. So what we should get is a little burst of particles every time one of these strikes the wall. So if I hit play, we should see that we get a nice little boop, 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 boop. And oh, we're getting these particles, but they're flying through the wall. So I should change my reproduce, the direction to be random. I want it to be in all directions. And I think we could probably tell that also to be colliding. So let's drop a collide inside of our reproduce as well and see if those actually bounce off the wall. So we hit play. Now we'll hit these particles, and oh, whoop, we're getting a giant explosion of them. So why are we getting an explosion of particles? I paused very quickly because that could be dangerous. So the reproduce is supposed to kill the particle from the source. It is creating 22 particles, and we are limited to the collided particle. So if that is killing the particle, then why is it continuing to make them? Oh, I know why that's happening. It's happening because these new particles are colliding with the wall and being told to go into the collided group. So I'm going to click on the collide and stop them from changing the group. Okay, good. Inside that reproduce, we should probably limit their lifetime. So I'll say that they only live for, let's say, 7 frames, very quick. So now we'll try that again. And now we get the bullets to fly out, and the bullets will now strike the wall. Boom, there's a little burst of particles, and everything is fine. We just get that lovely little burst. But I don't want the reproduce to actually kill the particle. So let's turn off kill source, and you'll see that it's going to only emit these particles one time. So that's excellent. That means I can hit play, and these will shoot out, and they will strike the wall. They will convert to a red particle, and they'll give a single burst of kind of these fragments going. So we're going to get this continuous string of red particles wherever it was struck. So I think we can do something pretty fun with that. So I'm going to save this scene file. And instead of this surface here being this singular block, why don't we turn it into a more complicated mesh? So here's my thought. Let's feed that collider into a volume builder, and then feed that into a volume mesh. I'll hit NB so I can actually see the subdivisions, and I want there to be more detail than that. So in my volume builder, I'll drop it to 5, maybe a little bit more. We'll say 3. I want to keep it not overly detailed so it doesn't take too long to run. Excellent. So that's working well. Now let's move the collider up to the volume mesh. That's what it's actually colliding with. Now, everything we just did should be working fine. If I hit play, the particles should still collide off of it exactly as we were just seeing, and everything's behaving the exact same way, because that is the collider. But here's my thought. Every time we make a red particle, I want to take a little bite out of this pillar. How do we do that? Well, we've got this volume builder. Let's drag in the end result of the particle striking it, which is collided into the volume builder. Now, do not drag the particle in as a child, because if you turn off the volume builder and Mesher, it'll stop calculating that group. So instead, just remote link into it. Drag it directly in like this. Now, you'll see that immediately it is acknowledging those particles and is making them as a little bump on the outside. So right away, that's pretty cool. We could, in theory, start stacking up a bunch of these particles. If I hit play, let's just see what happens. I'm going to let this continue. You see we get a bump and a bump and a bump. But every time a new bump is created, that is a new bit of surface. And that new surface can be collided with by a particle. So we can get a bunch of buildup on top of here. So that could be pretty cool. But I think I want the opposite effect. I want this to be subtractive. So instead of the collided being a union, I'm going to say the collided is subtracting from the surface. And we can set the exact radius. It could also be based off the particle size, which could be pretty cool. But let's just see how the size of this is. So when a bullet comes flying out, then hopefully we're going to see that it's a little bit slower even on my viewport to calculate. When that goes and strikes the surface, it's going to create a little sphere, and that is a bite out of the surface. So let's zoom on up on that. So now you can see there's a divot in there. It's updated the geometry. Now, these red particles, we wouldn't render those. We could just have those little bits of fragment come out, and that would be damage from the wall. So now if I let this continue, we're going to keep on shooting more and more bullets, and the bullets are doing damage to the pillar. Once there's a hole, a new particle can strike that geometry and make an even deeper hole. Now we're going to keep getting a bigger and bigger pile of these red particles, and they'll just live there forever, constantly subtracting more and more. And as we fire more bullets into this pillar, it's just going to get more and more damage. So immediately this starts making you think of like the first Matrix movie, where we can just keep doing more and more damage to this pillar. Now there's a lot of polygons on there, and while recording and whatnot, this is running slower than some of my tests had gone, but this effect is very cool. We could definitely increase the geometry to have this be more detailed. I can fire more bullets out to have those go faster. We can make more fragments be flying out. Everything could have gravity getting applied to it. Oh, look, we finally blasted a hole through the pillar entirely. So blasted right on through. And now every subsequent bullet that hits that spot is going to fly right through it. So very fun way of using the reproduce and of being able to take bites out of geometry and constantly update the collision. Since we're already here, why don't we make it look a little bit better by adding a little bit of geometry in here? So when that burst of particles comes out, I think that we should probably have some gravity applied there. So let's add a gravity, and this gravity will apply to, not collided, but to the resulting explosion that comes from there. So I'll drop that under the collide. So hopefully these little pink particles, and actually let's change the color of those just so we can see them better. Let's make those a bright yellow, and I'll increase the radius so we can see them better. So these little yellow particles are going to burst, and now they've got gravity applied. Now, maybe we make that gravity a little bit weaker, but let's see. We get the first collision, get a little indent, and yeah, we get that burst of particles, and they fall down. Now, maybe we want to give them a little bit of time before they fall away, but I think that works pretty well. And let's create I think actually we want to shrink those. And you can do something pretty cool to shrink them. Let's show their radius. And inside of the particle, you can see that is their current radius of 1. And I want them to keep on shrinking more and more as they get older. Now, we have limited their life. The reproduce, they're only going to live for 7 frames. Let's have them live for 8 frames with 4 frames of variation. So as short as 4, as much as 12. So they have, every particle has its own lifetime that they can live. So if we were to make a data mapper, drop that inside of that reproduce, I'm going to say, I want to take your age, not age actually, but your age percentage from 0 and remap it from 0 to 100% to what? Well, I want to remap that to the radius. So I'm going to say when your age is 0, so when you're brand new, your radius will be 1. And then when you're at the end of your life at 100%, your radius will be 0. So they kind of shrink into nothingness. They'll just kind of visually disappear. And let's make sure this line is linear so they don't grow and then shrink again. So spline preset linear, straight line going across, and let's see what happens. Hit play from scratch, and let's take a look at those yellow particles and see if they get smaller as they get older. So we get a burst of particles, boom, and then they start falling. And as they fall, they get smaller and smaller and smaller based on their age. So the ones that are bigger are going to live for a little bit longer, and then more bursts will come in. So, okay, excellent. That's working very nicely. Now let's make a cloner, and the cloner will be set to object mode. The object will be this particle group reproduce. We could even rename that to be like, I don't know, like chips or something. The chips coming out from this pillar. And in the cloner, I'll drag that in. I want to take on the particle scale, so yes, please. And let's just feed in some geometry. So, I mean, we can keep it fast and simple. Just make a cube. Set the size to 1, 1, 1. Actually, if the radius is 1, does that match or not? I mean, it's fine. We can make it a little bit bigger, but you see we get these little cubes now. The cubes are taking on the rotation. They're taking on the color. They're taking on the scale. So all that is working very nicely. We could now say, hey, don't worry about drawing the radius because we actually see it via the cubes. We're going to get these little bursts and explosions of the actual geometry falling away. So exactly what I want. And in this case, I could probably even visually hide these particles. And if we were to render this, remember, tell them not to render as well. So now we don't even see the particles. We just see the actual cubes bursting away from the wall. So excellent. Now, those could be taking on the color. Those could even be potentially taking on the color of the wall based on the vertex map. There's a lot of things we could be doing. But that's working well. We got the holes getting dug in. We could put a bullet in there, but you can see how we could start layering these things up. And that's where it gets really exciting. And making a more complicated model here, I think, is totally possible, but I'll have to wait until I get my new machine to do something like that. So that is the Collide. Moving into another new scene file, we've got Pyro Advect. Here's one of my practice files. And again, it's not going to be super quick, but I'm now using a burst of Pyro coming out from this plane. And you see I made a bunch of particles here, and they got tiny little tracers on them. And I actually visually hid a bunch of the Pyro. And all I did was make a lovely, simple Pyro Advect, and it's taking on the forces of the Pyro cloud passing through it. You can see that it's creating this great swirl traveling through. So very simple to implement, just like the Collide. You just create the Pyro Advect, you drop it inside your particle group, and it will now respect the fire that's being created. This one's running a little bit faster because I think I must have turned off like tons of the settings in Pyro as far as not showing pretty much anything. But yeah, you can see you get really cool like liquidy swirls from that. So very fun. And I look forward to playing with that more when I can get a better frame rate on it. Let's move on to stick. In a new scene file, I will start with creating a sphere. Nice and simple. Right-clicking on that, I'll add an animation tag, vibrate, and I want to affect the position. So we'll say, yeah, about 100 is good. So change those numbers, and I'll slow it down significantly, let's say 0.5. And I'd like this to spin a bunch, so I'll set it to 720 and put that in all 3 rotations and drop the frequency way down. So if I hit play, I've got a sphere that's moving around and it's spinning all over the place. Now, let's create an emitter with a bunch of different colors because we'll be able to see it better. So in this case, it'd be kind of fun to make, let's keep it simple. I'll make a basic emitter and do my favorite circle, rotate that to be pointing upward, move it way down. And in this case, let's say that it's going to, constantly emit particles. We can give them varying speeds if we like. So let's say up to 55 different. The direction is fine. Under color, we'll set that to random and load a preset. And let's get the full rainbow because why not? Hit play. And now we're going to get a bunch of particles. Let's make them bigger so we can see them a little bit nicer. And we got particles all flying up doing their thing. Okay, we need more frames. And we need to add a collider tag to our sphere. So simulation, collider. What do we need to actually make these stick? Well, we just need the stick modifier. Drop that under particle group. And now, as this runs, the particles are going to strike the sphere and they're going to stick. Now, earlier in this video, hours ago at this point, we were talking about colliders and the connectors and where a fixed connector was kind of like loose. But if you look, these particles are sticking perfectly to the surface. It's so good. Look at them just perfectly coating this thing. So yeah, we could cover this whole thing in like candy if we want to. And it's just moving around with this piece of geometry. So very pleased with that. Now, there are a bunch of settings here. I mean, it's actually one of the more straightforward ones. But you can see that we've got a radius. So we could be saying that these are striking from a much greater distance. If we continue this, you'll see these new ones are going to be sticking from further away. Actually, that's not even true. I think that they instantly stick to the surface. It's just the distance in which they've detected the object and then they suddenly snap to it. So you could make a smaller radius, but they'll always look like they're sticking perfectly to that surface. Next up is kind of a strange one. And that is we can lower the strength down. So let's start this over again and say that these are only sticking 10% to the surface. If I hit play now, these particles are going to go up, and you see they are going to stick, but look at them be all kind of wiggly wobbly on top of the sphere. Like, look how funky that is. I'm not even sure how I would make an animation that was doing something like that. And keep in mind, we can always hide the original sphere. So we get this kind of weird blob taking on the shape as the different bits stick on there. So that's pretty fun by itself. Now, all of these particles are getting the condition of being stuck, and they will, I think, forever be stuck. Even if I turn off this stick, you're going to see that those are still stuck to it. They've been told, okay, you're stuck to this object. So how do we unstick them? Well, we have to make a different condition to make an unstick. We could also do a different condition to change the strength. Right now, they're very loosely connected, but we could change the strength to be very strongly connected. So in this case, why don't we make a slightly fancier condition than we've been doing in the past? I'm going to make a time condition, drop it under our particle group, and say, if the time is less than or equal to, and let's give it a little bit of time to collect some particles. So we'll say like 222. So that is when these are going to stick. But now, if I make another condition, I can drop this as a child of this condition. You can actually you can layer and layer and layer conditions on top of each other. So right now, this means if particle group and this time condition is met and this condition is met, do whatever the child is. So, and you can keep on layering more and more and more. And you see right now they're combining with an and. But on this new condition, I'm going to say, don't combine with an and. Instead, you are the inverse. And you see all the other properties went away. And all this is now doing is saying, when this condition isn't met anymore, this one starts getting met. So that means I can duplicate my stick and say unstick at that time. So as soon as we've swapped from the time of 222, we are now above it, which means we will unstick from it. So I'll rename this to unstick just so it's nice and clear. So now let's run that again from scratch. Bunch of particles flying up. As they strike the surface, they are sticking, and they're going to stick until right around 222. And right at that moment, suddenly it lets go of everything. They go flinging away, and nothing else is going to connect to that surface. So we have the ability to change how sticky they are. Let's try changing the stickiness, actually. I'll say stick 100% on there. And let's run that again. I've actually never done a change strength, so I'm just curious what it looks like. So right now they are all wiggly again. And stick. And then suddenly, boom, you see they all just got stuck directly to the surface. So yeah, very different behaviors. Now, of course, we can do things like, let's go back to the original. We don't need to unstick them now. Right now, we're sticking to them. We can change the radius. So that will make them stick from further away. Of course, it snaps right to the surface. And every time they get stuck, we could have them change to a different group. So just like when we collided, we could change the group. When they stick, we could change them to a different group. So suddenly they could be in a brand new group that's changing their radius or something like that. And of course, we got some pretty straightforward settings as far as including or excluding certain colliders. So right now we're colliding with that sphere, and we could say, well, there's two spheres, ignore one of them, include the other. So that should work pretty well. And we can also click this button that's going to jump to the objects that it is actually colliding with. So pretty straightforward, but that is the stick modifier, and we're down to only one more. Let's close down all these files. Boop, 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 boop. Now, for the last of our 4 collision-based modifiers, this effect is going to be sort of like putting a car in a wind tunnel. But in order to keep the frame rate as high as I can, we're going to keep it nice and simple with a sphere. And on the sphere, we'll put a simulation collider. And then I need a emitter. Basic emitter here, scoot it back on Z. And I think I want a tall, thin sliver of particles. So make this nice and tall. And on X, I'll put 0. So if I hit play, we're going to get a constant stream of particles shooting forward. So in the particle group, we'll make them bigger, and I like changing them to have lots of different colors just because it's easier to tell what each particle is doing. So I'll say random and set that to my gradient. All right, cool. Lots of different random colors. And you know what, just to see it even better, let's grab our particle group, click the tracer, and say limit from end 22. And now we can get some little tails so we can see exactly what they're doing. Now, a lot of this effect we're going to be doing from the side view. So if I middle mouse button click, I can go to the side view and we see all these particles flying straight across. This time we are using surface attract. And I have to say, of all these different modifiers, this is the one I find least intuitive, just personally. It feels a little bit more art than science. So let's just play around and see what we can get it to do, because it does some pretty cool things. So let's drop it inside our particle group and go to surface attract, and you can see it's already looking for simulation tags, so it's already seeing the sphere. So if we were to just hit play right now, let's see what happens. So So you got a bunch of particles floating forward, and as they approach the sphere, you suddenly see they start taking on sort of the surface orientation. They start traveling around it. Let's give ourselves a few extra frames. You see these travel around, and they'll even sort of start continuing around the entire thing. Now, the first thing I want to do is make sure that we are not traveling off axis. You can see these are flying off thanks to the surface. So we'll prevent that with a math, drop that inside, and we are going to assign on position X already 0 constantly. So it's going to be a flat plane. So let's run that again, and we'll see that those X's are now no longer escaping. And that's the last thing that's happening. Okay, now that that's happening, go back to our side view, and now we don't have any of those crazy ones drifting around. And you'll see we get that nice whipping around of this object. In our surface attract, we can go and increase our radius, so it's a little bit further, perhaps, from the sphere. And now you can definitely see them start to travel around the entire thing. So these go down, and now they want to continue traveling around, which is a neat effect. But if we want to do sort of a wind tunnel effect, that's not quite what I'm expecting. And maybe it's not fair to expect it to do that automatically. Now, there's a couple other settings. We have attract and land, but we'll get to those in a moment. We've got the radius, and already you can see as we increase the radius, the effect will be applied from further. And then we've got strength. Now, strength can be interesting in this context. If we start lowering the strength, you're going to see, actually, we'll start it again, as these drift in, that they are going to get affected, but not quite as much. And now they are able to kind of pass around the back a little bit better. So maybe that's the key to the effect that I want to do here. I will increase the radius even further. So maybe they start drifting away from the surface here, the leading edge, a little bit more. Now, what's interesting here, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, is that some of these particles will travel downward even though they're above, or I think that the surface that they'd be closest to would want them to go upward, not downward. Now, if we turn on randomize, that seems to really crank up the number of them that will travel down rather than up, so a lot more chaos when they decide which direction they're going. But I'm not quite sure why some of them decide to travel downward. So just a question mark I've got there. So these are traveling around pretty well. I'm pleased with the way those are looking now overall. Now, an effect I have found that increases the quality of this effect actually is, instead of having these all just travel via their built-in velocity, what if we start draining out their velocity via friction? So we'll drop that before the math. I'll say math.x just to know that that's flattening that whole thing. So with a little bit of friction here, you see they're constantly losing their speed and slowing down. So that's fine. Now I want to give them back their speed with a wind. It's already blowing in the right direction. So we'll set that up to something like 55. Is that good? I might want to go faster. Let's even go up to about 100. So now we've got all those traveling forward now. And what's happening now is, instead of them just having their own velocity, there's a wind that's always telling them to try and go further backward. You see, we get a little bit better curvature on the back here, and the energy is constantly being drained out, but the wind is telling it to go backwards again. So I feel like the wind tunnel effect is a little bit better, and honestly more accurate, because now there is a wind constantly blowing everything backward. Now, potentially we could do fall-offs where we say that the wind is going to be a lot stronger back here. But personally, I think I found a pretty cool trick where we can use a blend. If I use this blend, one of the settings, one of the properties is velocity. And that's just the direction it's moving, like all of its motion. So if we give that a relatively large radius, and a strength of 50% I have found is pretty good, as they start traveling, they are adapting the direction that each of them are traveling, like their overall movement. That might confuse it a little bit in the beginning, so we might want to modify that. But now as they travel backward, as this group from the bottom and the group from the top start approaching each other, they're going to blend into each other, and we get a lot more of this leveled out movement where they're not fighting each other as much, and immediately they take on that direction again. So there are things we could do condition-wise. I'm not sure how old these particles get, but potentially, actually, we can probably do a position. Right now, these particles are being born back on negative z. So if we make a condition, one we haven't used yet, we'll say condition, and the condition is for this blending, and I want the wind before the friction, and then we want the blend in the condition. So the condition is going to be when the position of z equals, or I'm going to say greater than or equals 0. So right there is the threshold for 0 to be positive. So these aren't going to start trying to blend until these particles have gone beyond that point. So I've never tried this before, but let's see how that works. Hitting play, let me deselect so the condition is not highlighting them or delighting them perhaps. Now we can see that those are not being forced to blend together, and now those will blend, and hopefully it'll be pretty smooth. And as these travel around to the back, now, oh yeah, look at that nice transitions. Oh, okay. This is the best version of this I've ever gotten. So I like the way that that's looking. Now, potentially we could use some sort of different attractors. or we could use some forces to push these away from the surface a little bit. But from a 3D point of view, I think that these would just kind of do a nice job of traveling around the entire thing, especially if we hid the original particles and we're just looking at those tracers. Like, that's doing a pretty nice job of giving a flow around the entire object. So I'm pleased with that. So keep that in mind. In fact, this is a really good version, so I will save this one because it's working better than any of the other ones I've gotten to work. Now let's take a look at some of the other settings that we have inside of the surface attract. Now, we do have the radius, we've got strength, we also have damping. So this would essentially add some additional friction for the particles that are getting close to the surface. So essentially you'll slow down when you're near that surface. So potentially that is a useful one. We already saw that randomized seemed to send more particles up or down, the opposite of what you would intuitively think they are. And then we've got a straightforward apply object velocity. So if this sphere was moving, those particles would take on its movement and probably rotation. Now, as soon as something gets within this radius, we can have something change its target group, which is pretty powerful, just being able to have that simple radius around an object. That might be a cool way of building a condition based on just being in the radius and get rid of all the strength. So keep that in mind for the future for changing groups. The ability to change a group essentially is a super condition that you can do anything with from that point forward. And of course, we can exclude any simulation objects. If we hit select geometry, then it will select anything that is currently in the scene that it is affecting. Now, let's look at our other modes as well. So right now, that is our follow the surface, but let's change this to be an attract. So we still get that large radius, and I'll crank up our strength to be really high, and let's see what we get now. So if I hit play, keep in mind that we've got kind of a modified scene here that the wind is constantly blowing to the back. So that's going to change things. But what I found is I don't find attract very intuitive. Let's go and turn off wind and the friction. So we're still stopping on Z. And let's just look at the way this behaves. What this is supposed to do is attract to kind of the nearest point of the surface. So you see these start curving down towards the surface, but then they kind of start whipping back up again. And maybe that makes sense where they've kind of passed through and maybe they're looking forward and that's the next most forward point. So they kind of drift upward. But I don't have a great intuition for that one. But if you start adding some damping in there, actually, as soon as you hit kind of a threshold, you're going to see we have a very different effect where everything starts slowing down and then drifting towards the surface. So depending on that level of damping, that can actually give you some pretty cool effects where it's going to try and get attracted directly to the surface. A very different effect, but pretty neat. Now, that might work in combination with land, but land is the one I find maybe least intuitive. If I activate land, you're going to see that, well, actually at 100%, it's going to be weird because suddenly the particles are going to get snapped straight to the surface. As soon as they're within the radius, they're finding the nearest possible surface and just snapping straight to it. But if we lower our strength down really weak, let's say like 5%, we still get sort of a weird effect. It is going to move within the radius, but as soon as it's in the radius, you see we suddenly get this hard change of direction where they're just stopping, moving towards the direction and moving straight towards the surface. So potentially that could be fine, that could work. But that sharp change in direction is what's throwing me off. Now, I'm going to take this blend out of there, and I wonder if that could actually smooth those out. Nope, the blend is not strong enough to counteract this surface attract just blatantly changing their direction. So again, kind of a cool effect, but that straight change there, instead of there being some sort of transition, again, throws me off a bit. We can put some damping on there, but that doesn't change that harsh transition. They will lose their energy as they get near the surface. And, again, a pretty cool effect. You can see the way those look. And I did think I found that if we have a small radius, if we keep on slowly increasing our radius, you kind of get this cool stair-steppy effect where more and more particles are going to be attempting to change their direction and get attracted to the surface. Maybe I want that to be a little bit stronger there. So yeah, those are getting pulled towards the surface now. Oh, I clicked on the track. Apologies. So yeah, if we drop the stair-steppy effect down, and we keep on increasing that radius, we can kind of get these cool effects where you get like these waves of them traveling in. So I think there's a lot of cool effects here, but yeah, I find I just play around with the sliders until I get something that looks cool, where the other ones I feel like I really understand them. So yeah, this one definitely worth a lot more exploring. I think there's a lot more possibilities for what it can do, but the ability to take on some of the surface properties is another great tool in this tool belt. Let's close down this file and move into a brand new one because there are sort of a couple of global settings I think that we should talk about. The first thing is under simulate, we've got our simulation scene. So if you were to make like a basic emitter and drop that inside of that simulation scene, instead of using these global parameters under, say, particles, it's going to use these local ones in the simulation scene. And that means I could make a duplicate of that, make a completely separate particle system over here, and these two scenes, these simulation scenes, won't interact with each other. So you can always do that and change local settings. So keep that in mind. I just don't do it very often because almost always I want all my particles to interact. In addition to that, let's go to those global settings. Under simulation, you go specifically to particles and you'll see substeps, although I've got a little demo I'm going to show you that will demonstrate that even better, but you can make the particles have even more calculations by doing substeps on them. Change your precision from 16 and 32, and then we've got these two settings called initial capacity and compactify threshold. So very weird terms, but essentially what this is saying is you've got a certain capacity of particles, and it's keeping all of those particles in memory inside of Cinema, inside of that simulation engine. So what this is saying, if you have more than 20% of your particles are essentially dead, it's going to try and recycle those. So essentially it'll store extra particles in your scene that you don't need, because the deletion of those particles is a pretty major calculation hit. So very technical terms, but that's erasing out unneeded particles. And potentially you might want your compactify to be happening constantly and refresh and delete them. Or you might want to say, hey, never compactify. You want to keep all those particles. So I haven't run into that yet, but it's something to keep in mind. We got selection highlighting, so you could stop anything from highlighting. And finally, you got groupless particles. So if you have a groupless particle, it's going to display as this crazy pink color. Man, I'm starting to lose my voice after all of this recording. Now let's create any one of these emitters. And now we have our particle group, and you'll see inside your particle group, you have a cache. So we can actually cache these particles. We can cache them. We can actually cache them to Alembic, or we can cache them internally in the scene. And after we've cached them, you see that we can actually do things like use animation, do offsets, or change the speed, or we can do some time remapping, which is great and really powerful. A couple of things to note. As I mentioned a long time ago, this particle system has a separate simulation engine sort of running separately from regular Cinema and the viewport. So what that means is you do end up with certain limitations where, for instance, you cannot render to your viewport. You can't do, let me actually correct myself. You can't render to the viewport renderer unless you've baked your particles, because the simulation is kind of happening in that separate engine before it comes back. So once you bake it, it's fully here within Cinema. So definitely something to keep in mind. Always keep in mind that we've got these particles, and once they're baked, you can do some cool things. At the point that they're baked, maybe I can open up a scene file or even do something really straightforward here, where if we make some particles, yeah, we've already got an emitter. Let's aim this upward. And we can just shoot some particles up into the air. And yeah, actually, they're doing their thing just fine. So I'm just going to leave that like that. So let's bake this scene. So let's say cache the scene. So it wants me to save this somewhere. This is fine. Say save. Oh, I guess I give it a name. Terrible name. I would say test. And now that's baking out my simulation. And now that that's baked out, I am able to see that that is indeed cached. We're ready to go. It is actually, I guess, just a straight up Alembic cache, which is kind of interesting. But now that it is baked, we've got these particles. But what's cool is we can do things like make a deformer. We can make a twist deformer and drop it as a child and start increasing this. And you can see I can actually twist those particles around. So if I were to grab the end result of that, put a tracer on there and say start tracing that, we're actually going to get a twisting effect. So once it's baked, we're able to do things like deformers on top of it. Now, you don't necessarily need to or want to use the baking process here. I can clear out that cache and we can run the simulation, but that same deformation, this twist, is not going to apply on top of it. Where as I increase this twist, you see those particles did not move. But we do have still some alternatives where we could maybe do something like create a matrix object, tell the matrix to clone onto an object. The object will be the particle group. So now I've got all those matrix clones. So with those matrix clones now existing, I can deform those matrix objects. So this time I didn't cache, but I'm able to grab a twist, drop that inside the matrix, twist those around, and you see those are now twisting, and say, okay, matrix, I want you to have a tracer attached, and those will get twisted. So now when I hit play, we're still getting that twisting effect. Keep in mind that that deformed part is now, it's kind of like when you run a dynamic simulation on top of particles, like the simulation kind of becomes a separate thing. It's like, yeah, they spawn from the same spot and they have the same lifetime and color, but they're not in the same place anymore. So yeah, these are no longer in that same place. So just a couple of important details there. So those are some global settings. What I would like to do is go through a couple of my project files. We are not going to rebuild these, although during live streams, these are great examples of things that we could tinker around with. Now, one thing I suggest everybody does when you're playing with any new particle system in any software, that is try and make a fireworks explosion. Like make a big old fireworks celebration, and it's a good way of just kind of stretching the muscles of that tool. So here you can see I've got all these particles flying in the air, exploding, burst. We got these trails, we got these swirls coming below. It was really fun to put this together, and these will just go forever with random colors. So this did a lot to teach me how to spawn these, reproduce these children particles, and how to inherit the color and all these different variables. And look at how simple this hierarchy is. We've got the initial burst of particles, which are living for a set amount of time and generating a certain color. And I actually have them spinning around a random degree. And those particles spinning around is what enables me to spit out a bunch of particles as these swirling tails. Let's rewind to clean it up a little bit. And then we've got the initial particle that's going to travel up and eventually explode. That's this burst, so it makes a burst of particles. And those particles are then also reproducing thanks to these burst tails, and those are leaving those little trails behind. And every single one of these have settings where they are doing things like inheriting the color of it. 69% of the color of that burst particle is being put into the tail. And if we go back up to the burst, you can see 100% of the color of the initial firework is getting transferred over to the burst. So yeah, a lot of fun things you can do. I'm using a lot of data mappers here where I'm remapping the radius based on the age. I'm remapping the color alpha channel, so these fade out. This entire thing was set up to render. Actually, let me see if I can pop open that render. So here it is. Here's the fireworks, not the highest resolution, but this rendered pretty quick, all in redshift. So you can see these bursting effects, lots of bloom and flares and whatnot. So a fun one to put together. Definitely recommend everybody tinkers around with some fireworks at some point. Moving on. This one is very exciting. I wish we had more time to go over it, but this is mostly just using flocking and collide. You can see I made a bunch of these steps, and the flocking is telling the particles to push apart from each other. So if I hit play right now, it's going to make a burst of particles. They all spread out, and this is making a very simple liquid effect where the particles want to hang out near each other, but they want to also push apart from each other, and gravity is making them flow down through here. And you see we get this nice flowy kind of oozing motion. Now, one thing to point out is there's so many particles stacking on top of each other. These are getting really squished in there. But if you go into your global settings and I change my substeps up to 1, just changing one number there, watch this cluster right here. When I hit play again, there's suddenly going to be kind of a burst as those push their way back out again. And that is now a lot cleaner. They're not squished nearly as much. They are still squished a little bit. So I have found if you go up to 3, then they're going to push out again. And at 3, it doesn't really feel like there's much compression going on anymore. Now they are pretty accurate and they don't feel like they're getting squished in there too much. And you get all this really fun flowing action. Now, again, you see this is 2-dimensional, and I definitely recommend when you're playing around, whenever you can, do things 2-dimensionally. It just removes a big variable, and instead of making a giant liquid simulation, I can just do this little cross section of it and get way quicker testing. So another fun thing to do. Much like that cartoony explosion you saw earlier, here, let me turn that off, update my redshift. If I hit play, we get a burst of particles and a long tail of particles all being fed through a volume mesher. And what we end up with here, let this go, you get this cartoony tail, and the flocking is letting these cluster up in these little blobs. So you get these nice little anime smoke effects going on. So very fun. You don't even have to do too much, a little turbulence, a little bit of flocking, and you can get effects like this. So we can break that down more during a live stream. Moving on, here's just some fun. Oh yeah, this is definitely one I want to mention. Very simple setup, stuff that we've seen before, but this time I've got this plane, highly subdivided, and in that plane, I've got a vertex color map, and you can drag the particle group into a vertex map, and you can actually extract the colors. So if I hit play right now, you're gonna see I get all of these crazy colors going, and here they are represented in my vertex map. If I then activate this decay, it's gonna draw a little tail behind them. So it's a way of translating those particles directly onto a mesh via the vertex color map. So yeah, very fun along those lines. Next up, here is, actually, this is an old tutorial I made way back in the day. Actually, no, that's not. I want to explore this one a little bit more in the future. It's not quite working, but I like this effect where I got these little tails traveling, and it's drawing these little radiuses of different spheres behind it, depending on what the distance traveled was. But eventually this breaks down, and I start getting these like super wacky giant ones. So I got to like figure out what's going wrong with there. But I really like the effect overall. Next up, here was actually my earlier kind of like teaching myself what the surface attract was doing. Here it is traveling over a car. Now, it's not actually viewing the mesh of the car. It's viewing this remesh I made. So a nice little poly version of it. But this one's not working as well as the one we just made, but you get some nice smooth trails behind it. So pretty cool. You can see how it works on a car. Next up, here is some field forces. Now, actually, this is one I'd love to talk about. Maybe we can save this one for the live stream. But if I hit play, we can get these cool twisting effects traveling around. Now, technically, you could actually do this effect with the old particle system, but it's so much better and more fun to use in the new system. So yeah, we should definitely go and explore that one. Next up, we've got, which one is this? Oh, this one's going to run really slow. But what I'm doing is making some growing vertex maps. So I got this vertex map, we got some curves, and eventually there's going to be some growing effects traveling on here. Yeah, here's the freeze set to grow. So it's going to grow this vertex map over the entire surface. And as it's growing, this poly effects is dissolving out the polygons. And I'm able to emit particles from only where the vertex maps were. So we get this cool burning rainbow effect traveling along the surface, and eventually the entire thing will dissolve. But you see, even here in my viewport, this one's not running terribly well. So, new computer all the way. But yeah, pretty cool effect. And the polygons are dissolving behind it, sort of invisibly behind all of these. So yeah, very cool effect. And I look forward to exploring that some more. And we got two little ones to go. We've got these tail guides. So let's see what I got. Oh, okay. So this one is a really old effect I made. Oh, no, this isn't what I thought it was. Okay, this one is weird. I need to explore this more. It's kind of weird where I'm emitting a burst of particles and I've got these tracers coming behind it. But then I'm using some really strong field forces to tell it to follow those. And what I do is I do a giant burst of particles, and those particles via a field force want to follow where these guide splines are going. So you can see you get this organic blob where things want to branch out and travel along. And doing some fun vertex map magic, I can get these colorful blobs all kind of transitioning. So like a nice, bright, colorful mesh flowing in all these directions, completely organic. Like I don't know what direction that's going to go. So yeah, pretty fun there. I want to explore it some more. And finally, using some of the flocking behaviors. This is just a big ball, a burst of particles and a volume mesher. And as they continue to go further and further out, eventually the flocking is attracting a whole bunch of the particles to each other. And we kind of get this nuclear explosion effect, where as it gets bigger and bigger, you start getting these little holes forming in it. And the holes will spread further and further out until finally everything kind of coalesces in these little ropey shapes. So yeah, this looks like the exploding top of the mushroom cloud. So pretty cool effect to be able to recreate pretty easily here with a new particle system. Now, I feel like we could keep on going and going and going for hours. And I'm worried that this video is already, I'm not exaggerating, I'm worried this video might be 4 hours long. I might have to break it into multiple parts. But you'll know by the time you've seen this. I don't right now as I record it. So I think I am finally going to have to wrap this one up. A huge thank you to everybody who has made it to the end of the video, whether you were skipping around or watched all 4 hours straight through. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video and this content, be sure to support it by liking, maybe subscribing, whatever you want to do. That's always appreciated. And of course, I have a Patreon set up to support being able to make these videos. I've spent the better part of a month learning and preparing for this video, so it does eat up a lot of my time. Now, as I mentioned, there's a new Rocket Lasso sale going on right now during NAB. You get 25% off any of our tools, so always great to go and check that out. Make sure to check out EJ's video to see all the new Redshift stuff. Obviously, I couldn't make this video even longer. At 4 hours, it's almost double any of my other tutorials, so absolutely crazy along those lines. And yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up. Be sure to check out the live stream today if you're watching this video when it's brand new. I guess you'd probably have to skip out of the video because it's too long, so you wouldn't see this part before the live stream. But again, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. It's always very appreciated, and I'll see you during the live stream. Bye-bye, everybody.